B&K Fearex still. B&K
โย
Fearex,
กลับมาแล้ว
let's see what we had here in terms of results for our LCK Cup predictions.
Wait, what?
Oh, there it is. 45 out of 40. The man, the myth, the legend. Can't get rid of him.
He really gave 110%. You know, just, I mean,
Get your crown.
how can we compete?
Where is Mouse?
Bauhaus just always on top, yeah.
Get your crown. Here you are.
He is the prediction king.
ผมกลับมาแล้ว
Chronicler, we love
yeah
you. That was an Ox idea. But yes. Ox
I mean, it's not here. So our king is Dan Harrison right here.
Ox had
Great.
the best predictions. He was a prediction king. How does it feel to be following the footsteps of Chronicler?
Well, I mean, I didn't get 45 out of 40, so, you know, I think I did okay, I guess, but nowhere near what Chronicler was able to do before me, what Bauhaus was able to do before me.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's going to be able to top his legacy, but, you know, I did okay, I guess.
Well, LCK Cup done and dusted with our prediction king. Ox, let's focus here on the here and now. It is patch 26.6, and we've got some buffs and nerfs in the mid lane. Let's start with the buffs.
Yeah, I mean, I
วัน
really
นี้
like to see Lissandra back in the mid lane because it was kind of boring to see all the mid lane champions are just literally the same. They just play for lane push, and now Lissandra in the building right now. I mean, I just really like the champion because I think it opens up a lot of strong junglers who doesn't have CC, something like Graves. So I feel like it can be a great option for the teams.
I think she pairs as well with things like Lee Sin, Wukong, we've seen already.
True.
Pairing with them, but also Azir. We saw Azir nerfed for First Stand, which was the patch before this. We had a whole patch out, one tournament, and he's straight back into the meta. They buffed him again. Did you miss him? No, but
No.
back anyway.
It's so sussy, by the way. Like for the first stand, we couldn't really make it out, but now LCK is back, and now Azir is back. But yeah, I mean, they nerf out the Shen jungle a little bit, but I think top Shen is gonna be still available. And Ari in the mid lane, it was really strong with Vi, Wukong, which is such a great competitor. And Pyke Zahan got also nerfed here.
Yeah, so some in, some out there with our champions patch buffs and nerfs. Now, earlier in the week, we had all the teams congregate together to come talk about who they think are going to be the strongest teams here in the 2026 LCK regular season. And let me tell you, you wouldn't be surprised. Genji had 9 votes, all the votes eligible for them. And then Genji thought maybe the reigning back-to-back world champions might win LCK.
Yeah, so Genji obviously super strong domestically. A little bit of a hiccup that we saw from them at First Stand, but G2 aren't in the LCK, so they can't vote for them. They'll vote for Genji in their stead. But we did see Genji going for T1, despite them not being number 2 in LCK Cup, having a lot of confidence in them going to come through in this full season.
I mean, if you ask me right now, I feel more T1 on this side. So I just want to see what they could fix during the first stand because they were not there. So, I mean, it's literally the new start. I don't think any team really cares about the LCK Cup at this point. You know, it's just the beginning of the LCK regular split right now. So it's the new start.
Well, a new start to the season means it's time for a new... Play the music. That's right. Degon's Fact of the Week.
Love how happy you look in that picture.
Yeah.
I mean, it was before I butchered Korean in front of all the Korean fans in the mecca of esports. That's okay. Joining us is the age-old battle of Ox and Wadid. And so, gentlemen, there it is. Get your game faces on. There's
I'm locked in.
He's locked in. Wadid,
สวัสดีครับ
locked in. That's right. Here's your hint, everybody. This fact includes Wadid. Here is the question.
Cheating?
Wait, what?
This is my best fact of the week ever. Because it is an unironic bro fact of the week. Loki is making his LCK debut with Hyunjin Bryon.
True.
How many players played in the LCS before making their LCK debut?
แปลกๆวะ
Is it A, 4, B, 5, C, 6, or D, 7?
So you put me there because I played in LCS before I played in LCK. But is promotion match considered as LCK debut?
That's the big question here. It's up to you to decide. Does it count or does it not count?
I'm gonna go for B.
I'm feeling, I'm calculating in my head.
คู่นี้ให้กี่ดาวครับดาวเดียวครับผม
C6.
พี่ต้องใส่ดาวหน่อย
Actually, no. Oh,
A4.
A4. There aren't very many. Berserker is one of the most recent ones. The answer is
ขอดาวก่อนเอาดาวตรงนี้
5 players were the ones that have done it. Rush, Pyrian, Huni, Wadid, because he counted
มีดาว
himself,
นี่เหรอ
and Berserker are the 5 players to have done it now before Loki, who's getting to come back in.
This is the problem. I was only counting good players, so I left with it out. That's how I got 4, you know?
I mean, it's kind of surprising that they actually counted
Go.
as a LCK debut. I feel so bad because I demoted the team.
ฟอนต์เขาเปลี่ยนเหรอครับเขาเปลี่ยนฟอนต์ได้ยัง
Did, don't worry.
ทำยังไงวะอยู่เขาเปลี่ยนฟอนต์
I didn't count you either.
I just finished the Griffin Legacy
That's
by
right.
myself.
Wadid spending time on FlyQuest and then moving on over to Griffin. I just pulled my muscle laughing very, very hard. That was such a cook there, Dan. That was messed up. You know what? Because you cooked him so hard, it's time for Wadid to take the stand because
But
he's got something for us.
yeah, let me speak out. You know, what just rebuild after the first stand? LEC is so much better than LCK.
What? What is happening? What? No! Wait, it's the beginning of a new LCK season. Why you gotta bring up the 0-6? What is happening?
Let me explain to the losers. We already confirmed that LEC is so much better than LCK. We already proved it in first stand. G2 Esport literally 3-0, both of them. Knocked them out from the tournament. So what we should do is learn from the second best region in the world. As a G2 co-streamer, as an official LEC co-streamer, I just want you guys to like learn something from the better region, okay? You're
Yeah.
drinking coffee? No, you should focus on my lesson. Don't ever disrespect LEC. You guys are keep saying, nah, G2 has no chance. Europe has no chance against LCK, but you all saw what happened in first stand. 3-0. The gap between the Europe and I don't know. Do not ever disrespect LEC ever again, okay? And do not play Vayne in LCK. It's not allowed.
That was pretty good. This is good research.
The only one player who can play Vayne is Caps. He's the king of the Vayne, plays the mid Vayne when he was in Fnatic, played into Galio, won behind the game. So that's the only one player who's allowed to play Vayne. Alright? Don't play Vayne in LCK and learn from them. Seriously, by the way. Like, I mean, I think, joke aside, I really think LCK
เดี๋ยววันนี้
literally
สุดจะเล่นเวรให้ดูไหม
every single game. So I mean, I feel like we've got so many good ideas. Something like
สุดก็ไม่สูตรเวรอยู่
Mundo in the jungle. You keep saying, oh, Mundo sucks. But what happened is that Mundo snowballs with the Drake. He's so strong. And also Kog'Maw on the bot lane. Hansama showing off his skills against Rolla, whatever. Like, he's just so good. And also Shen on the top lane.
Oh, that's I thought it was Pipe.
ผมครับ
No, it's Shen.
That's shit.
Dusk and Dun Shen, Broken Blade, solo kill
No,
shot
I
on
know
the
they
top lane.
made it, but that looks like
No.
from a
All I
Pipe.
want to say is LCK should learn from LEC. And now the LCK starts, we should learn from the second best region. That's
You
all I
can
can say.
say April Fools now.
ทำไม
Now is
คู่
when
ขอ
you
ง
say
ผม
April
ถึงได้
Fools.
ดาว
What do
เดีย
you
วครับ
mean?
น้อยใจนะครับ
What do you mean? You got 3-0.
People
Now's the
think
time.
you're serious. Say April Fools.
I'm actually serious.
Say April Fools.
Well, the learning session all
โบ
starts
มัน
with
จะ
the
สู้ไหว
week
ยังไง
one
อะ
matchup. It's Hanwha Life Esports, the
เฮ้ยแต่ไม่แน่เท็ดดี้อาจจะเอาก็ได้วันนี้
Brion. What a matchup here between two
กำลังฟิตเนส
squads
อยู่
who
มีอะไรดูแล้วเย่
won,
มาแล้วกลับมาอีกรอบครับ
LCK
กับ
Cup. But maybe
LCK
we'll be
ค
able
รั
to
บ
battle back. And then to kick off the season at Telecom War, it's T1 versus KT.
Yeah, I mean, for Saturday, T1 and HLE are back. I mean, I literally said LCK Cup means nothing. They should prove that.
Yeah, and I have two teams that are going to prove that Fist Stand didn't mean against VFX. Both of them suffered. You know, we're not going to talk about that. They're just going to show what they can do right now. We're looking forwards. We're looking forward, and you know what? With it, you still have time to say April Fools. You can still say it now.
What do you mean?
Two words.
Like, I'm wearing
Say it.
G2 jersey. I'm just
Say it.
saying, you know, like.
Say it. Cover it up. You have this nice
no.
LCK jacket on.
I'm just saying, you know,
Cover it up.
like you should respect me at this point. You know, like every single cruise
We did.
in the LCK.
Don't worry.
You guys were like, nah, LEC has no chance. I mean, who cares?
All right, go to LEC with Dig. Goodbye.
No.
You know, they already just took Kangas. We can offer you up too. Boom. Solved.
Just saying.
Button up that jacket.
By
All
the
right.
way, like it's
There's our
kind of
prediction.
surprising though. Like there are so many DNS believers because I was the only one who believes in DNS last season. But it seems like everyone is now DNS trained.
Oh, you believe in LCK teams? I thought you only believed in LEC teams. I'm surprised we didn't see like G2 on your
Yeah, I'm
predictions,
surprised
know?
you picked between Gen G and BNK Fear X. That was very bold.
I mean,
Very bold
I'm
of you.
just saying.
ทำไมมินโฮมี Resident Evil อ่ะนะอ๋อ
April Fools. You just say that, and everyone will know you were joking with it. It's
นี่เขา
okay.
นับเป็นไง
It's kind of
ต้องรีบกลับมาภายใน
All
5 นา
right,
ที
while we wait for him to figure out April Fools, this is no joke here. The best ceremony is back. We will have that awarded to the best player who had the best ceremony at the end of it. And then we've got the Uri won the play, the award to the most meaningful, entertaining moment of the week. And then we've got ourselves our friends with the eye drops, Friends eye drops, full game series with Friends eye drops when it goes all 6 games. And then finally, the Gillette Penta kill. Clean, sharp pentakill with Gillette. We're legit now, guys. Gillette kind of dropping on in there. And maybe you didn't notice it, but we've got these swag. Ooh, wait, where's it on this side? Boom. LCK jacket.
No.
The LCK store is open.
You're no longer allowed, Joe.
So make sure if you are here in Lowell Park.
But then after what you said, no, take it off. You're not allowed it anymore.
I love LCK. This merch is so great.
We're taking it back.
You guys got shit
It
that
is
one.
great. You don't deserve it after what you said earlier.
I don't know, chat. Should we keep them or should we send them off? Let us know your thoughts right now. It is the beginning of a brand new journey here in the LCK. The 2026 season embarks to crown a new champion, and it all starts with Hanwha Life Esports against
มาแล้วเหรอ มาแล้วเหรอ
See you after game number 1.
เฮ้ย มาแล้วเว้ย มาแล้ว
I walked where no one dared to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame.
อันนี้โรงงานทำมาม่าอะไรนี่หว่า เย็นเกเชี่ยโอ้โหเฮ้ยโดนชนมือด้วยโอ้โหสุดกูมายูชิเมื่อกี้โคตรเท่เลยว่ะ
하고 이제 플레이인 못 가나 싶었는데 플레이인에 가게 돼서 다시 기회를 받았구나 생각했는데 또 아쉽게 져가지고
처음부터 좀 잘 맞을 거라고 생각하진 못했지만 10위라는 성적표는 좀 충격이었던 것 같습니다. 실감이 잘 안 났던 것 같고 대회를 하면서 더
รอบนี้ก็
잘해질
เป็น
수
รอบเก็บคะแนน
있었다고
นะคุณผู้ชมก็
생각했는데 기회가 사라져서
เก็บคะแนนแล้วก็
되게
จะ
많이 아쉬웠던 것 같아요.
จัดเป็น
두
กลุ่ม
번째 때 하나
กลุ่มไลฟ์กับกลุ่มเลเจนด์
생각보다 뭔가 좀 할만했던 기억이 있었어가지고 이후 시작하면 스타트가 좋을 것 같아서 이겼으면 좋겠습니다.
모든 팀들이 다 저력이 있다고 생각하지만 개막전부터 질 수 없다고 생각합니다. 진성이 형 각오해.
HLE 1컵 때는 하나가 이겼지만은 정규리그 때는 브리온이 이겨서 내가 웃어볼게 민영아.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf, and my goodness, that pre-show that we just had was a mess.
It had a lot of everything, didn't it?
It really did, and probably all at once, and too much of everything. And we did really needs to calm down because losses happen, and the LCK Cup wasn't real. Wolf, we figured that out. That
Wins apparently against G2 do not happen. Also.
Yeah, no. I admit, I may have been there, but the jet lag really hasn't left yet, and so I may have imagined it. And so we can just go into this LCK season assuming none of it happened, and we'll start fresh. In all seriousness, though, it certainly was a whole lot of fun over at First Stand, and looking forward to seeing how our teams are going to bounce back after the thrashing they picked up by G2. That's the last thing I'm going to say about it. And now it is time to move forward because, Wolf, this is really fun. Today, we're starting off with two pretty cool matchups right out of the gate.
And it's April Fool's Day. We had, obviously, us doing the Korean opening and the Koreans did the English opening. But also, as you guys could see on the Korean broadcast, Caster John is over there with two KBO commentators, basically the Korean Scully and Sunny Kim, who you guys might know as one of the greatest analysts of the KBO, as an ex-pro player himself. So it's really cool to actually have them also kind of getting involved here in the LCK. I think a lot of the LCK's format and how we run the LCK is really inspired by the KBO, which is the Korean baseball tournament that does happen here all year long. So it's pretty hyped to actually see them get involved in the LCK, even if it is just a bit of a meme at the beginning of the year.
And there's a lot of basically, I feel like every country has their sport, right? And it feels like here in Korea, baseball is kind of the sport. That people do watch.
I mean, League of Legends as well.
Well, obviously that as well. I mean, it's more the outside sport, I guess we could talk about.
A tea sport.
Yeah. Also feels really good to be able to just go and have a hot dog and watch a game you don't understand in my particular example, because I don't, what is baseball? I don't quite understand. Let's, I think it's time to dive in to some League of Legends. That is getting back into our wheelhouses. Let's have a look at Life Esports. The 10th place team in the LCK Cup that I said wasn't real. It was real. It happened. But let's see whether it is actually going to hurt Life.
Yeah, we'll see how much they've been able to improve their synergy, because they have had arguably the longest time of any LCK team.
So much time to prep. It must have been a strategy.
Yeah, it's certainly some improvements I think needed to be made. I think in terms of mid-jungle, but especially Kanavi's playstyle was not gelling with the rest of the squad. It made players like Delight look out of sorts. It made Zayas look a little out of sorts. So we're going to have to see this team bounce back in a huge way, but there are no interim changes to this roster since LCK Cup. While on the other side here, we have a new, now technically third mid laner here, if you count Fisher, who hasn't appeared all year long, for Bro in Loki, coming over from the LCS. It's Loki's LCK debut, and he actually went on hiatus for personal reasons at arguably the worst possible time for a player, right? So you're missing your opportunity to sign with a new team, not able to get in. So I look at this as a potential huge win for Bro, but also it's just a huge win for Loki. He's gotten a second opportunity, because if he doesn't get this, he might not be able to play League of Legends professionally all year long, and then who knows if he'd ever get picked up in 2027, right? So he has a new lease on his career here as well with Bro, and I think this is an exciting one. They also, of course, are now officially Hanjin Brion.
Exactly. Hanjin, a huge name here in Korea as well, so big congratulations there. But let's have a look at this, the Pro Roma and Loki starting spot battle, because
it's actually kind of interesting. Roma had an incredible solo queue type resume, but we didn't really see it come to fruition, right? And so I think it'll light a fire under him as well moving into this season.
I mean, I've been following Romer since I joined LCK in 2021, and he's been a huge part of this org. You know, he's been around for a really long time. He made a lot of waves in challengers, but just was not able to translate that success here into the LCK. We'll see if Loki performs well, because Romer came in with all the hype. I think people have their expectations a little bit lower for Loki, not just because of his individual play, but because they know Bro haven't found that much success just yet here early in 2026. So we'll see if Hanjin can turn things around. It's a big change, but it's early enough in the season to where maybe you could look at this as a new starting point.
Yeah, exactly. And Loki did have some, I guess, some moments in Challenger, but we didn't necessarily see him as the tippy top. But there was sort of a very condensed upper echelon of Challenger when he was over there playing. Of course, then did move overseas. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he's actually going to be able to do on the main stage, but I expect there will be a little bit of nerves moving into his very first game of the season.
Yeah, this is a really hype one for me, this matchup, because last time around, Hanwha Life Esports actually dropped a game to Bro, which was shocking to everyone. You know, Hanwha Life,
it's one of the reasons why Hanwha Life got eliminated first from the tournament.
Had they just won one more game, they would have had their chance through the play-ins and then playoffs, but they lost that game to Bro, and that was the extra pushing point. So now we're looking at a chance for them to redeem themselves in 2-0 here, but also it's Gumayushi versus Teddy, the two T1 players who battled it out back in 2021 in that Dany roster. They were rivals for the starting spot and now face against each other on the Rift.
Exactly, but now it is time for the players to walk onto the Chijik Lowpark stage, starting off with Hanwha Life Esports, a team looking to rebuild after a difficult LCK Cup, and we'll see whether they can do so, because the pedigree of this roster cannot be denied. You've got a few World's MVPs on this squad, as well as a whole bunch of players that have found so much success both here and overseas. Looking at Kanavi, of course, who did make massive waves over in the LPL, of course, has been there for a very long time.
Oh my God!
Managed to debut with Griffin when he was on the team all those years ago.
Zeka picked up Player of the Year after his World's Championship win in 2022. This team is
เรามาดูว่าวันนี้ครับผมคุณผู้ชมมันจะมีเชวันหน้าหรือเปล่ามีน้องเชไหมเชวันหน้าก็เล่นท็อปได้เล่นป่าได้เนาะ
He's been one of the most consistent support players across the LCK since he left, Bro. And this roster is a super team. It is undeniable to say that this is
ข่าวอะไรยังไงก็ต้องเก็บแต้มวันนี้ให้ได้ครับเก็บแบบ 2-0 ด้วยต้องยิ่งดีครับจำเป็นมาก
Sometimes super teams get 10th place.
Yeah, you're right, Wolf. They do that. And even with my very short memory,
พี่อยากจะถามแชททุกท่านว่ามีใครที่สามารถทำ AI ได้ป่ะคือพี่อยากทำรูป AI ที่เป็นรูปแบบ Big Ass แบบที่เขาแบบ Reunion อ่ะอยากจะให้แบบมี T1 Reunion แล้วก็มีเพสกับโดรานนั่งด้วย7 คนให้มันทำได้บ้างวะพี่ทำอย่างนั้นทำไม่ได้วะคือไม่รู้ใช้ AI ตัวไหนทำเอาให้เนียนๆหน่อย
But now with Loki in the mid lane also with a very cool haircut. I'm looking forward to seeing what they get done.
Yeah, Loki returning to create a lot of hype around him. He was kind of put into the content blender today. I saw him do so many interviews.
I was kicked out of a room because they needed to do interviews.
Yeah, he has really stirred up a lot of excitement and enthusiasm. This team finished above Hanwha Life Esports at 9th place in the LCK Cup. On paper, though, today, I think it was unanimous prediction. Everyone went for Hanwha Life Esports. The roster caliber for Hanwha Life Esports, despite some hiccups, is still there. They won against Bro last time around, despite dropping that single game, which was very memorable. But we're going to have a real test here for this rebuilt Hanjin squad, as well as what we're going to see synergy-wise on the other side of here for Hanwha Life Esports. I think because Hanwha Life Esports are the biggest question mark this season, this matchup is a little bit more exciting than it would have been a few months ago, where we would have just expected, yes, Hanwha Life just crushed them 2-0. Yeah, be simple. That may be the end result, but until we see the Nexus explode, right now all eyes are really on Kanavi. What his form currently looks like, is his synergy there with Zeka?
하나, 둘, 셋.
Whoa. Good job, Gideon.
That's actually super cool that we can have the players do the fan chants. All right. Thanks for that one, Gideon. And now looking forward to seeing how this matchup is going to go. It's a grudge match though, Wolf. This is the thing that's really cool about it, is the fact that the Bros were the team that qualified over HLE, even though they weren't able to pick up a single win in the LCK Cup. So being able to get some revenge immediately as soon as the LCK season starts is very cool stuff. But on the other hand, what if Bro wins?
I mean, that's the crazy part of this, right? How do you start off on the right foot after a disaster? I mean, the biggest disaster we've seen in terms of roster spend
เพราะว่า
in a
คะแนน
really long
สำคัญ
time.
มาก
Yes, there are asterisks. We
คื
talked
อ
about the history of
เดี๋ยวอ
Loki
ธิบายให้ฟัง
earlier,
คือ
but
ที่ 1 ที่
there are
2 เนี่ย
asterisks
ของ
attached
กลุ่มครับ
to Hanwha's
จะ
loss, you know,
ได้
with
ไป
the group, the format,
รอบ
how
ลึ
it
ก
all
ของ
worked out.
Road to MSI
But
เล
even
ย
still, you can't shake off the fact that this team wanted to be top
เนี่ย
3,
จะ
top
ได้
2.
ไป
Like, they wanted
จะ
to
อยู่
go to
Legend
Hong
Group
Kong,
แล้ว
right?
ก็
They didn't have a
Upper
chance to
Bracket
play
to
through
Road
the
to
play-ins.
MSI นะ
And so if you lose
นี่
here
Road to
to
MSI เนี่ย
Bro,
ก็จะอยู่ตรง
only
นี้
is a
เลย
great
เนี่ย
statement from Bro
ซึ่งก็คือ
Loki on his return
มัน
here.
ก็จะ
But for Hanwha Life
เข้า
Esports,
ชิง
you've
กันเอง
gotta
แล้วก็ใครชนะก็ได้
really
ไป
be like,
เลยอะ
what did we do with all that
อะไร
time?
อย่าง
You know,
เงี้ย
there's no
มั
way
น
we
ก็จะ
should lose
ค่อน
this
ข้างที่
team.
จะ
And I don't expect they will. I
จำเป็น
predicted
อย่าง
Hanwha
มาก
Life Esports, and I didn't do a score prediction, but I will tell you right now, I
แล้ว
expect
ก็
a
ที่ 1 นะครับ
2-0
จะได้ไป
in this matchup
EWC
today.
ด้วย
But
เนาะ
we'll see if Loki
แต่ไม่รู้ว่าจะมีหรือเปล่า
change the way
EWC
this
นะ
team plays, or if they're going to index into Teddy and hope that he can
ส่วน
scale for the late
ตรง
game.
นี้ก็
Because
จะ
it's no
Legend
longer
Group
Viper there
สี
on
เขียว
the
จะเป็น
bottom side. It
Legend
is
Group แล้ว
still
ก็
the
ได้ไป
most
Road to
consistent
MSI ค
AD
รับ
carry we've had in the LCK over
แล้ว
a
ก็
long period of
สี
time in
เขียวเข้ม
Kubiushi.
เนี่ยจะเป็น Live Group
He
แล้ว
needs
ก็ Road to
backup,
MSI
right?
เหมื
He's
อนกัน
still
แต่ว่า
top
ไกล
side of
มาก
his team to be performing.
เนี่
And
ย
I also
5-6
think
อยู่
that
นี่เลย
Kubiushi is a very different
4-3
player to
2-1
what
เพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ย
Viper
อันดับ 1 อันดับ 2 เนี่ย
What
มีโอกาสได้ไป
Viper did was
MSI แบบ
create late game insurance for this
3
squad.
ทีม
I
มี
feel
โอกาส
like
ได้ไป 2 ก็ประมาณ
the difference
2 ส่วน
between him
3
and
ก็ประมาณ
Kubiushi is kind of
66%
massive.
มีโอกาสได้ไป
With the fact
MSI
that Kuma
เย
does
อะ
play a lot more towards
จำเป็นอย่าง
utility.
สูง
He's
ครับ
very
ที่
used
จะ
to playing with a lot of large
ต้องอยู่อัน
weapons
ดับ
on
1 อั
his
นดับ
team,
2
right? That he can really augment
นะครับ
to
ผม
make these team fights really explosive. But what it relies upon is your top and mid lane doing a lot of work throughout the game and being able to utilize that extra support in order to make things happen.
The macro and the rotations of T1
เดี๋ยว
allowed
จะมี
Kuma
มา
to be
คัด
a
เลือกเวอร์
fixture
อีกที
and a
เนาะ
piece
ก็
like a cog in the
อันนั้นก็
wheel.
หลัง
But
MSI
yeah,
ครับ
when
ชิว
he's on this roster
ๆอีก
here,
สักพักหนึ่ง
Viper often when the macro wasn't going well, the rotations weren't going well for Hanwha Life Esports, he was just like,
โอเค
yes,
ทำอะไร
I'll
ได้
carry
first pick ครับ
again.
ผม
And he was like the last one alive to clean up the kills.
มี
after
เชวาน่า
all
แล้ว
the
นะครับ
other
อันนี้เป็น
bodies had piled up,
26-6
but
ครับ
Kuma isn't able to play that way when this
เฮ้ย
roster
หรือว่าเขา
doesn't
แบน
have
เช
its
วาน่า
ducks in
เดี๋ยว
a
ดูครับ
row
ว่าเขาจะ
either.
ขึ้นมา
Not
แบ
to
นไหม
mention,
โกโบ
obviously,
แบนไหม
HLC's style is very different from Viper, so there's a lot of things we've discussed.
โอเค
a lot.
โกโบแบนอยู่ครับเชวา
Important
น่า
to mention that
ยัง
this
ยังแบน
week
อยู่ฮะ
for LCK, Shyvana is globally banned.
Yes. This is
ก็ยัง
the
ยัง
version
ยัง
that
เป็น
isn't
เขาเรียกว่า
as ridiculous
มันยังปรับ
when
ไม่ได้ไม่ดี
she
พอ
did
ครับ
at first
ก็เลย
become released, and so therefore we're probably
ยัง
not
ไม่ให้
gonna see
เล่น
her
นะ
anyway, even if
มัน
she
เพิ่ง
was
มา
enabled. So the Orianna is going to be taken away first as we dive into pick and ban for game number 1 of the LCK. Ignore the fact that it says LCK Cup at the top of your screen right there. That is not correct.
It is a
ฮูบิสตอนนี้
tournament, and
น่า
there
สน
is
ใจ
a
ฮูบิส
good idea.
Indeed, there is a cup
มัน
that is
เหลือ
involved
2008 ครับ
at the end of the year. However, that is not what we're
คือเป็น
fighting
ไอเท
for
ม
at this
ที่
point in time. The LCK
ราคา
Cup. I
ถูก
said
แล้ว
that
ก็
it couldn't hurt us,
สแตท
and it's
ดี
coming
อะ
back to hurt us over and over
ถูก
again.
มาก
It's a bit
2008
cruel when these are the last 2 teams from that particular tournament. All right, Yazir still going to be banned away though, especially after his buffs on this patch. Why did that even have
ก็
to
ได้บัฟ
happen?
มาบาเซียก็เลยโดนแบน
and
จริงๆมันโดนแบน
Rumble
อยู่แล้วแหละ จ
also
ริงๆไม่ต้อง
taken
บัฟต้องอะไรแม่งก็แบ
Karma
นอยู่แล้ว
stocks are up since first stand.
เซกาเล่นดีครับ
Pick was
เซกาเล่น
always
ดี
a
มาก
threat
มีแค่แบบ
in the
เจอ T1 แล้วแบบ
LCK, but it has
ช่วง
been a
หลังๆที่มัน
larger threat.
แปลกๆเฉยๆแบบ
You know, when we move to our
An
ช่วง
even
ช่วง
larger
จะจบเกม
threat to
เล
the
ดเกม
drop,
เนี่ยคือเล่นดีมาทั้งเกมแล้วก็แบบ
that it
เข้าไปเปิด
has
พลาดนิดเดียวก็คือ
destroyed.
ทีมระเบิดเลย
Although we can hear it.
We might just be fixing a
แต่
graphic
โดยรวม
and
คือ
then
โค
it'll
ตรโห
come
ดอะ
back because I still hear the sounds. Might just be fixing that cup that you
รอบ
mentioned.
นี้
You
มี
called
แบ่ง
out. But
กรุ๊ป
anyway,
ไหมครับมีครับมี
as
ค
we
รับ
move
Probably shouldn't have
into
done that.
Bang
as we move into this
Group
one, we'll see what does end up
ก็
being
จะ
the priority here.
ตอนนี้ก็จะแข่งอีกประมาณ
One of the
9 สัป
picks
ดา
that
ห์
I'm most interested
นี่
in
คือสัปดาห์ที่1 ครับ
for the
แข่ง
start
9 สั
of
ปดาห์
LCK,
แล้วก็
we saw Broken Blade
เอาคะแนน
debut
มา
to
จัด
great
อันดับแล้วก็แบ่ง
success
กลุ่ม
was
นะ
the top Shen, and I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of that here in 2026.
พี่ไม่รู้ว่าโลกีนี้หน้าตาเหมือนใครผสมใครเหมือนมีคันหน้าผสมพีนัท ป่ะ
secondary
แค
teleport
นาผสม
gives you so
คีนัท
much side lane power and the ability to defend your carries and empower them as well. As Rise with the Orianna and the Azir taken away will be the first pick here for
Clips
Unlike
Clips
Esports.
ใช่
Yeah, and
ใช่
this is
ใช่
actually a big test for Loki
Clip
as
ผสม
well.
พีนัท
Rise
ใช่
still
ใช่ใช่
extraordinarily strong. And so looking forward to seeing what the response will be out of the young mid laner. You can see him there on your screen. I really wish I could pull off
เชื่อวันนี้
that
พี่
color
มี
of
นัด
gray.
คุยดีคอร์ด
I
ไม่
feel
ไหว
like I'd
ใส่
just
เลยพี่
look
ลืม
old if I did it.
อ๋อเพราะตื่นมาทำคลิป
Maybe it's just like
ทำงาน
I've hit
อยู่
the time
Oh my god
where just gray wouldn't work. It's just a bit unfortunate. I've always thought it looked really cool.
You'll get there eventually, believe it or not.
By accident. It's a little bit of a different vibe.
So, there's no karma here, but they'll just grab the Nico for lane dominance and a lot of engage. This gives Teddy a pretty flexible lane. Now, Namgung was arguably our weakest support. I don't think it's actually not even really arguable. I think it was.
I mean, it's definitely arguable. It's just very easily argued.
Yes. So we'll see how he is looking as well in terms of his current form as they'll look for the Jarvan now. And Rise plus Sivir is a lot of consistent damage and a lot of wave clear, so that deters that. I don't think Guma will be playing that pick here either. So two strong picks that also pair well with each other in terms of engage. Ezreal can get out of the Cataclysm. And it is a pick that Guma has shied away from a lot in the past, but Ezreal Bard can definitely go toe-to-toe with that Nico lane.
Cassiopeia just snap locked in here by Loki. Looking forward to seeing how that one's going to go. It was always a matchup that people liked into the Rise. Although, didn't see sort of, it wasn't a counter pick necessarily. I feel like it didn't always win, but certainly does have some opportunities and does fit with this composition as well. A lot of AoE CC, hold them in position, throw them in the circle, and get that Pop Blossom to make stuff happen as well. Looking forward to seeing it, as the Bard and Ezreal is an extraordinarily strong lane, so we're going to have to find something real powerful here for Teddy, and maybe some bans could be thrown his way as well here for HLE.
Did enjoy the Ambassador jungle quite a bit, all the way back when he was playing in LCK Cup. He also really enjoyed the Aatrox jungle, but that has fallen off substantially. Still playable, I think, but definitely much weaker than he was when he was first buffed in the jungle. So that is a strong ban here for the Ambessa. Not a lot of engage here on the side of Hanwha Life Esports. They have set up for multiple different types of engage tools. As Caitlyn is going to hit the deck first, taking that one away from Teddy. Xin Zhao will be banned away from Kanavi. I think Corki is probably the one I'd take away here in this final spot for Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, don't allow for the same item spikes and things like that to be matched pretty comfortably.
Plus the Corki Nico lane does pretty well.
See what they actually do decide to get rid of, though. I think Misfortune is another option, although
แบกเกซันเต้ด้วยว่ะแสดงว่ามันไม่มีเวนในพูแล้วว่ะ
Really good in the lane and pairs incredibly well with all three of these picks that Hanwha have locked in. So it's a really good shout that you mentioned. With the aggressive engage tools they have, though, the Jhin also works really well and is a powerful lane tool. Isn't going to be the pick that I associate with Teddy in terms of late game carry, but they do have a lot of damage in Loki's Cassiopeia, so it feels very balanced here. But I'm a little bit surprised at this pick rather than the Corki or the Misfortune.
Yeah, I don't like Jhin. Just don't like it. I don't think it's very good. So I'm sad. That is very subjective, ladies and gentlemen. I do need to say that. I'm just a bit of a Jhin hater.
I think people are pretty aware.
Yeah.
You don't have to give the disclaimer.
Well, I mean, it's the beginning of a new season. I have to set the stage for how things are going to go. And, yeah, Jace, still a Jhin anti, as it turns out. Jace is going to be considered as well, and will be locked in.
When it's Zeus, it feels fairly blindable, but you are playing into a Jarvan. So that is always pretty scary, as he does not have really inherent escapes if he wants to be pressuring that lane.
This is a fragile draft.
Yeah, they need a strong frontline jungler, but Pantheon, I guess, will have to fit the bill. Now they have double globals in the Rise Pantheon to play through sides.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind casting just locking in a tank and just saying, we're going to team fight, and you guys don't do that all that well. Might be the option. Yorick is not team fighting. However, does do pretty well in the lane.
คือโปรของเกาหลีเขาไม่ชอบเล่นมอลไฟเว้ยเพราะว่าเลนมันไม่ค่อยดีแล้วก็มันมีหน้าที่ในการหม่งเล่นจังเกิลได้แต่แบบท็อปเลนไม่ค่อยมีเท่าไหร่
Yorick is also just like one more mini cataclysm on top of all these other engages.
Just
แล้วก็ถ้าเป็นมอลไฟบางทีมันอาจจะสลับเจสกับไลซ์ได้เพราะว่าไลซ์ก็เหมือนอยากไปอยู่บนด้วย
Really good that you can lock down one champion really well with those with linking those together. The problem is that your main champion want to lock down with that is just going to hop over with the arcane shift and not really care about it. But I mean, look. Pantheon also has a shield you can put up. You can survive long in that. It's really just about how many targets Namgung, Loki, Gideon can link together here to set this up.
Okay.
And whether or not the Cassiopeia gets to a late game stage where she is really pumping numbers, doing the damage, The reason I trust Hanwha Life Esports' draft is because of the nameplates.
Yeah.
It's Zeus on
Go
Jace,
Giga
even in a matchup that can be a little bit volatile, especially with a Jarvan on the other side that can punish you super hard. We know this guy knows how to walk the tightrope. We know he knows how to put the pressure on and team fight incredibly well with Jace. And when you put Rise in the hands
แฟน
of
ฮาวาไล
our
คือ
best
ผู้หญิง
mid
เย
leaders
อะ
in
มาก
Zeka,
ที่ไม่รู้ว่าเป็นคือเป็นแฟน
it
กู
feels
มา
like
ยู
a
ชิแบบ
surefire win. Here, a lot of
หรือ
question
เปล่านะ
marks
คือ
on
แบบ
how the
เยอะ
engage
มาก
is
อะ
going
ที่
to
ที่
work.
สนาม
With
อะ
Namgung being their
คือ
weakest player, he has
สนามมัน
big
มี
shoes
แบบ
to
ประมาณ
fill here.
4แถวใช่ป่ะคือตรงกลางจะมี2ไม่เป็นแบบฮาวาไลเกือบหมดเลย
The game plan is looking like here for Hanjin Breon. It's just whether or not those ducks, as we were talking about, are actually going to get into a row. As let's get onto the rift for game number 1. Well, I think I know who won the fan chance, as Hanjin Breon need to raise their voices in game number 2. However, we need to get through game number 1 first in order to make that one happen. Welcome, guys. Here we are, finally back.
It's been a while.
It certainly has.
I mean, even though
โบที่อันดับดีกว่า
we had,
เดี๋ยวมาชื่อมัน
you know,
เกิดจาก
first hand's relatively short. It feels like we still had
ตัวอักษรเป็นตัว B มันเลยเป็นอันดับสูงกว่า
and
เฉ
then
ย
even then we had a little break
ไม่ได้ลง
before
ไม่ได้นับ
going to
คะแนน
Hong
นั้น
Kong, and unfortunately not all of us were able to be in Hong Kong, so it feels like it's been even longer.
โอเค
Well, finally we're here, and we've got a laning phase that has begun. Already a little bit of biffo
จบ
between
ทางทั้ง
Loki
คู่
and
นะ
Zeka,
ป่า
but I don't think we're going to be too worried about anything occurring
Loki
too
did.
early on, as just Twin Fang won't be quite enough to get the Cassiopeia
ไอ้
into
ท่า
good
อี
position.
ของไลฟ์นี่
Zeka
มัน
already
แรง
drinking
เว้ย
some potions though,
แบบ
as is Loki, so we'll just
แล้ว
see
มัน
who's
โดน
going to be able
แบบ
to
ชัวร์ๆด้วย
grab
ไง
control of this lane.
แล้วมันใช้
So
ได้
far,
บ่อย
it
เว้ย
looks like the
ดี
snake
กว่า
is doing
W
pretty well. Obviously, what we really want to be looking at is the bottom lane, but we're going to check out Zeus here
อุ้ยกด
versus
ดันหนัก
Casting.
มากแต่ว่าเป็นเฟดลัช
Starting
มา
off having a little bit of trouble. Zeus utilizing that range advantage very, very well. And I mean, it's his Jace. He's
Bong.
just really good
Bong.
playing this champion.
ก็ต้องตีเอามาห
He
น้าครับ
speaks Korean well.
ก็ยังไม่มีนี่มาหน้า
It's kind of the
อ๋อจะมีแล้วมีแล้วเมื่อกี้อัพ
It's
W
level
มา
2. The Yorick with some jungle assistance can turn this match around, but it will be required, especially early on, as finally do get a look in on this lane. And it's the range supports to really dictate a lot of the pace of this lane and how many of those Qs Gumayushi can weave through. They will get the push through here. And Casting is just going to be eating some shock blasts for dinner.
Yeah, he really is. And I think for quite some time here in this lane. Obviously, there are some opportunities
มี
here.
โดนแต่โอ้
You need to hit as many morning mists as you possibly can. The more of them you hit, the more likely you are to win the lane. As all right, Namgung does manage to at least land a bit of damage towards Delight, who doesn't hit the Cosmic Binding.
Yeah, Delight walking on that ward, just making it fairly easy to follow up there for Namgung, and
แต่ว่าเวฟดีนะครับแคสติ้ง16
Loki
ไม่ได้แย่เท่าไหร่อะเลือดก็ยังโอเคเลือด
in
ขึ้น
this
หลอด
early laning phase.
ยังไม่ได้กินขวด
For
กับ
those who did not watch
Biscuit
LCK Cup, you know, Romer was not able to say the same in a lot of his early matchups.
Yeah, struggling a little
Jess
bit,
บาป
you
ไหม
could say, which is largely why we're seeing Loki here in the mid lane to start us
ถ้า
off.
เจสไปเจอมอลไฟก็ถือว่าเจสไม่
And
บาป
so far, like
เพราะ
you
มอล
say,
ไฟชนะ
actually standing his ground. We'll just have to see how things go as the game continues, right? Because that's where experience really does start to
ถ่ายได้มันขึ้นอยู่กับตัวท็อปเลนอีกฝั่งหนึ่งว่าเป็นตัวอะไร
It's just when you have to coordinate later on, get those macro decisions working, that's when things are going to change. As Loki does take a little bit of a cue here, but otherwise isn't going to be too
Hawalai
worried.
นี่เหมือน
And
จะ
one kill ahead in CS, just
เขาเรียกว่าไง
a
อ่ะ
little
เหมือน
One thing I noticed, because now that I'm a father, I wake up super early in the
เหมือน
morning.
ไม่ชอบบาท
and I watch
ก็
a
เลย
little
แบบ
bit more LCS.
จะเอาบาทมาเล่น
Actually,
แทนอะไร
still
เงี้ยหรอ
on early in the
จะได้ไม่ต้อง
morning
แบน
here, so
นะ
you're going to see a commitment of
เหมือน
the
เด
coach
ไลท์ก็
from
ต้องมาเล่น
Zeka.
บาท
Yeah.
Is that the LCS team fighting is often very, I want to say scripted in the sense that it's often shot called by the players step by step before the fight happens, and I think this draft really suits that style.
แต่เข้าใจ
right?
ได้
You
ว่า
have
แบ
the
บมัน
Cataclysm, you have the
ถ้าเป็นบาทอย่างเงี้ยเป็นจะเป็นซัพพอร์ตที่ออกจาก
ultimate that you can layer on top.
คา
You
ตาลิ
have
ซึมได้
the
คือ
Nico
คือ
ultimate,
ออกจาก
so
การ
they're
ตี
able to
J4 ได้
communicate and set up these fights in a very
แล้ว
obvious
ก็
way,
แบบ
right? Like with this
ถ้า
comp,
เกิด
it's
ไปอยู่กับ
pretty
ADC
simple
ก็
how to fight.
พาออก
They
ได้
can
หรือว่าถ้าเกิดไม่อยู่เคลือบให้ ADC รอดได้อะไรอย่างเงี้ย
Exactly right. Teddy
สวย
taking
มาก
a
นะ
lot
เด
of
ไลท์
damage.
แต่
He'll
เท็ดดี้
gonna
ตัว
come
บังอยู่
out, and he
แฟนออก
does
มา
have to
ล็อก
flash
ขา
to get himself out of the way. Deadly Flourish is decent to offer a bit
ไม่
of
ตาย
damage back
แต่
for
ว่า
HLE. They got
เสียหาย
exactly
หนัก
what they wanted. However, they
และ
did
แต่ว่า
invest
เห็น
every
แพทริออนข้างบน
flash
แบบ
in
เป็น
this
ความโชค
lane,
ดี
and it's only Guma's
อยู่เวฟ
barrier
ปะ
that is left up and
อยู่
available.
ต่อนี่ไง
Teddy
เนี่ย
can
อยู่
fit
ต่อ
his
เท็ดดี้
way.
เห็น
Looks like he'll miss one,
เห็น
miss
เคนนาวี
two.
อยู่ข้างบนครับด้วยวาด
Managed to at
อัน
least
นั้น
get the
เนี่ย
experience for
ถ้า
all
ไม่
of
มี
this.
วาด
That is
ข้าง
the
บน
main
อ่ะ
thing, as
เท็ดดี้
Namgung
ต้องกลับ
does manage to collect that last minion, but it looks like HLE will still have the push here. We'll be able to get the crash
แต่
and
ฮา
get
วาไลก็
themselves a little
ไม่
bit of a better back.
ไม่ได้กลับ
Teddy
อี
is
กเวฟ
going
หนึง
to read for this wave it
รอบ
looks
นี้ก็
like
น่าจะกลับละ
and it is really I mean you kind of
ถ้าไม่มีหวาดพุ่งแรปเตอร์เมื่อกี้ที่ว่าเท็ดดี้ต้องเสียเวฟเยอะเลย
that he feels like he could pull
ก
this
ลายเป็นหวา
off
ดที่
even
แบบ
goes for the
โคตรดี
interrupt is unable to hit it sadly for him and we'll clear that was pretty massive that he was able to get all of those minions there because if he had to back if you know Kanavi was down there threatening him and he had to give that up it would have been a huge win
เพราะว่าหวาดในพุ่ม
in the end of the day it's still a pretty
พุ่ม
big
สามเหลี่ยม
one
อะไรคือไม่มีเลยคือมันไม่เห็นอะไรเลยเว้ย
Does go back
คือไม่รู้ว่าแพทยอนจะมาเมื่อไหร่
obviously not as crazy as it used to be but will be a decent first buy as he makes his way back towards the lane. Is casting back up here once more with his teleport. Zayas previously teleporting as well. See whether the Yorick is going to be able to get some control. Does have those steel caps which will be helping a lot in this lane.
It's going to be pretty huge. Do have Gideon in the area as Zayas.
Yeah.
It's going to be introduced to the maiden.
Oh my god โดนขังว่ะ
Zayas down to about 50%. The maiden is continuing to be frustrating. Let's see whether that 50 gold will go over to Zayas. It looks like he really wants it. It looks like the maiden will vacate the area. As the wave is going to crash on forward. And down to 120. Be careful.
We're going to have a bit of a scuffle here. 3v3 in the jungle.
เรียมวอล์กมาไหมมาว่ะแล้วโดนตัน2ตรงนี้ได้เหมือนกันนะเท็ดดี้ตายไปก่อน
Gideon also in a bit of trouble as HLE they regroup
ไม่มีแฟลชไงเท็ดดี้
will be pushing further forward. This crab still under control of the bros, but I don't think Gideon's going to be able to land a smite. And it will be HLE that locks that one down. And now 1,000 gold in the lead here in this early game.
Without some key ultimates here for Bro, I don't think this is really going to be ever really a favorable fight for them in this scenario with the Pantheon on the other side. And they just kind of ended up being a sitting duck there. That's first blood going over to Hanwha Life Esports as well as full vision and scuttle control here on the bottom side river. Watch how this breaks out because they have the faster rotation in, but they're not able to find a target, right? And then Teddy's just left on the opposite side of this fight, gets collapsed on by Kanavi, and it's just a free cleanup. And after that, there's just not enough damage here, even with Loki coming down with the health advantage. So that is quite simple. Hanwha Life Esports guys saying thank you for the freebie on this one.
Yeah, just a little bit unfortunate. Great
wow.
Here from Delight, but not quite there, especially with Gumiushi only sitting on level 5 at the minute.
แพทนี้เชื่อว่าน่ารีเวิร์กแล้วแต่ว่ายังโกลบอลแบนอยู่ยังเล่นไม่ได้
That could be worrying. We mentioned already the nameplates are what's going to be carrying this one for HLE in a lot of regards. I think now it is time to talk about the fact that if HLE do get an advantage with this composition,
it's impressive.
It rolls over you very, very quickly.
It really does because Cassiopeia is so fragile in the side lane and isn't going to be able to
คือกลายเป็นว่า
compete
เดิ
with
ร์
the
ทของ
Pantheon
ซุด
that's
ไม่ได้มีประโยชน์เลย
ulting,
เพราะว่ามัน
the
เจอ
potential
รอง
that
เท้า
you
เพจ
have and the objective set. The fact that they have dragon control early is not a dragon yet, but
แต่ก็ต้อง
likely
ขึ้น
lead
โย
to
ม
one,
มู
which
ชิ้น
is
แรก
also problematic here. Keep looking in at this bottom
เจส
lane
มันขึ้นรอง
where
เท้าก่อนมัน
Teddy
ไม่
and
เก่งอยู่
Nambu
ดี
are holding their own.
Yeah, Teddy going to go
เซต
gold
อัพ
here.
ให้
does
เค
come
นา
on
วี
in.
ลง
True shot barrage
เคนาวี
laid
บอกกูยังไม่
nicely
ถึงเลย
by
เพื่อน
Gumiushi, does not land the mystic shot and the damage off it back is decent here as the curtains have been called. Magical Journey does get HLE's
เปิด
bottom
ประตู
lane
อ
is
อกมา
out
แบ
of
บ
there.
ชิว
But
ๆเคนาวีไม่ถึง
still
เมื่อกี้
Teddy not going to take this one lying down.
Namgung chugged through potions or his refillable potion
คือ
and is healthy enough here. I don't think
แผ
we'll
น
see
การดี
any
แหละ
follow up to this. Kind of a tempoed fate, so to speak, there from
I
Delight
like that.
to get lane control. They're going to get this
มา
plate.
วาไลซ์ตรงนี้เท็ดดี้มันจะโดน
Kanavi is in the area with
โดนละ
ultimate.
Yeah, Zeka comes down as well. Okay, good night, Teddy.
I think Gideon needed to be a little bit closer for the cover
Teddy
there,
บอก
but even still, it would have been tricky to defend.
เล่น
And
ไง
they're
วัน
just
นี้
going to
เพื่อน
let Loki push mid for the punish, but Zeka didn't even have Realm Warp, and they still got out-rotated and collapsed on there. The tempo from the Tempered Fate gave them the health advantage to set that dive up, and what Hanjin will get in return is just a plate here
ซับมัน
in
เป็
the
นมิ
mid
โกะ
lane.
แบบแล้วเจอแบบ
just
มหันต
knocking
ภัย
down
ร้าย
some
แบบ
Chris
มา
Lano
ขนาดนี้
fruit. That's kind
ไม่
of
ไหวแล้ว
all they were able to do. Gumiushi is completely out of blue stuff as he will take a little bit of damage from that blooming burst.
ตั้
But
งแต่
now
จิน
looking
ไม่
for a
มีแฟต
reset.
ก็
And HLE not going to get punished for
โดนยับ
that
เลย
overload of the bottom side of the map. We'll just continue to create advantages here in this game. 1.5k going to be that advantage, and I expect that that will continue to rise.
And it has just
no
been,
pun intended.
you know, tempered. Like, our expectations for Hanwha Life Esports were...
You've really got to like settle on tempered or tempo.
I know.
Well, like...
Well, hold on. I'm just going to let the tempo of this game go forward here as Gideon looks for the angle.
The flash does come out there as the pop
ได้บาทแต่ว่าโลกิตีไม่ค่อยได้ว่ะโลกิเข้าไปไม่ได้เรียบร้อยกิเดียนตายเมอร์ชิมาว่ะหุ้นนี่เมอร์ชิ1-3เมอร์ชิแฟดออกเอาโลกิก่อนโลกิได้ข้ามกันแต่ว่าแม่งไม่ไหวเว้ย
sure Zeka will be able to finish him off, and Teddy now might be in trouble as him and Nungung just going to have to get out of there. And HLE going to take even more names, but at least the bros
และ
are
โล
on
กิ
the
ไม่ได้
board.
ฆ่าเป็นจิน
He's like, I
ฆ่า
can't
ด้ว
really
ย
kite away. I'll just let the dragon kind of help me get out of here. Wakes the dragon up and bounces his way out as once again,
เมื่อกี้เซกาตัด
just
เบียด
have the better setup here and the better scrapping team fight composition early on. As we're once again going to see the donut connect.
Yeah, we're just, you know, we have to check in the top lane at some point, right?
Legally obligated.
Yeah, the 1v1 is continuing, ladies and gentlemen, but just not a whole lot to report. As we can see, though, everything very even up there, so that's kudos to casting, in my opinion, just because Zeus is so good. Let's have a look at this replay, though.
And Loki is in position to collapse through here, but the light flashes away, so he doesn't have an angle just yet. And so, unfortunately, this ends up being a bit of an overextension from
คือ
Gideon.
ถ้าจะไปทำดาเมจใส่เคนนาวีก็คือเจอเซกา
massive
ผมยับอะ
way. As you can see here, the Tempered Fate is going to buy a ton of time, though. Delight really plays this well. Loki gets isolated on the bottom side. They still end up winning the fight, but it was a lot closer. I think Hanwha Life Esports were bargaining for. And if it were a closer game state, maybe that play from Guma could have backfired in a huge, real, permanent way.
Yeah. Teddy was reloading in the most awkward timing as well during that. As True Shot Barrage is going to spot the bros are doing this. Dragon, they're going to be trading that one for these grubs, though, as Kanavi up there will be taking those down. Grubs can be important.
ได้มังกรปลอบใจไปครับโบรส่วนทำอะไรก็ได้
Good read from Gideon
กลับ
to go
แบบ
straight to the
3 ตัว
dragon.
เล
So
ย
even though they
ไม่
lose the
3
dragon
แค่
fight,
2 ปะแล้วลงมาตรงนี้โดนแล้วแคสติ้ง
Yeah, he does throw down the Gully Wall, but I don't think HLE are too worried about it, as even the Maiden will be falling. Kanavi very happily tanks up the turret, and that is about as textbook as you get as far as a dive in the top lane is concerned.
They got the dragon, but they are so significantly down on gold. You mentioned what this composition could do from ahead, and it is very much ahead right now. Even with Loki getting so much alone time hitting these plates, he'll pick up a second one here. He's still 500 gold behind Zeka in this mid lane. Drops down to 420.
ไม่มีเลยว่ะ
That plate does
ตอนแรก
go
ชอบ
over, but
คีน
I mean, there's just not a whole lot in this
ชอบ
composition
แต่
for
ว่า
when it falls
พอไป
behind. Not just because of how oppressive Hanwha's comp is with double global, but we're talking about Jin, right? It's not going to be able to carry too well. A Cassiopeia who might never come online, and a Yorick who's not really interested in team fighting in general.
วินก็
he just wants to be in a side lane, and now he doesn't want to be in a side lane.
ก็ยังไม่ตรา
because
ตึง
side lanes
มาก
are
อ่ะ
scary.
มันมีก็มีบางตา
Even though he has
ตึง
a
เนี่ย
turret, yeah, exactly. He's still going to die, and he doesn't have a turret, and so
ใช่ปัจจุบัน
therefore
ยั
it's
งไม่
going to
มี
be
ว่ะ
even
ยังนึกไม่
easier.
ออก
And
คื
this
อ
is
เท่า
the
เท่ากันหมด
ridiculous
เลย
thing, right? About having globals on your side, right? There's none on the bros, and there is Grand Starfall and the Realm Warp, and so HLE, they have full control of this game,
น้อง
and it
โดไป
only
ไหน
gets easier when you
โด
can
รานจ
rotate
ริงๆแล้ว
as
อะ
quickly as they
คือ
can with those abilities.
พูดตามตรงนะ มันเหมือนไม่ได้ดูมานานแล้วจนลืมไปแล้วว่า
Going to be a little bit of damage.
เป็นยังไงเลนเป็นยังไงลืมหมดแล้ว
Essentially, now you have to, if you lose the Herald, you lose the game. Like you have to get back with Herald, because if you lose mid turret, they can do whatever they want. I mean, they will ult you with Kanavi.
เนี่ยอย่างซุดเนี่ยก็นึกไม่ออกเลยว่าล่าสุดเป็นไงจำได้ว่าล่าสุดคือจับแบบสู้ไม่ได้แล้วก็แตกพ่ายไปเลย
If they see anybody, they will just kill them, and they can start getting that oppressive vision set up
เอาจริง
here.
ถ้า
Even
ก่อนเนี่ย
without
ชอบ
Herald,
บุกเคน
Zeka's
เบด
now
นะเว้ย
whittling away at this turret. If the
ชอบ
Herald
ที่
goes
แก
down
เลือก
Hanwha
ตัว
Life
แบบเชน
Esports, I think you
อะไร
can
ไม่รู้
pretty
แก
much just kiss this
แก
game
ก็แบบว่า
goodbye if you're
มร
Hanjin.
สัพพะวะโตละโต
I'm a
ส
little
มัส
bit
มุร
worried
สัตแล้ว
about
แกก็แบบ
it.
ไป
Those
ช่วย
three
เพื่อน
grubs working out here for HLE as well. So that plate does go over to Zeka. So as you can see here, pretty linear as far as this
คือ
gold
เลน
grab
บางที
is
แบบเล่นเครด
concerned. So
เล่น
game one
เช
well
นอะไร
truly
อย่าง
in
เงี้ย
control by HLE.
ถึงแม้ว่ามันจะไม่ได้ดีมากแต่ว่า
Bros,
มันก็
gonna need a
ช
bit
นะ
of
อะไร
a
เงี้ย
miracle as we crest this mid game.
แถมโซโล่คิวโชวี่ต่างหาก
Ghostblade on
แฟด
Teddy is
ข้าม
really
เอมิ
the
เลอร์
item
ดีวาย
spike
แล้ว
that
ก็
we're looking for.
I'm not looking at items.
พุ่งเข้าไป
I'm just
ฆ่าเลย
looking at our buttons.
I mean, it's hard to look at items when you're looking at the bros.
ท่านโดไม่เคยอยู่ใจพี่ชายคือท่านโดแกตอนโหดๆพี่ก็เอาเขาหนักเหมือนกันที่แบบพี่เชื่อโดราโคตรโหดเลยตอนแบบเล่นคามิเวเตะอัตาคารอะแต่แม่งโคตรนานเลยจำได้ไหมคามิเวเตะอัตาคารอะเอาง่ายว่ามันแบบไม่รู้นานมากอะแต่จำได้ว่าเจอ KT แล้วเคิร์สตายอยู่
Because I think that's realistically how you get back in this game now.
Oh, well, Zeka is just going to walk towards Loki. There is
โดน
the
แล้ว
Grand
ว่า
Starfall
คือ
as
โดน
well.
เค
And
เน
the
วีเล่นละ
Cassiopeia is dead, ladies and gentlemen. True Shot Barrage was unnecessary, but kind of good as a bit of a cheerleading action. As Teddy, decent sidestep there on a couple of abilities as Namgung turns up as well. And Cosmic Binding not quite doing too much.
เจดยิงโคตร
As
แร
of
ง
course, they're not actually there. It was Zeus that had turned up. And Delight still off to the side. And Gumayushi just looking to take some pot shots.
ก็ระเบิดไปนะครับบูโรเพราะว่าแบบพยายามจะเล่นไซด์ล่างแล้วไม่เกิดผลเท่าไหร่ตัดภาพไปจริงถ้าไปเลนบนให้เลนบนมันรวยๆไม่แน่อาจจะเป็นปัญหาให้เอาอะไรได้คือยอริกมันต้องการป้อมต้องการแบบต้องการเออร์ลี่แบบได้ของเร็วๆอย่างเงี้ยไม่มีใครสู้ได้เลยเว้ยเพราะว่าตัวมันถ้ามันมีของใช่ป่ะคูลดาวน์มันจะไวมันสามารถที่จะใช้ท่าคิวดูดเลือดแบบได้เลือดมาเรื่อยๆสู้ได้สู้สองได้แต่ถ้าเกิดเป็นโยลิกจนๆก็คือเนี่ยดันมาถึงป้อมก็ต้องไปแล้วไม่ได้เฮ้ยแต่ว่าได้เปิดเฮโร่อยู่น่าจะได้เฮโร่อะไรได้อยู่นะเทมเพลตไม่โดนใครครับเจไล2 ชิ้นแล้วอ่ะเจดคือมานามูเน่ยัง
Maybe there's still a
chance.
6,000 gold lead at 16 minutes. Oh man, it's a tough sell.
คืออีก100นึงอ่ะแต่ว่าได้มาแล้วไง
Going to soften up Teddy here as well. And yeah, the Bros, I would say, are on the ropes. Maybe that's what they're used to, right?
อันนี้เป็นเก็บคะแนนแล้วครับเป็นเหมือนถ้าใครสงสัยมันเหมือนคล้ายๆพรีเมียร์ลีกอะไรเงี้ยพรีเมียร์ลีกเลยก็ได้แล้วก็อันดับ1พรีเมียร์ลีกจะอันดับ1-4ไปยูฟ่าใช่ป่ะอันนี้ก็จะแบบ1-6ก็จะไปโรทูMSI อันดับต้นๆก็จะได้ไปอยู่ในตำแหน่งที่ดีกว่าคนอื่นเขาอะไรอย่างงี้
Yeah, he's everywhere.
He's so impressive.
But he has played
ก็
well
แพ้ชนะกันได้แต่ว่าถ้าชนะเก็บคะแนนได้ก็จะ
something that feels like a big positive
มีโอกาสได้ไป MSI สูงแล้วก็อันดับ1ก็จะได้ไป EWC ซึ่งก็ยังไม่สงบเท่าไหร่ที่ตะวันออกกลางก็ไม่รู้ว่าได้ไปแล้วจะได้จะดีใจหรือว่าจะอย่างไรดี
When you feel like you're not getting much with Herald, but at least you got some gold in the coffers, you're like, mid is kind of out of the question. We're kind of trying to defend our mid inner right now, but maybe we can get some money somewhere.
Yeah, getting a few
โยลิก
plates
ต่อให้ชนะเลนเวลาแต่เวลาโดนบังคับให้ทีมไฟก็ลำบากอยู่ดีมันเป็นตัวไซเลนมันเป็นตัวแบบไซเลนเก่งครับต้องเข้าใจตรงนี้เนี่ยมันคือเลยแบบถ้าสมมติว่าเลือกโยลิกมามันควรจะเลนล่างมันควรจะแข่งแล้วก็ยืนได้ตัวเองได้คือควรจะ 2-3 ได้เลนล่างแล้วก็ป่าก็ไปช่วยบนช่วยกลางรัวๆอะไรเงี้ยแล้วพอบนมันชนะอย่างเงี้ยอัพเดททีไซด์บนคือมันได้หมดอ่ะแล้วก็ดันบนยาว
ๆBut as it turns out, Zeus is a different player when it comes to Jace performance and is able to play like. I feel like Jace was never like prior to like the Zeus era. Like Jace was never really much of like a 1-3-1 style champion, but Zeus just finds ways to make it work and is currently taking an inner turret and no one is able to respond. Loki is up here towards the top side, so might be able to make it a trade, but a trade of an outer turret in top lane as the first turret for the Bros is not exactly worth it if the inner does fall down. Thankfully, it is defended, but I mean, it's on its last legs.
The Jace got it done alone, as now Loki's not even going to get this for free.
ไม่ไปครับ
maybe he will. Kanavi actually in fact, uses his ultimate, so he gets even more value out of it, so small win there.
Yep.
But like, the Jace was wailing on this turret by himself, whereas the top turret had been hit by a Herald, and Loki's barely able to get it and get away. Does not have to flash, and Kanavi's ultimate is now down, so some small victories here, but this whole game has felt like Hanwha got big things, but don't worry, Loki's farming
เอาจริงด้วยว่าเกมนี้แผนมันเสียแล้วเสียตอนที่แบบเดลไลท์เขาไปแฟดเปิดล่างคือมันทำให้เลนล่างอ่ะมันเสียเปรียบเจโฟเลยต้องมาช่วยล่างไม่หยุดอ่ะจริงแล้วเจโฟแผนคือต้องมาช่วยบนเพราะว่ามันเป็นเจอ่ะคืออ่ะไปสักรอบหนึ่งทำให้เจเสียแฟดแล้วกลับมาอีกรอบปุ๊บก็คือสตันโดนก็คือตายเลยก็คือโยนอีโดนอีโยลิกแล้วก็โดนโกงก็เรียบร้อยเลยแต่พอมันแบบเลนล่างมันระเบิดมันเลยแบบลำบาก
Well, Deadly Flourish is just going to be
avoided. Oh my god! สุดโชว์ไซส์สเต็ปหลบทุกสิ่ง
didn't overstep, he fast stepped.
แต่ว่ามันด้วยความที่กดยมแล้วก็เปลี่ยน
like step over.
อาวุธด้วยแม่งก็เลยมูเมนต์สปีด
It's
ไว้
the walking strategy we talk about often, but it's the walking fast strategy.
Yeah, and he does have phase rush as well.
Yeah, he's got phase rush and Ghost Blade.
Just needed to Ghost Blade. Also does have Swifties.
โอ้โหเราจะ
That
ขึ้นเป็น
feels pretty good. The
ซิ
guy
ลิ
is
ด้าแล้ว
booking.
อ่ะ
There is also a
สุดแม่ง
Cloud
รวย
Soul
มาก
in this game.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic
มันควรจะเป็นภาพกลับกันไหมคนเป็นโยลิกที่แบบ
Doesn't
รวย
have
แบบ
any Cloud
Jace แล้วก็
dragons yet, but he likely will get one very soon.
ฝั่งนู้นเริ่ม
He
มีปัญ
seems
หา
really
อะไร
hell
เงี้ย
bent on getting that bottom turret, and he's heading straight down to the bottom lane to try to get it again. I just don't think they can punish him. And now these global ultimates are coming online here pretty soon.
ใครมาแทนรูเลอร์ครับ
Kanavis will be up way before this dragon, but he may even try to use it to get a pick here in the jungle before that
น่าจะ
happens.
เคลียร์กันได้แหละมั้ง
Baron has
พี่
also
ว่า
spawned. Don't quite have enough damage on Hanwha Life Esports' comp to take that one down this early, but can start to threaten a vision game around it as Hanwha do also finally secure that bottom turret.
Oh, Zeka might be in a little bit of trouble here as the miasma does go down.
โอ้ย
The
ตี
Bros
ไม่โดน
trying to collapse to get on top of this
ขังไว้
rise.
เซกา
He's
มี
put
แฟลช
into
อยู่ชิล
Cataclysm, forced to flash as the Grand Starfall does come on through. That is going to buy the space to allow Zeka to escape. But once again, that ultimate is on cooldown. HLE just going to utilize that though to take this inner turret with absolutely zero
Crazy,
man.
Bros. That second gets out there. The petrifying gaze completely missed. If I'm not mistaken, he just completely whiffed it. And Zeka's like, cool, I'm out of here.
Well, the Realm Warp, he is definitely out of there.
And so they get away completely without any real cost. I mean, sure, Zeka's down his flash, but 7,000 gold ahead. He's ready to get in their faces and kill them. I don't think he's really going to be threatened unless he's in a side like that. And even when they found him in a side like that, he still gets away.
เงินน้ำ6,700 อ่ะ
And
21
that's
นา
a bit
ที
of a yikes for Bro, because that was a cool opportunity that just really shouldn't have even necessarily happened. They were trying to capitalize on a rise out of position and couldn't even get that.
Yeah. All right, well, the Bros doing their very best to try and find some sort of positive here in this game and really struggling to do so. We're moving up towards a 7,000 gold advantage.
Loki, he's about to get one more level.
Hey, true.
One full XP bar.
And he did quite recently transform his Seraph. So he does have that 2-item spike that is almost actually the full 2 items. Which is very, very cool. Unfortunately for him, Zeka does already have those items as well and is almost actualizing, which is scary to say the least.
Yeah.
And it feels like HLE just kind of everywhere on the map. Right now it is a dragon being taken here by HLE. Level 16 for Zeus is very scary, and Kanavi will be locking that one down. So, Cloud number 1 going their way. Thankfully for the Bros, they did manage to take Drake number 1, and so therefore the Soul is a little further than it otherwise would be. Next one going to be Soul Point here for HLE if they are able to lock down the next Drake. But I'm just a little bit worried because the insurance policy just isn't quite there. You know, you were talking about it already, like Teddy known as being that fountain laser, you know, the guy that had the most CS that any man has ever put together in a single game ever.
Imagine if the fountain laser could only like zap for 4 intervals and then had to reload.
Yeah, I didn't see that in the patch notes, but we do have another Tempered Fate coming on through. Decent double knock up there as Namgung looks for the pop-offs, but only lands it onto 2, and the damage is just gigantic here from HLE. It is still Loki able to get something done to Azez. He's able to finish off this Nico. The curtains have been called, but for whom is
มันมาแล้วเจส
Azez not going to get poisoned this time around. The miasma goes down, but there's not really too much here. And
ไปเอาเท็ดดี้
Teddy, and he'll be able to do it. He might pay for it with his life.
แต่ว่าตาย
Is at least able to take down his opposite number, but not before he just eradicates almost the
เหมือนจะ
entirety
พุ่ง
of the
ไปเอา
Bros.
โล
This is
กิ
once again
แคส
Bro
ซิลเปีย
trying
แต่
to
ว่า
set up their ultimates, trying to look
ไม่
for
เอา
a
แฟร์ไปเอา
scrap
เท็
here,
ด
but
ดี้
they
แท
are
น
just simply too far behind. Watch how this starts, because Gideon looks, air quotes like he's caught here, but he actually instantly engages, and Loki's in position to follow up. So initially, this looks like, okay, there's kind of something in this for Bro if this is a closer game stage. And then Teddy is just trying to help peel for his teammates getting out after they realize, okay, there just really isn't anything here. Looks for the curtain call to help get his teammates out. Doesn't hit this one onto Zeus, and then Zeus is like, all right, with Realm Warp coming, this is going to be a easy cleanup. Goes forward onto Teddy, takes him out here, and the rest of his teammates collapse in. And even though he eventually dies slowly and painfully there, the damage had already been done.
Yeah, and he almost avoided the damage from that petrifying gaze as
แล้ว
well.
ไม่จะให้
If
สุ
he
ดยัง
had
วิน
been
นี่
able to move that
มัน
little
เจอ
bit
โบรไง
further north, then it could have been even worse for the Bros. They wouldn't have even been able to take him down. and it would have just been a disaster. It's still a disaster, but it could have been worse, and that is almost worse to say. 9,000 gold is the lead we're approaching here for HLE as we crest the 24-minute mark.
Amgung is just trying to activate the Merc Tread shield. He's like, all right, well, I got something.
Yeah, there you go.
It's on cooldown.
That's what we're going to have to be looking for here in this particular game. The very, Loki's got some extra mana. Hey, there you go. Sapphire Crystal. Very cool. I wonder if it's a real one.
It's rare to see that item, you know, in an inventory on a graphic.
How expensive are sapphires? I don't know. Oftentimes it's like it's diamonds or bust, isn't it? The other ones are all like not crazy. I don't really know.
แต่ว่าก็ยังที่ว่าเอาอะไรฟอร์มยัง
Baron is just down to 50% basically as they look at it. It is just gone. There is nothing that the pros can do about it. And now HLE is going to look to utilize it to push down more of these turrets. Nanggung is out of there.
25 นาทีคือฝั่งนึงไม่ไหว
There is Gideon going in. Looks for Zeus, who does take a fair bit of damage. The Ghoulie Wall not doing too much of anything at all as the Aegis going to be keeping Kanavi alive. Zeus looking a little worse for wear though, as now the Pop Blossom comes in. It lands only on the Zeka, and it looks like he didn't even really notice. He just takes down Nanggung. Now Delight is going forward, but is going to have to back away. The Grand Starfall goes in. The Ghoulie Wall is down. And can they get rid of Kanavi? That's the question. The answer is yes. As Loki's taken out as well.
กูไม่ฉีก Teddy
has the barrier though. That is going to keep him alive for the moment. Coming on forward there is good. Teddy gets his revenge. I just don't think it's going to be enough to be able to win them the game.
It might defend this Baron wave. There we go. That's step one. But man, that's the Kanavi I know. Zeus gets caught again. Here we go. The Yorick and the Jin synergy is not quite working.
เดี๋ยวนะเพราะว่าทีนิตี้กูเดา
Unfortunately just doesn't really do a whole lot of damage, so he is just going to have to get himself out of there, and it is a successful defense by the bros.
Yeah, it was Zeko got caught there, not Zeus, of course. I misspoke, but
ไม่ได้เป็นเพราะว่าเซราบเลยเพราะอะไรวะ
watch this. This is actually really cool how bro play this. If this is an even game state, I think they clean up on this. Like Gideon goes in initially. Obviously, this is a little bit silly, but it gets a lot of damage to Zeus done. So he doesn't have his Cataclysm anymore, but they can kite back because they have a Jin. And the way they slow play this is actually pretty beautiful. And the Hanwha Life Esports kind of end up getting caught one by one, like dismantled and picked apart as Delight also goes in, eats a bunch of damage, and then this is the Kanavi moment where it's like, this is the Kanavi I know, just goes straight into the Yorick Ghoulie Wall, and he's so far ahead that he still gets the damage done. It's still worth it here, but a little bit messy, a little bit scrappy as Teddy just kind of breaks Kuma's ankles on this one. Not sure about this, but the game state is the way it is. You know,
I've had those Ezreal games, you know, where like, I just need to hit a Q and he's dead. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out.
Skuma's first death of the game.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, I mean, there's still 10,000 gold ahead. It doesn't matter at all. As Loki is up towards the top side of the map, just seeing whether he can get any sort of consolation prize, is going to be utilizing the Tempered Fate as an Ohm Wrecker for a moment. Bit of a shout out as doesn't really do too much. Still, Zeka is just splitting in this mid lane, able to take down this inhibitor at a whim if he would like to, and the rest
Loki's
of HLE.
Still farming.
Yeah, he is. And I mean, he might be able to get some bounty gold from that turret. It's just unfortunately going to be maybe in exchange
Hold the Nexus.
For the Nexus.
Hold the Nexus. Hold it a little bit longer. I'm going to get this money. I'm going to get you guys some cash.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe it's going to be Teddy to complete
an
Infinity Edge. Maybe he's going to be able to do it.
Lokiตีแตกไปเลย
Yeah, we need that money. We need that bounty money.
ต้องเบาตี้มา
Oh, we cancelled the back. Zeus is not going to be stopping this Cassiopeia from getting that bounty money. There it is.
Kuma's got
ได้
this
เบา
wave
ตี้ได้
under
เบาตี้
control.
วับเร็ววับเร็ว
My goodness. Okay,
เสียง
so
มังกร
Soul Point going to be picked up here by HLE.
แต่ว่าไม่น่าไหวแล้ว
We do have 2 inhibitors down on Hanjin Free on the side of the rift.
Overreact.
Okay.
Or say there's a chance or have any optimism.
Yeah, I probably
คนที่
wouldn't.
น่าสงสารที่สุดได้เป็นแคสติ้ง
It kind of feels
แบบ
like
เลือกมาแล้วแบบ
the game
ตัวมัน
is
จืดเลย
Wait, are you saying that you're
ไม่
not
งั้น
going
ต้อง
to
ช
do
นะ
those
ด้วย
things
ตัว
and
เอง
you're
ให้
just
ได้
going to
เลน
now
บน
transition into doing those things?
I'm just saying, like, the game feels like maybe Hanwha could mess this up. Like, if they really make 7 more mistakes in a row.
I was expecting you to say winnable, and I'm like, you know what? I don't agree.
No, losable. Like I'm not saying it's losable.
Okay. I see it.
If the game continues at this trend.
แล้วทำไมวันแรกไม่จับ T1 ไปเจอแบบแบบชิวๆหน่อยไปเจอ KT เลยวะ
losable on HLE.
We have
ใครแม่ง
seen
จัด
some
ตาราง
big
วะเนี่ย
throws this year already.
Losability has certainly been
กะแบบดีใจแม่งก็โหดหูเลย
that is very
มัน
very
สัปดาห์หน้าเจอ KT เจอฮาวาไลท์อ่ะ T1 แล้วสัปดาห์หน้าเจอ Gen G
That is not good odds.
ดูมันจัดเลย
All right, Grand Staffel is going to come on forward
มึง
here.
กะเอาซึมเศร้าอ่ะ
Inhibitor should be taken relatively quickly. Kanavi kept alive here by Delight. That was a cute little play there.
คือเหมือนแบบว่าอยู่ที่มุมแล้วก็มาทีละคนเลย
So he has an extra life. Anyway, as the curtains being called here by Teddy and Kanavi's like, well,
มันนิดเดียวจริงมันเอียงเท่าไหร่ได้ปะลุกขึ้นแป๊บนึงละเอียงแล้วทีเดียว
It is going to stop him from moving ever closer to the rest of his teammates.
น่าจะแบบว่าก็ขยับได้นิดนึงนะ
Will have to come
แบบ
down once
เหมือน
again.
นอนขยับ
Actually, now with a fully destroyed base of the Bros to play with, they're just looking for some Nexus turrets to finish off this
3 อิ
game.
นที
The
แต่
siege
30
is
นาทีแล้ว
actually
ยังไม่
quite
จบเลย
decent here from HLE as well, even though they don't necessarily have a
มัน
true
นำขนาด
frontline.
นี้
They
ไม่
do
ควร
have
จ
a
บ
lot
ได้
of
แล้ว
hope,
แบบ
especially with
ตั้งแต่
Zayas
28 แล้ว
and
อะไรเงี้ย
Gumayushi, so they can just keep firing things forward.
The
The
Super
Bros,
Minions.
they have to do something.
Super Minions are coming in, double here in the bottom lane, and once those start
และ
syncing
ไป
up,
รอ
Bros
บาลอนครับผ
cannot
ม
leave the base. Defending the
รีเซ็ตแล้วไป
base
เอาบาลอน
itself is a challenge.
Wait a second.
อ่า
I remember this.
Yeah, I mean Teddy, hey, you know, he's starting. I was gonna mention it.
ถ้าโบโฮไว้30 นาทีได้ยังไม่แพ้พี่ว่ามันถือว่าแบบเฮ้ย
Half
ไม่
the
ธรรม
time
ดา
he's
ละ
trying to kill these minions and he's reloading. He does have the IE though, like you say.
Actualizer is done for Loki. The problem for
Actually a chance?
the problem for Hanwha Life, which is not even a problem. Like what has caused this game to continue?
แทบ LCK กลับมาแล้วครับเปิด
has
เป็น
when
ได้
they
เปิด
haven't
เป็น
really
ซีซั่นแล้ว
fought
ใครที่
as a five-man unit
ไม่ได้ดูตอน
together.
ฉาก
They've
เปิด
been trying
LCK
to
ไปย้อนดูได้ครับ
force
บอกเลยว่าแม่ง
pieces.
จี๊ดจัดอะ
Goldgraph has stagnated.
จี๊ดใจเจ็บอะ
Dent, yeah.
There you go. It's still gigantic. However, as
เจ็บใจ
the
จี๊ด
game
อะ
goes, that 9,000 gold lead means less and less.
Yeah, when we get to 60 minutes in this game, we'll be like, oh, remember at 30 minutes when they had a huge lead?
Yeah,
That'll be what we're talking about.
That's exactly what we're going to be talking about, Wolf. We're not going to be talking about game 2. We're not going to be in a break. It's not going to be the space. No. It's 60 minutes, 30 minutes from now, 29 minutes from now. We're still going to be in
I look forward to the 60 minutes interview with Loki.
Exactly.
How
ต้อง
did
รีบ
you
แล้วครับ
do
ผม
it?
ต้องรีบ
What
จ
was
บ
the comeback angle? I heard you were farming for
Is
30
it
minutes.
anything to do with having cool hair? Did that help you? As the Grand Starfall comes on in, as Teddy will be able to hold Kanavi in position,
ไม่ค่อยสวยเท่าไหร่
as does
Kanavi
Loki with that
ตายไปแล้ว
miasma. And so Kanavi just going to have to walk away. Is going to be able to do so successfully, though, as the Tempered Fate is going to block a bullet
แต่ว่า
or
มี
two.
จี
I see the numbers on the screen. They say Hanwha is winning this game. I see the champions, and I'm a little bit less convinced. But the minions, I think, may just finish the job, Atlas.
Yeah, those teammates are the ones doing a whole bunch of work here. As Gideon going to have to get the heck out of dodge. Zeka now possibly in trouble.
สวย
But
มาก
Teddy,
Zeka
more of
ดู
it is he's just going to get executed here by the Rise. Kanavi dives forward once more, and he's still got that GA. He's going to utilize it as Namgung does go down. But now the Nexus is bare. And HLE will discontinue playing with their food
เข้าไป
and
หัวน้ำซุ
win
ป
game 1 of the first series of LCK 2026.
Very dominant early mid, and then they just took over the entire map. There were some aggressive angles that were.
โบ
I mean,
ก็ยัง
we
หา
talked
ชัยช
about
นะ
all the
ไม่
CC.
ได้อยู่
There's
ดี
so much CC.
แม่ง
There's so many ways
แม่ง
to
แบบ
pick off a single target who is ulting into a location where you know he's going to land.
โหดร้ายกับโบมากเลยว่ะ
So it looked kind of playable. It looked like, oh, maybe they could fight back, but obviously we
โล
knew
กมันโหดร้าย
that
กับโบ
once
เกิน
those
ไป
three inhibitors were down, there was literally no way for Hanwha to mess it up. And despite some heroics and some theatrics there at the end, the minions eventually started hitting the Nexus, so Hanwha couldn't have fun anymore.
Yeah.
And Hanjin do end up losing game 1. There were some moments in the late game for team fighting where I was like, what if Teddy was on a real carry? You know, there was some moments where I was like, what if Loki had agency in this game?
Yeah, as soon as Jin is locked in, I'm thinking about that every moment of the game. Thankfully, it's Fearless, baby. We're not going to see Jin ever again in this series. We might see it in the next one, but hopefully they were watching this one, and the telecom war is not tainted
On one
by
hand,
Jin.
Guma's really good at Jin. He can't play that for the rest of the series, so
There you go.
There's a small win.
That's something. Yeah, Hanjin and Brianna are going to need more than something in order to come back in this series. However, last time these two teams met, the Bros took a game. We'll have to see whether they can do that again, though, as we go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we get back, it is going to be game number 2, but before that, Space is going to break down that game number 1 and the return to form, maybe, of HLE. See you after.
โบรแพ้เพราะน้ำมันแพงที่ดูเขาคิวเขาไอ้ไหนมาที่ไหนมาพูดนะไปหยิบกุญแจรถวะพี่ตื่นเช้ามาตื่นเช้ามาแล้วมาตัดคลิปไงตัดไม่ค่อยเป็นหรอกก็ตัดแบบว่าเนี่ยตัดขำๆดูหยิบกุญแจรถแป๊บไม่มันกดเล่นไม่ได้วะมีขายปะเห็นมีโฟโต้แคปเจอร์อยู่นะเฮ้ยเฟรมโฟโต้แคปเจอร์เชี่ยเหมือนสัตว์โอเคออกเกมก่อนอ๋อคือเขาจะหัวโล้นหมดเลยพี่อ่านแชทอันนี้น้องมันทำให้เฮ้ยอย่างเหมือนนะเลยท่านี้เลยอ๋อแล้วนี่ไปสู้จอร์ซีน่าไปครับผมลุงจีครับผมเย้เกจีสปอร์เตอร์โยมาลา
Being sent out in the corner for something. Oh, compressed in the corner.
ผมว่านี่ไงจอร์ซีน่าเหรอเสมอเปล่ามึงเสมอเขาดูครับตรงนี้นับเรื่องหน่อยเจ๊โอ้โหเจ๊นับช้ามากเจ๊มึงจับไปเลยแล้ววินเนอร์คือ JJ Sported ของพวกมันแล้วตอนหลังมีจอดำมีหนึ่งด้วยมือใหม่หัดตัดคลิปเขาผมไม่เป็นไรอ่ะเดี๋ยวคือมันจบแบบว่าภาพมันตัดจบแต่ว่าไอ้ข้างบนไม่จบมีเศษอยู่นิดนึงถ้าลุงจีชวนเล่นไหมครับจะเล่นแน่นอนเล่นได้ครับผมสบายอยู่แล้วครับทำวันละคนได้คลิปไปลงเยอะเลยเนี่ยโอ้โหมันก็คือตัดมันก็หนุกๆเฉยๆแหละไม่ได้ตีอะไรแบบคือทำมาต่อยกันขำๆคอเย็นเวสเทิร์นมาเนียไม่ครับยุคกลางด้วยพี่ไอ้เชี่ยมันเป็นยุคที่พี่เคยบอกว่าน่าเล่นอยู่ไงแต่ว่าพี่จำได้มันมอดมันมีหลายตัวเลยไม่รู้ว่ามันชื่อว่าอะไรกันแน่รอบนี้ไป MSI ไม่ใช่ First Stand ทีวันนี่ชิลเลยใช่ไหมครับพี่ว่ามันยากขึ้นเยอะเลยนะเอาจริงเพราะว่ามันเอาง่ายคือถ้าทีวันไม่ที่1หรือที่2อะยากมากเลยอะมันจะยากขึ้นระดับหนึ่งเลยต้องไม่เกินที่3อะทีวันต้อง1 2 3แต่1เนี่ยพี่ให้เจนจีอยู่แล้วละเจนจีมันโหดเกินอะนอกจากรูเลอร์จะเจอสัมภากร ถ้ารูเลอร์เจอสัมภากรก็มีภาพอยู่แต่ว่าฮาวาไลท์เขาน่าจะแบบฟอร์มน่าจะกลับมาดีขึ้นแล้วก็มาดูอีกทีวันเสาร์เนี่ยครับวันเสาร์นี้สำคัญมากทีวันต้องชนะฮาวาไลท์ให้ได้เพราะว่ามันคือทีมท็อป3ไงถ้าชนะไม่ได้ก็จะกลายเป็นว่าทีวันก็จะต้องไปลุ้น4แทนอะไรเงี้ยแล้วเหนื่อยมากด้วยพี่ไม่รู้กันว่าทำไมฟอนต์ช่องเรามันแปลกๆมันเป็นทุกช่องปะแม้แต่ตัวพี่เองยังไม่รู้แล้วมันเป็นเพราะว่าอะไรเอาเป็นเพราะ7 TV เหรอที่ว่ามันเอาเวอร์อย่างเดียวก็พอแล้วพี่แบ่งคนอื่นบ้างอ๋อเป็นเพราะ April Fool Day เข้าใจละ
วันนี้พี่คิดว่า KT จะชนะ 2-0 หรือ 2-1 ครับ
สวิลล่าตบปากตัวเองอย่างนี้นะไม่อยู่ในสมการเลยทีวันต้องรีบชนะเยอะๆด้วย
You know, you might have seen we had Sunny there on the broadcast doing a little chin flick. Look at that. We got our own Wadid here, clean shaven, doing the move that Hanwha Life did to Hanjin Breon, just wicking them right off their face, as it was a very, very dominant Game 1 win for Hanwha Life Esports. Welcome back to the space, Digon, alongside Hawks and Wadid. And Wadid, the very first thing you said was, what did they do to get that type of a draft? Because this felt like there just weren't many options for Hanjin Breon.
I mean, we all know, I think the meta champion didn't really change yet. And I think after Azir and Orianna is gone, Ryze is most priority. And also, we all know Little Tempo, Ezreal, and Bard is really strong on the bot lane. And I think getting them, them having a Jace and Pantheon at the end is like crucial. I don't think how HLE could manage to get this draft compared to Hanjin Breon draft is like, what is the purpose? What's the goal with this draft? You know, like, do they win early game? Do they win late game? Do they win the side? I can see nothing.
Yeah, I think the kind of focus for Breon was like, you know, Cassiopeia into Ryze, you know, Yorick into Jace. These are matchups that like, look, we'll scale up, we'll have pressure there. But the problem is when you're playing into Ryze Pantheon, we've seen this so many times before, they just move and take over sides, And it just meant that, especially because Guma and Delight were doing so good in this bot 2v2, that it was just, the game fell apart so quickly. There was such a massive deficit. This Ryze Pantheon duo, the fact that they got the
top lane ถ้าเป็นไอริเลียน่าจะ
rotation of bans is kind of crazy.
น่าจะมันอยู่
And it means you have two champions with point and click CC. This setup is so easy. Two champions with global ultimates you can just move to wherever they want to be. It just, yeah, it doesn't seem
วันนี้
fair.
ไปเกณฑ์ทหารมาโคตรเหนื่อยนั่งอย่างนานอ๋อแล้วเรายังไงสุดท้ายคือเรา
Then what's the purpose
เป็นไง
of
คือ
picking those champions, you know?
เราจับเลยปะหรือว่าเราพี่ไม่มีประสบการณ์เลยเพราะว่าพี่เรียนรอดอ
It's unplayable.
เปิดบอลได้
With
ไหม
what
ค
you
รับ
said,
ว่า
you know,
วัน
with
นี้
those
จะมีคุณ
ultimates,
หน้า
it
โผล่
becomes
มา
very
ไหน
difficult
เค
and
โก
very
มาก็หนี
important
ไปเที่
to
ยว
win
แล้ว
the early skirmish, which the bros did not here at the drink.
So this is probably the only one and lost the chance that
อ๋อ
the
รอด
Rion
ชิว
had
ๆโอ้โห
in this game. Like I think this fight should won by them, but I think after them losing
คิดถึงฮาวาไลท์รายการก่อนเหมือนแทบไม่ได้แข่ง
one man on
ไม่
the
น่า
AD
เซนหน้า
carry,
ไม่ได้
like it's
ขนาด
really
นั้นไม่ซามิลา
unplayable to play this out.
Yeah, I mean the target selection, the focus is really good, and as well you're leading the charge with a Pantheon who can just soak so much damage. So they get that early advantage, and they just kind of run away from there. We talked about moving to the sides. In the next clips, we kind of see what they do once they get that early momentum. In this clip, we saw a strong 2v2 trade from Goom and Delight going into this. It forced the Nico back. What can you do here? Your jungler's there. He ain't helping. He can't do anything. And then top lane, oh, I'm doing grubs. You know what? I've got time. I'll take a little round warp in the top lane. Oh, a free kill over here. Why not?
Yeah.
It's just that easy.
We already mentioned like they had the good matchup in the mid and top with the Yorick and Cassiopeia. Sure, they have really good matchup in the one-on-one, but this is team game. This is on-stage game. This is not the solo queue game that you play in your home. It's like your team need to work on your matchup to play that out. You need your support or jungler to be around. But I think the issue is that they had such a better team composition with 2v2 and 3v3, and that means they cannot even
ใคร
get
เห
the
ยา
pressure
โฆ
with
ษ
the
ณา
good
เยอะ
matchup.
จัง
We didn't even show the Pantheon ultimate on the bottom
จริง
side
เหรอ
of the
โฆษณา
map
เยอะเหรอ
against Loki, who just barely stepped
แปลก
up to
นะ
the
ปก
wave,
ติ
got
ของเรา
caught,
จะ
and died instantly.
ถ้า
And
เป็นช่อง
that's
ไท
what
ย
I
จะ
wanted
โฆ
to
ษณา
focus
ไม่ได้เย
here
อะมาก
for Hanjin Brion. You kind of wonder, like you made the swap in the mid lane with Loki moving on in as a starter, but the same issues persist. It doesn't feel like from the beginning of the series when the draft started and then moving on through, there was a lot of communication on what was happening.
For me, the meta is still the same. I think wave clearing mid lane into ganking jungler on the bot lane, and I think your bot lane has to win the bot priority. And I think after that, the snowballing with the Drake is just such a standard macro, and I think they should just have a better draft. It was unplayable game one.
All right. Let's go, bros.
Yeah.
Come on, let's bounce back. Get the signs up, get the faith back, get the tax in. It is game number 2. Hanwha Life Esports with a very solid game 1. Let's see if they're able to close it on out here against Hanjin Brion.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 1. And I have to take some responsibility for how it went. I was reminded as we were walking backstage that I hadn't paid my bro tax. And so, like, how were they ever supposed
หวยออก
to win
47 เหรอ
if we weren't able
อายุของ
to
คุณเน่ง
pay
เน่
our
ง
bro
เน่งจ่าย
tax?
เหรอ
I mean, you've got to get those in.
Holy shit.
Did you at least file an extension? I hope.
I mean, yeah, I'm trying to do it now. Just give me a second. It's hard, to do it in the middle of commentary, but
it's all right.
Here it is.
พี่เรียนรอดอจบตอนพี่เรียนรอดอจบตอนเกณฑ์อาหารต้องไปยื่นใบจบรอดอใช่ป่ะพี่คือคนในบ้านผมเรียนจบรอดอ3 ปี 3แต่ตอนเกมไม่ได้รายงานว่าที่จะเลยพี่ไปยื่นที่คือไปยื่นกับนายอำเภอหรืออะไรที่เขตทักอย่างอ่ะคือเขาเป็นคือต้องเอาใบที่ได้จากกรมหน้าไอ้ที่รอดอเอาไปให้คนนั้นนะที่เขาแบบว่าดูแลเรื่องเกณฑ์อาหารในพื้นที่อ่ะศาสดี พอเราได้ไปปุ๊บเขาก็จะขีดชื่อเราออก
The Oriana, like you were talking about, still definitely going to be a permaban. I imagine that the Rumble should also join her. We'll see whether there is going to be a little bit more flexibility after the Karma is also just banned away. Might be a thing. But let's just see
มันไม่ควรจะต้องทำต้องยืดความรู้สึกพี่นะคือมันควรจะแบบว่าในเมื่อรอดอแต่ทหารเขาให้ผ่านมีใบแล้วอ่ะมันควรจะมีในระบบเลยอ่ะว่าแบบโอเคคนเนี้ยแล้วตอนมึงปิ้นใบมาก็มึงไม่ต้องทำงานซ้ำซ้อนนะมันต้องเปลืองค่ารถค่าลากันด้วยมันควรจะแบบลิงก์กันเลย
Talia won't have a Pantheon if Zeka wanted to play that, and there's a lot of other picks that we could see pushed forward. Mid might just not get picked up early, depending on what these bans end up being. Caitlyn consistently banned.
Yeah, against Teddy. Kind of interesting one, given the fact that Gumayushi was a bit of a Caitlyn aficionado himself.
ใช่มันควรจะนับในระบบเลย
either of these players, at least in games 1 or 2.
แต่ก็นะ
the only amount of games we're going to get, unless that bro tax does get in. That's very important.
Did they try to
มีคนเคยบอกว่าประเทศเราเขายังไม่พร้อมที่จะพัฒนาเขาอยากจะเป็นแบบนี้ก็ต่อก็เราก็
that is likely what they are looking for here. Now this might just be banned away from Hanwha Life Esports, and then what does that mean? Okay, gonna ban Poppy instead, so they have an answer prepared if that is going to come out. It's not that his ear is giga broken in terms of his buffs, but it puts him back to a really relevant state, and he's just Azir. Like, his kit is still the same. He does too many things, and so it's not a shock to see this one locked away.
Yep, I imagine not wanting to leave it for Zeka. The problem is, now you can just get Akali.
Akali, Yone, if you wanted to play that type of draft, you can play Talia.
Zeka play those?
Or you just go Ashe Seraphine and say it doesn't even matter what we get in the mid lane.
Or just lock in a Xin Zhao as well and just say,
you don't have to lock the Seraphine
we can
here.
lock Seraphine later if we would like to, unless the pros decide to take it away.
Xin Zhao is definitely the top tier jungler that is available and safe to pick in any scenario in these drafts right now. What's getting going to do? Pick Trundle? Try to play Trundle Azir into this? He might, but...
What about Kha'Zix? You know, that was a thing.
Yeah.
Played into Xin that one time.
Yeah, that one time in that one finals.
Yeah.
Canyon, good job. He is just going to lock the Trundle.
He is going to play the Trundle into it. There you go.
I mean, what else is he going to do? He could play Lee Sin and hope they can get to Ashe somehow. As they are going to play a Renekton into Ashe Seraphine, which is always a challenge, always a tough time, always an unfun time, always a... I hope I don't get rooted or arrowed or slowed.
Hey, you've got Slice. You can slice out of the Waywolf. It'll be okay.
And then Dice, but there's too many things.
Also, he's a top laner. Like he's going to see the bottom lane champions ever in this game. It's fine.
Fair. I mean, it's a pretty safe blind pick here. They can protect it now in the second phase.
Yep. It's going to need some solo lane bans here out of the bros. And I think Hanj and Brian are actually in a decent spot because now they can protect this Azir pick a little bit more. I think we are going to see something like an Akali.
และถ้ามันเป็นวาลัสเอาแท้เป็นเวนท็อปล่ะคุณผู้ชม
It could also ban Gnar and give
แล้วมันเป็นเวนท็อปล่ะเจอเลนตันอ่ะ
Yeah,
in the top lane.
It's kind of a pick your poison.
แม่พี่ว่านา
solo lane do you want to protect?
And Akali, and then just say like, well, you can play Yone if you'd like to.
แต่ว่านามันเจอเสาทันโดมันโดดหนีมันเจอเสา
we really don't want to see might be one of those options, but Akali was obviously going to be taken away.
Yeah, Akali is quite strong right now. And it is taken away. Makes a lot of sense. The Nautilus was removed as winning the Ashe Seraphine lane is difficult unless you get that, you know, crazy engage, like kind of all-in angle with a bottom lane, which could be done by a Lulu and Yunara lane could have been done by some sort of Nautilus.
ไม่น่าแล้วแหละเพราะว่าเลนกลาง
Both of those tools are now
ไม่น่าเลนล่างมันไม่ใช่ตัว
removed,
เปิดด้วยครับมันเวนยากแล้ว
Are
ท็อป
you
เลน
ready?
Don't say it.
Teddy Namgum, Zeri Yumi.
Don't say it.
I said it. I'm not even scared. Okay, Kennen going to be the decision here.
น่าจะเหลือแค่
Of course
นา
it
ครับ
is.
ท็อ
So
ปเลน
getting rid of the Kennen does make some sense. His Gnar is also
I think
really good.
Gnar works fine. I think Scion works fine. You know, anything that can extend the Seraphine ultimate is going to feel fantastic here. You front to back with this Ashe, you pop off. Guma got MVP of the World's Finals with an amazing performance on this pick.
Yeah.
Just a few months ago. You like this draft here for Hanwha Life Esports is completely open-ended. You could do anything.
Well,
maybe not this.
Well, they're going to do that instead. Okay, so there is a Ziggs.
กดเมลสวนอย่างไวแล้วไป
Okay, that is a different bottom lane that I was expecting. We were seeing a lot of Mel in first stand, largely used in the mid
ทำให้
lane.
พี่ว่าตอนแรกมีโอกาสจะเลือกเวนอยู่แต่ไม่อยากเลือกแล้วว่ามันเป็นไฟเว้ย
She was more popular in bottom lane elsewhere outside of the LCK.
ต้องเป็นเคซันเต้อันเนี้ย
So this is a little bit of fun.
เพราะเคซันเต้แบบฝืนๆนะ
I don't know whether it's good, but
แอ
it
นนิ
is
เวีย
fun.
คิดเหมือนกันแต่ว่า
We've now got
เอาจริงเหรอ
Zay's considering playing a Nivea top, but it's probably just going to be Gnar. And there it is. Zeka taking a leaf out of APA's book with a bit of the Ziggs mid. Kind of fun.
It is very fun. It is very much able to outrange Azir, and that's why it's picked here. Similarly to how we in the past sometimes see like Forest mid into Azir or you know Faker occasionally is like pressing his X key and locking in Xerath in the mid lane into Azir. We've seen that as well.
แล้วก็สะท้อนท่า E เซลฟีน
2013 to 2015.
มาสะท้อน2 ครั้งเลยป่ะ
Absolutely love it. However, that's a
ไม่ต้องห่วง
long
พี่
time.
ทีมตอนนี้เชียงใหม่เป็นอันดับ 2 ของโลก
I know it's a
เชียงใหม่
perfect
ก็น่าสงสาร
They
นะ
cannot really reach him. You know the Pike.
ชีวิตแบบ
Good luck with that one. the Pyke and Mel lane in the bottom lane is quite interesting because the Mel will get the bottom lane role quest and will actually farm an incredible amount of money moving into the mid game, so actually can hit 3 items really quickly.
Yeah.
As well as the fact that she's going to do decently in the lane itself. Obviously, early on will struggle, but will eventually start to be able to handle and clear those waves. What the Ashe Seraphine is doing, and just has a lot of extra follow-up burst damage. I just don't think this draft gets off the ground, unfortunately, for the side of Hanjin.
จริงๆสำหรับพี่อะเชียงใหม่มันควรเป็นจังหวัดที่แบบเราอยากได้อากาศบริสุทธิ์เราอยากจะได้ความหนาวเราอยากจะได้กินอาหารเหนืออร่อยๆแล้วบินไปเที่ยวอะไรเงี้ยเนาะหรือนั่งถ้ามีรถไฟฟ้าความเร็วสูงก็จะยิ่งดีแต่จากปัจจุบันคือไม่ว่าจะแบบลำธารไหลต้นไม้สวยแค่ไหนแต่ฝุ่นแม่งเยอะแม่งไม่มีใครอยากไปแล้วที่สวยๆแบบภาคเหนือเยอะด้วยแบบเป็นลำธารต้นไม้อะไรเงี้ยแต่ไม่ไหว
Alright, the Pro fans trying to work out the Hanjin Breon call. So far the cadence hasn't been quite sorted out. However, we are getting there slowly.
ถ้ารัฐบาลเป็นรัฐบาลที่ต่อต้านแบบนายทุนอยากให้นายทุนแบบว่ามีความแบบเห็นอกเห็นใจแล้วก็เข้าใจประชาชนนะพี่ว่ามันน่าจะมันก็น่าจะแก้ไขปัญหาพวกนี้ได้แบบโดยไวอันนี้คือมันแบบ
Okay, casting and Zayas still, starting things off. Obviously, if you do get up into melee range, the Renekton can figure some things out.
Here's the thing about the Renekton, right? Like, you picked Renekton early in this draft, so this is the issue I have with it. You picked it early in the draft, you know you're playing into Ashe, so you also know you're playing into Ashe Seraphine.
Yes.
We knew this. And they didn't ban the Gnar, because they protected Loki instead. Ended up playing into Ziggs anyways. So now you're having a tough top lane matchup. This Mel pick doesn't necessarily solve what's going down here in the bottom lane, especially if you don't hit your hooks.
Yeah, Namgung is just going to get
almost deaded.
Almost deaded. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Thank you for the help there, Wolf. As they do crash this wave in. Thankfully, does get a bunch of his health back when he goes out of vision, and so therefore is going to drink the potion and regen a bunch of that health.
Yeah, they love those underwater champions in the gray health, don't they?
ที่หนักคือเพื่อนบ้านเราบางทีในทุนประเทศเราก็ไปทำเครื่องแบบที่เพื่อนบ้านกันนะคือมันขึ้นอยู่กับว่า
There we go. I mean, I think Fizz is annoying enough.
มันแบบถ้าเขาไปทำที่เพื่อนบ้านได้เราก็ไม่รับซื้ออะไรอย่างเงี้ยมันต้องทำอย่างนั้น
Yeah, it's a really great way. It'd be a very playful trickster, absolutely. That's all right. Casting and Zayas here hanging out towards his top side of the map still as all the bomb comes back. And Loki down to 200 health on this is
Imagine picking up a newspaper.
ก็เขาไปลงทุนไปแล้วเป็นเราจะกล้าไปขัดเขาล่ะไม่กล้าอยู่แล้ว
That's kind of like what Bro fans are reading right now. They're like, they took a little break after game 1. You know, went to the store. They're like, surely they'll go to 3, so I'm gonna go get some snacks, and then they come and check in. What's going on in game 2? Let me take a look at that draft. Let me take a look at that early game, and they see Loki pushed out of lane, Ashe Seraphine crushing the bottom lane, and Renekton's playing in an R, and it's like,
hang on a second. Namgung is about to walk over a ward.
A bit of a skirmish for Scuttle again.
Yeah, Gideon gonna be able to grab that one. As Delight looking for that beat drop and not able to quite lock down Namgung, but does get him out of there. Now Gideon looking to make his way towards Zeka, who is completely out of mana.
Satchel is available, but he doesn't have the mana to
Scuttle here for the Trundle after getting a flash out of the mid laner. This is a pretty good start here for the Bro Jungler.
It's a really good start for the Trundle that will somehow have to run the Ziggs Ashe Seraphine later on.
Stop it!
ไม่ได้รอแรปเตอร์
I'm sorry, I know it's early on in the season and we can't be starting like this, but
เข้ามาเช็คแล้ว
Okay, there's the combo.
Combo!
Take that, Wolf, you negative Nancy!
All right. That's a real good thing, actually. That's not the fake good thing of the double scuttle. Actual real solid advantage that can translate into large win conditions. This could also be something maybe.
Yeah, Casting gonna walk over towards Kanavi, does get the knock up. There is the kennel going down as Zayas looks.
ไหวเหรอวะกิเดียนไอ้เหี้ยมันทันเดิลมันต้องแฟดออกอะ ไม่น่าบวกเลย ทำไมบวกวะ
Zayas gonna lock down the kill under the Trundle. That 2v2 did not feel
คือมัน
very
เป็น
fair
เฉา
at all.
เว้ยมัน
Looking
ไม่
for even more.
If Kanavi
ตะ
told
เกียถ้าจะบวก
Zayas, I got
กรณี
this
เดียวเลยนะ
1v2, bro, just stay where you are.
เลนตัน 6 นาไม่มีเมกานา
instead it was no.
มันไม่มี
Okay, well,
สักอย่างมา
Namgoong
ตรง
looking
ข้ามห
for
มด
an
เลย
angle
เมื่อ
here.
กี้
Does
แต่
find
ว่า
a
นำ
stun onto the
คนนี้
Xin
ดีว่ะ
Zhao. He looks to just try and lock down the camp because I think he knew that he was dead. As
Seraphine
Seraphine
มา
moves
ตาม
up
มา
as
ช่วยไม่
well.
ทัน
That
ด้วย
is a kill. It's the Bros in the lead as far as gold
แล้วไม่
kills.
ที่
I
ที่
mean,
ไม่รู้ว่าไป
it's
เขาเอารุนแดงมา
working.
มันจะเป็นอะไรอัลติเมทฮันเตอร์หรือ
Don't
เป็น
look at this.
เป็นเงินวะ
Don't look at that, but it's
Yeah, there we go.
แต่ได้ไป2 สแต็กแล้ว
Replay. Let's do that.
So, look, this is a great hook. Teddy gets the
Combo.
follow-up instantly. This is part of why this lane is a thing in the first place, is you can easily set up the route afterwards. Here in the 2v1, that's all fine and good. The problem is that there's an R on the other side. Casti only has one empowered ability, so he's like, I use my W. He's like, I'm out of here, by the way. I can't get an empowered Q to get the health back. So
อ๋อเขาเป็นรีเลน
on your own. Kanavi follow flashes here. Then Kanavi doesn't Kanavi move in staying. And because Namgoong is a scholar of the LPL, he's like, I bet he's on here. Does come over here, verifies it. And this is kind of a Keria-esque move, right? Like, this is Keria-esque in terms of getting the early hook right, getting the kill bottom side, roaming, making a play top side, punishing an overextension.
เจอนาควรออกรองเท้าก่อนนะนาคือความเก่งมันคือมูนสปีดเลย
Normally, I
แต่ว่า
think
สุด
that Casti
ไม่
would
ได้
have
ขึ้
just
นรอง
gone
เท้า
home.
เที
They
ย
would
2
have just
เพราะว่าแบ
tried
บ
to go for a reset.
มัน
And
ก็ไม่ได้
Kanavi
จำ
would
เป็น
have
กับ
gone
เลน
away
เล็ก
with
มาก
that. But the fact that the Bros were like, no.
ขึ้
Kanavi
นเป็น
sticks around.
แฮ
He
มเมอ
wants
ร์
to
เป็น
take even
คอน
more
แบบ
from
คอนวิ่ง
this.
คอน
And
ตี
they
เร็ว
punish
เลย
him
ไอ้
for
คอน
it. I
เดิน
think
เร็ว
that this is the hubris that Kanavi was punished for in the LCK Cup as well. It's a large reason why HLE did struggle down there. So I'm looking forward to seeing whether the Bros are going to be able to carry this one through, as now we're looking for even more. There's the Empress Divide onto Kanavi like we were talking about before, but the Mega Inferno
อุ้ยมันแรงอะดิ
Gideon
อุ้ย
gonna have to keep himself alive. Doesn't
เอ็นวีแย่แล้วว่าไป
have
มา
the ultimate running
ดึง
just
โดนด้วยไอ้เชี่ยนำกุ้ง
Skewer is gonna take down
สาม
Kanavi
สแต็ก
again.
แล้ว
0-2 for the Xin Zhao and 1-0-2
มี
for
ชัด
Namgoong.
ดาวน์แล้วผมไป
Contribution. This guy's pike is kind of popping off.
We found
ไอ้
Namgoong's
นำกุ้งนี้
champion.
เมนปะเนี่ย
We found it. Yeah, all right, he looks really good on this one. But they shouldn't have enough damage to get that initial kill. And Namgoong rotate over. Teddy's going to dodge the arrow.
Flash out of the way. Did want to have that rebuttal available for that, but used it on a volley instead. As Namgoong going to have to get out of there and will be able to do so. But now, without flash on Teddy, could be a killable Mel in that bottom side as Gideon going to find Kanavi moving towards the river once again. And when a Trundle is just bigger than you, it's really hard to exist as a jungler. Zeka going to be moving on over, but
โอ้
Gideon
โบร
still
วะ
gets the shot. And down
ไอ
goes
ชิ
the
บัวจะช
Xin.
นะ
That's a solo
เกมที่ 2 เหรอ
Pro jungler.
Gideon is just eating him for lunch, and I was really talking about how this Trundle is going to struggle to do things later on because you're playing into the Ashe, the Seraphine, et cetera, satchel charge. But he's doing it before team fights.
เอา
He's
ตรง
doing it
ว่า
before
นำกุ้งอะ
5v5s.
ไม่เล่นไปในแรงเลยเว้ย เป็นที่เป็นโค้ชฮาวาไลพี่ต้องแบบ ตกใจเหมือนกันว่าแบบมีดามีได้ไงวะคือไปเป็นตัวที่ต้องเล่นระดับหนึ่งเลยนะ
But they cannot actually burst him down. Then Namgoong shows up, hits this hook.
Beautifully played.
Now, I did the research, I did the check. Namgoong has a 100% win rate on this champion across his career. He has never lost a game. He is also playing his second game of his career.
Do not give me the sample size, Wolves! No!
But, look, Kanavi gets chopped here. Gideon has level 6. Gets the advantage because he's able to out-farm. He is controlling this jungle matchup incredibly well. The tempo he has. Now, Namgoong again.
Oh my, it's a real. He's just styling on them. Gumayushi, not a whole lot of opportunity, does have to flash. Get himself out of the way, but use the ghost as well. The Bros just fully taking control here in this game.
Yeah, Guma's like, I used to play alongside a pike
จ
like
ริงๆต้อง
that.
ลุ้นให้โบชนะนะเว้ย แฟนๆที่วัน
And
เพราะว่าถ้าโบชนะ
good start here for the Bros.
ก็จะเป็น
Again,
เรื่อง
it's a
ดีกับ
small
ทีวัน
lead, but they need this tempo badly to make this comp work.
They really do. I think that this composition has more legs
แต่ว่า
than
เงิน
what
นำ
they
แค่
had in game
500
number
มัน
one,
น้อย
though,
มาก
right? As the
แอโร่
arrow
มา
is, oh my goodness, just barely not going to connect. And the Bros are able to walk out of the way.
แต่ว่า
Does get a
ปัญ
bit
หา
of
คืออะไรรู้
information.
ป่ะ
It's kind of
เคนวี
like a
03
very expensive hawk shot.
True.
อันนี้เป็นปัญหาแหละ
They through there. There were minions in the mid lane though, so I guess they could see
เหมือน
them
จะหลุด
anyway,
ห
so
น่อย
it's not exactly working. Gumayushi is going to take a bit of damage here from Teddy.
โอ้ย
Does
โย
have that overwhelmingness available. Throws it down there as they get the heal out.
กด
Yeah, Namgoong's here, so I think that's the right call. He does not have ultimate though, but still better safe than sorry to drop that heal.
Yep. Still going to annoy Delight there.
คู่เซเลฟีนกับแอชมันไม่ชอบ
Still a win, right? Even if they don't
ไป
get the
แหละ
kill, they're just shoving
ไม่ชอบ
another
ไป
wave,
ไม่ชอบ
getting more
Naughty
plate
Lose
gold to Teddy. But like I said, once he gets into the mid lane and once his quest is complete, he is going to farm up a storm. They're also going to turn this into first Drake. And bro, they get the Infernal Dragon, so a great elemental dragon to start. Everything is coming up pro-sided here, and I actually had a conversation with Degon about this just maybe it was yesterday or 2 days ago about how we were debating about whether Hanwha Esports like should we buy the stocks now or sell, continue to say like we're not sure. I said my biggest concern is playstyles are really difficult to change. Kanavi has spent the better part of a decade in the LPL, and so far in this game, I think it's come back to bite a little bit. This is one of those games where if you had just played a little bit safer, a little bit more, the game state looks completely different, right? And Hanwha Esports are definitely in a comp that can come back. Like this is not a lost game by any means. Gideon once again with the game.
มาผมมีแฟดตัน2ล็อกขาแต่ว่ามีติดเทดดี้ตายนำคุณตายเคนาวีมารอซ้อมเหมือนกัน
And HLE are going to be able to win out in the skirmish on the bottom side. Now looking to push further forward as Teddy could be in a bunch of trouble. The flash over from Kanavi as he gets the audacious charge in. And the arrow connect from downtown, and Teddy will be taken out. It's Kanavi that grabs that kill as Loki. I just do not think that this is going to be your time to shine, my friend, and he agrees as he backs away. Now Gideon tries to put them in the kennel, exactly right. As now casting flash on to Zeus. Let's see whether he can actually win the fight as he's looking for the opportunity. Dominus is down, and he's closed the gap onto this mini knob. But now he doesn't have a lot of gap close remaining, and the Dominus not going to be enough to kill this mini knob here in the top lane. So the Bros, trying to find some opportunities here, but HLE now with a gold advantage.
It would have been really tough for him to slice there onto Zeus and then get another empowered W when it came back. Because Namgoong's going to go for another pass here.
I think Kanavi is still, never mind, maybe he's actually gone back. No, never mind. He has remained in the brush, so don't go for it.
Namgoong was very aware that, like, of course Kanavi will still be on Krugs. Maybe he should have been aware that, of course, he'll be looking in this brush. He knows parts of Kanavi, but not all. It's Titanic gear for Kanavi as well as his first item.
That is,
it's a unique choice.
Usual. Yeah, it's kind of cool.
He's going to be missing his Sundered Sky, potentially in some upcoming scraps.
Let's have a look at this one more time. Is Kanavi just perfect position?
Yeah, bro, like me, are unaware when I got super hyped for the double stun here from Namgoong that Kanavi is in fact here. Not only is he here, but he's closer than their jungler. And then Teddy has already used his remote, so he cannot actually stop the arrow and then follow up on core. It's brilliant.
Yep. And then Loki, nothing he can really do, but at least does not die for it. So now the gold is, I mean, it's not a massive number or anything like that. The Bros still with an opportunity, but HLE taking back control. Gideon going to be helping out, casting here, just gets slammed into this turret and will just be taken out. Zeka with the big old bomb. He's going to be able to take him down. Now Namgoong looking to try and get in here and support Gideon.
They got to buy time for Loki to get here.
Yeah, decent little bone skewer to buy a little bit of space, but the bouncing bombs are flying forward and Namgoong has no health bar to speak of. Gideon, the same situation here as it looks like Zeka has come online. Very late to this one as Kanavi.
ช่วยด้วยเคนาวีโดนอยู่อันติมาจิ้มไม่ไหวเลยดีวายดัน
But now that's not going to be available for protecting this turret, which is
คือห
likely
มายความ
to
ว่า
go
จริงๆแล้ว
down.
ไลออด
Teddy is
พี่ว่าไลออดเป็น
liberal with his use of the rebuttal.
จะดีไซน์ฮีโร่ส่วนใหญ่แบบว่า
I get a little bit anxious about that.
มีแอคชั่นเพอร์มินิตแบบเยอะนิดนึงอ่ะแต่ของมิลมันเหมือนกับว่าใช้สกิลเสร็จปุ๊บแบบมันคูลดาวน์นานเกินอ่ะสกิลมันคูลดาวน์นานเกินไปคือต่อให้ตีแล้วแอคชั่นเพอร์มินิตก็ยังแบบน้อยดีบางคนจะลดคูลดาวน์ลดดาเมจมาหน่อย
Namgoong is like, come on, Loki, we can play this, but realistically they cannot in fact play this. And now, it's the two sides of Kanavi, right? The over-aggression sometimes comes back to bite you, but sometimes gives you a huge edge. In this situation, he was kind of up a creek without a paddle. Loki is finally able to get something from that rotation, but all the while Gumo's free farming in the bottom lane. And Hanwha Esports have basically tripled their small lead now into 2,000.
ลองดูดิเมลลองไปเล่นดูดิแม่งแบบพอใช้คิวปุ๊บอะแม่งรอประมาณ5 วิอะ
A lead for the Bros feels like now it might have just been very
ก่อนจะได้ใช้อีกรอบอะแล้ว W แล้วถ้า E ก็ไม่ค่อยอยากใช้ด้วยนะมันไม่ได้แบบว่า
having an opportunity to sing some praises. Now we're going to
แต่
go back
หลัง
to
ๆ
what
เขา
we
อัพ
were
เป็น
talking
นะ
about
เป็น
kind of in
QE ใช่ป่ะ
game number 1, which is the uphill
ก็คือ
battle
ไว้เคลียร์
the
เวฟ
Bros find themselves in. Zeus does now have his Trinity Force complete. Casting still looking for item number 1 himself. As Gumiushi parked in this mid lane. And I think, I'm now a little bit more worried what the Bros are going to be able to do. However, if these Qs keep landing, Teddy's going to be having a better time.
I would love to, just win a team fight.
แต่ถ้ามันเร็วกว่านี้มันอาจจะเร็วเกินไปปะ
I mean, I know that sounds very basic, but this Mel can explode. In the mid game.
ใช่พี่เลยคิดว่าลดดาเมจมาแล้วเพิ่มคูลดาวน์ลดคูลดาวน์ลดดาเมจลดคูลดาวน์
they held on to the
ให้
tempo
มัน
for
ใช้
a
สกิล
while.
ได้บ่อยขึ้นแต่ว่า
And it
คูลดาว
has certainly shifted to the other side
Ah,
now.
cooldown, low
Loki
damage.
even gets satcheled here.
Yeah, and Kanavi looking for an angle here towards Namgung.
ยังไม่6สักทีนำกุงคือตอนนี้เลเวลอันเดอร์แบบบ้าคลั่งแล้วอะจากตอนแรก
They
ที่แบ
could
บ
consider a
เดิน
dive
เก
here
ม
for
โคตรดี
sure.
นำ
Loki may have to just
เดินเยอะไปมั้งเดนไลเวล7แล้วอะ
best of luck.
Yeah, let's see whether Loki can survive this one as they do get the bonus.
เซกา
Zeka could be in trouble.
เอฟเลอร์ดีไวมาแต่ว่ามึงยังไงอะโอ้โหตายหมดแล้ว
Also managed to kill the Pike at
น้ำ
the
กู
same
บอก
time.
ยัง
Mega
ฆ่าอยู่
Inferno
เลย
goes down, and Zeka is becoming a gigantic
ไม่ไหววะ
problem here in this game. Delight is dead, so there's at least that, but still.
Another wave. Gideon has to try to run away.
Yeah, Kanavi looking for that 3-talon strike. Will be able to get the
คิดว่า
slow
ความ
from the
จริง
wind
เริ่ม
because
ปรากฏ
lightning,
ขึ้น
and there it is, the last shot. Gumiushi should be able to help lock this one down. He is gifted that kill as Teddy is just going to try and grab some scraps here in this mid lane. Casting is getting punished by Isaias on the top side, and once
คิดว่าตอนนี้
again,
ถ้าเปลี่ยน
just
ถ้า
kind
เปลี่
of
ยน
looks
เมล
like
เป็นแบบ
HLE are
ว่า
winning
เดเว่น
everywhere.
น่าจะมัน
They really are.
No.
I mean, it was a
คือเปลี่ยนเมลเป็นเด
heroic
เว่น
play there from
พี่ว่า
Loki
แม่งระเบิด
looking
ระเบ้อ
for
เลย
the punish, but it's just
มัน
not
จะแบบว่า
enough,
ดูอิทออดายไปเลย
unfortunately. And Teddy didn't have TP. He does now. If he had TP and he
พอมันเป็น
TPs
เมล
in
แบบว่า
instead of
บาง
backing
ช็อต
here,
ไปเปิดแล้วมันดาเมจมัน
then it's a different story. He
ไม่
decides,
มัน
okay,
เท่าไหร่
I
อะ
can't help out. At least I'm going to push since Zeka's down here. Fantastic two-man Emperor's Divide. The pillar
คือมันต้องคิว
placed
โด
as
นไงพอ
well.
คิวไม่โดนปุ๊บมันจะแบบ
And Gideon gets one kill back
ไปเปิด
here.
มันต้อง
It does
แบบ
not touch the light, so
อีก
the
ฝั่ง
kill
มันต้อง
actually goes
ตายแล้ว
over
แบบ
to
คิวไม่โด
Loki,
น
which
เลย
is exactly what they want. But unfortunately for him, he just
ก็
cannot
ก
get
ล้องมันขยับขอ
outslowed.
โทษเนี่ย
Kanavi will take his life with the help of Gumiushi. 400 more gold in his pockets.
Yeah, that's a big deal. Because
just don't
Teddy was
see-
the only one with a gold advantage. Still does have a slight one, but it's really not feeling like much of anything at all. As the Bros might be able to get the second Drake.
If
That's
it's
something.
next
ยังไม่ได้แจกของไก่เกอร์
soul,
แล้วรอก่อนนะ
you're feeling pretty good about the meaning of the two Drake lead, the double dragon that they have picked up here. And for Zeka, you're feeling pretty good about the fact that even though you didn't have flash,
ยัง
no
จำได้
one
ยัง
is
จำได้
diving you, and we'll get away with this back for free.
เราต้อง
Picks
ห่วง
up Shadow Flame. Shadow Flame at 16 and a half minutes on the Ziggs. He is doing
ตอนแรก
boom
คิดว่าจะเป็น
damage,
แบบ
and he
1-1
does it
มาโถ
very
เออ
quickly
โด
and
น
very burstily.
Yeah, and I tell you what, I'm pretty
คือ
impressed by
เลเวลมันช้า
Zeka's
ไปหน่อย
Ziggs so far.
แล้วก็
He's
พี่ว่าข้างล่าง
known
ตอน
as
ไป
a
บวก
little
แล้ว
bit
เคนา
more
วี
of a
ลองในพุ่ม
mastery player.
จบเลย
Champion pool is something that
แล้ว
we
มาข้างบน
talk
มา
about with
มา
this
ฝื
guy
นบวก
quite a
อีก
lot.
พาแคส
But
ติ้งไปแบ
looking
บ
really good on a pick that isn't necessarily in
ไป
his
ตาย
wheelhouse.
Agree. That's a really good point you bring up. I was kind of skeptical of it, although the rest of the draft made me feel like it wouldn't matter, but he's kind of popping off, Atlas, and so that's a good thing.
Having a good time as Namgung is not going to quite find the bone skewer and also just has to dash his way out of there.
We've gotten to the point of the game where Hanwha Life Esports have
รอที่วัน
control,
ได้ไป
Kanavi has
ไม่
free
ใช่
reign, and they're going to take this turret out, and you see Hanjin Breon just cowering, you know, on their side of the map, trying to farm. And
อ่า
that is a
แต่คิดถ้าดึง
problem
โดนน่า
for
จะ
how
ส
this
นุก
draft
สนาน
needs
อยู่
to work. It needed to be ahead. It needed to have tempo advantage. Needed to be able to set the pace of fights and not try to avoid all of the CC. It just doesn't look like that's ever going to happen as Kanavi goes in.
Yep, there's the knock-up as, okay, Teddy does find an angle for the rebuttal. The Encore does go wide as now Gideon
Tao
thinks that
Nero
this
ได้
may
แต่
be
ว่า
an
ยังไง
opportunity
อะ
casting on a flank angle, but doesn't really want to go in alone, and the rest of the Bros are a little bit too far behind. HLE looking
เฮ้ย
to
แคส
turn
ติ้ง
and take
กำลังโดนอยู่
themselves down a
แต่น่า
crocodile.
ตามไม่ทัน
They
วะ
might
เฮ้ย
be able to do so as Gideon
อัน
goes
ตีใส่ซุด
in, leads with the subjugation and does put down the kennel, but they are not going to overcommit onto anything here, and Mega Inferno Bomb almost just kills
แรง
Namgung
จัดสิ
outright. Yeah, that Shadow Flame's a problem, Wolf.
Yeah, it's a bit of a problem. This lead that he has is quite large. I think Bro played that well, but again, On Life Esports called it. They saw the flank. They were like, all right, let's turn on him and push away. If Teddy's given a little bit more time to layer some damage in, maybe Bro could have eventually chipped away, but it's the right call to leave there. And luckily for Namgung, he does escape with his life, but Flash now on cooldown. And Bro just have to keep farming. Yeah, Teddy is still the win con, which is kind of always the story with this squad, but there's just not a whole lot of turrets to farm behind, right? Which means objectives go for free. Your jungle starts going to Kanavi, and any LPL or LCK fan currently will tell you that's what he loves to do, is to take the enemy jungle, and he will take every opportunity to get in there, take your vision away, take your wolves away, take your blue, your red, your grump, your Krugs even.
Yeah,
So
all of
sometimes
your
gets punished.
stuff is just going to be something that he's looking to take away. Is it going to be this next Drake? Well, we'll find out in 2.5 minutes. Baron going to be up in 1 minute's time. We were talking about Hex Tech Dragon, which would have been cool. It's an Ocean Soul. It's not exactly the most pivotal.
แต่ว่าเฮาอะไรไม่มีมังกรเลย
However, still would help if the Bros can get there, but the Double Dragon is feeling less impactful than it otherwise could be.
แต่
These
ว่า
bouncing bombs also
คือเงินมัน
really hurting.
มันฉีกแล้วอะเอาแล้วน่าจะได้มังกรแบบที่เหลือแล้ว
doesn't die immediately, but man, these bouncing bombs really do hurt. Teddy moving forward, but this inner turret is going to be in satchel range incredibly quickly. There it is, and down it goes. Now Kanavi goes in, looking for that opportunity as the Crocodile. I mean, blink and you'll miss it. Casting is just lying on the floor. You were talking about the handbag syndrome that this Renekton could be faced with, and that is indeed what is happening.
จบแล้วว่าจระเข้มันแบบว่า2 เกมเล่นยอริกกับจระเข้คือ
Sorry about what's happening on the other side, but I'm not going to TP in.
Yeah, just play safe bottom lane. Let's see whether they can do so as the flash forward from Kanavi once again. Flash out from Gideon. We'll be able to keep him alive, but this is an inhibitor turret being sieged at 20 minutes, and Zeus is on the other one in the mid lane. Loki, come home! Come home, please!
Doesn't have his satchel. Turret's going to survive, but...
Alright, I got something.
They almost get the turret, I suppose. In that last pick onto casting, the only thing they could have done is like Teddy presses rebuttal, but you know he's not in range, so it didn't do anything. What is he supposed to do? Flash in front of casting and look for the rebuttal on the outside?
Yeah.
จะคอสแมป
That
ละ
would have been crazy, and then dash cannon out.
Yeah, he also went for the rocket belt, which I was going to mention, which. I mean, Rocket Bell has really good stats in general, so it's not
สูตรเมลวันนี้สูตรที่แบบเกาหลีเขาเล่นกันนะสูตรแบบออกลูเดนแล้วก็ออกเป็น Rocket Bell
We've seen just. I think if you're
คือเมลมัน
a mage
ต้อง
player
การ
that likes
mobility
having it,
หน่อยอะ
you can build it and get away with it, right? I think it's one of those type situations.
What if you're just an 80 carry player who doesn't play mages who's forced into the awesome dude in this situation?
I mean, Teddy was always kind of okay at it.
He liked Gale Force, you know?
Yeah,
same thing, basically, right?
Pretty much the same item. As Casting looking for another flank opportunity, might be able to get in there. Does have the dominance as the arrow will connect onto Namgung, and he's just obliterated. There's the encore as well as Loki. He dashes out of the way of it. Gideon surviving for a very long time as the Mill is able to take down the Xin Zhao. And Casting slices and looking pretty cool here as the arrow will be taken out.
เฮ้ยแคสซี่ยังอยู่ช่วยก่อนยิงไหวปะวะเฮ้ยสุดไม่ไหวมั้งอันนี้ไม่ไหวมั้งแฟดมาอันตีมาไม่ไหวก็เฮียแล้วโอ้ยไม่ไหวจริงหนึ่งมาล่าเอาอะไรครับผมเงินนำแต่ว่าตายสี่เฮ้ยตายสี่
wins it out, and that's a delayed ace.
Gives him the kick W. There we go.
ยังไม่ยอมง่ายๆอ่ะเท็ดดี้เงินนำ 2,400 ครับรวยจัดมีชัดดาวเคเนวีอันตีกูดาวเว้ย4 วิตรงเนี้ย
And the biggest problem for Hanwha Life Esports is if they don't have Guma. And this flank from casting is phenomenal because he gets on top of Guma. Guma gets deleted, right? Gets a lot of damage done, but once he's gone, Zeka is cooldown-based carry, so isn't able to do as much damage with his Ziggs as Teddy can, really, on the spell. They still have the threat of that Renekton. And even though casting does go down here, Teddy is able to outplay this.
แรงมากเลยปั๊มสุดตายไปเลย
Once Zeka decides to stick around here, Teddy finds him and gets him with the execute damage. So he does eventually go down. We'll speed this up and then show that.
ดูเหมือนจะเลือดเกือบเต็มก็ไม่เหมือนจะไม่มีอะไรนะแล้วโดนล็อกขาทีเดียวแล้วสะท้อน
Just got a ton of money.
She did.
เขาแบกจริงว่ะ
is a very large deal. I believe
น่าจะได้ dead cap เลยปะออกเป็น Shadow Flame ครับผมหรือ Shadow Flame บวก 1,200 อีกอันนึงอะคือตอนแรกมี 1,200 อยู่อันนึงใช่ปะอันนี้กลับบ้านไปเมื่อกี้ซื้อ Shadow Flame เนี่ย1 ชิ้นแต่ว่ามาบาลอนแล้วฮาวาไลถ้าเกิดไม่ได้บาลอนเน้นหนักเลยนะเพราะว่ามัน50-50 ด้วยเฮ้ยไม่ดีเฮ้ยฮาวาไลดีแล้วมีอาการว่ะเฮ้ยมีอาการมีอาการเหรอโบบอกมีอาการเหรอ
Yeah, so HLE got what they wanted, right? They wanted to get that teleport out. Now Zeus will have his backup and available earlier, so they should be able to play these side lanes pretty comfortably. Vision pretty good here for HLE as well, as they do know what's going on. As Gideon, oh my goodness, I mean, Zeka just does a lot of work.
Arrow มาโดนเอ้า โอ้ my god โลกีพุ่งออกมาตอนแอโร่มาชนหัวพอดี
Oh man, he's looking for the shuffle. He gets
เชี่ย
interrupted by the
calculator กูมา
arrow.
ยูชิ
Guma's looking at his teammates and saying, "Yeah, I did that on purpose."
โอ้โหกูมาช็อตนี้ผมแบกเลยแล้วดึง
He
มา
was
ไม่โดน
diving to catch it, you know. It's just not really what you want to see. It's
แต่
not
ยังมีโอกาส
some
50-50
vision
นะ เพราะว่ามี
of
บัส
this.
โคนอยู่
Clear a lot of damage
ถ้า
in
มี
here.
วิชั่น
Let's
แค
see
ส
whether
ติ้ง
they can make this one happen as
มี
Zayas
บัสโคนแล้ว
does blow up the blast cone.
ขึ้นมา
Gideon
แล้ว
has no
แล้ว
flash, so he has to
เล่น
walk in if they want to take this. And the
น่า
Bros
รำคาญ
have decided that they're not going to be able to win out, and they'll just let the Baron go. Mega Inferno Bomb almost kills Namgung, even though it only hits the edge.
ปล่อย
And the
บา
Rebel
ลอนค
Baron
รับแล้ว
power
ก็
play already up
เดี๋ยว
to
รอเล่นมังกรมั้ง
800
เพราะว่า
gold. And
ตัว
man,
สุด
it
ท้ายเป็น
feels
โซ
like
แล้ว
the Bros are like they're getting half a step forward, and then they're pushed back 11 steps downhill.
I mean, and this is just like so unlucky, right? Look
Yeah.
at Guma's angle here. There's no way you could convince me he's trying to stop a shuffle.
And I think
แต่จริงๆแล้วเห็น
saw
นะ
it and then was trying to
โลกีเห็น
use the
แต่ว่า
shuffle
จะ
to get out
ด
of
อ
the
ท
way
มาก
of it,
กว่า
but then
แล้วดอท
hitbox.
ไปโดนเว้ย
I think, yeah,
คือกะว่าจะ
I think he
ดอ
wanted
ท
to try to
แล้ว
set up
เข้า
for
ไป
a
แฟด
potential real engage
เอ็มเพลเลอร์
angle
ดีวาย
there,
เลยแต่กลายเป็นว่า
and
พุ่ง
he
มาแล้ว
just
มัน
ends up getting interrupted, so
คิด
can't
บล็อก
do
มันโดนพอ
anything
ดี
and dies, and Guma gets to laugh all the way to the bank. Because his angle was good
เท็ด
before
ดี้
the shuffle as
ถ้าได้
well,
เด็ด
as
แค
you
ป
were saying.
มัน
And
แรงอยู่อะแต่ว่ามัน
now Hano Life Esports
มัน
get a
มัน
Baron.
สกิลมันต้องมีคนแบบซีซีให้สักนิดนึงอะ
And we have to
ถ้ามีใคร
remember,
ซีซี
there is
ให้
only
นะ
one
แล้ว
player
แบบ
remaining in the bottom lane inhibitor turret,
ล็อก
and
ขา
Gideon
โดน
is
คิว
looking
โดน
for
นะ
an
แม่ง
angle
โคตรแรง
towards Zayas here as
ติ
Teddy
มาตรงนี้มี
is
ไฟอยู่
likely to be able to help take him down.
แฟดไหม
Zayas
ไม่มี
is
แฟดเรียบร้อย
dead,
ตุ๊ด
but
ตุ๊ด
can
ตาย
they get more? That's the question. HLE
วันตีเลยเหรอ
have people in this top lane, and this inhibitor is not
ไม่น่า
long
ตี
for
เลย
the
เนาะ
I think he just
แต่
has
ช่า
to
งมัน
give
เถอะ
this and try to get mid turret. And you know that Hano Life Esports aren't going to be able to push through the Nexus turrets here. In fact, they're going to look for a TP to defend mid. So Teddy just
ล็อก
barely
ขาเรา
gets
ย้อน
this
หลัง
before he gets out. Losing casting
ก็
could
แค
lose
ส
you the game though.
พยายามจะเข้าไป
Sundays does
ตัด
go up, and now Kanavi is looking for casting, and he will just be taken out. The encore will be avoided.
ไม่โด
Good
น
dash cannon to get out for Loki as the beat drop comes on through, but does not connect on
ก็มา
to
เสีย
the
โคตรเบา
Azir. So he will at least stay alive, but top laner for top laner, and inhibitor turret does go down
คนเดียว
as
แล้วครับ
well.
ตอนนี้
Teddy
ความ
at
หวัง
least
คือเท็ด
gets
ดี้
the
ครับผม
Rabadons, so that's something. But I'm still
มี
putting this in the
เดด
comms
แคป
column for the
มี
pros.
4 ชิ้นนะอะ
They don't lose the game right there. So
Nexus alive.
they're on soul point for an Ocean Soul. Kind of technically a positive.
There you go. I know it's a
Teddy
แต่จ
stretch
ริงแล้ว
to
โซ
get
โซ
the cup
น้ำ
to
มั
be
น
half
มัง
full.
กรน้ำ
But
ไม่
he's
ได้แบบ
almost there.
He has a 4th
ไม่ได้แจ่ม
item
มาก
death cap. He has a lot of ability power.
ถ้าเป็น
And
โซแบบโซไฟอะไรอย่างเงี้ยน่าจะเดือดเลย
I think that if you can somehow kill Guma and Zeus,
Yeah.
every fight is winnable. Good luck
I think,
doing that. But
honestly, if you could kill all of HLE,
คือโซน้ำมันดีกับเลเน็กตันแต่เลเน็กตันมันจนจัดอะมันก็
I
แบ
think
บ
the problem is now
ไม่มีประโยช
that
น์
Zeus is so large, like even if you kill Guma, he's actually a better AD carry than Guma in this game.
yeah.
And he's building some MR here as well. He's going to end up having that wit's end, which makes it even more difficult for Teddy to carry into him. You have double AP with this Azir, so it's a great item choice.
พี่ว่าเฮกสเทคยังดี
Kanavi
กับเมล
possibly
มาก
in
เฮ้
a
ย
position here as there's a Crescent got pulled over the base gates.
เอ้ยจะบิวมีเหรอ
Is going to go
โอ้ย
wide.
แฟด
Gets a flash
โอ้
though out
my
of Teddy.
god
That is a
ถ้าเมื่อ
huge
กี้นะ
deal.
เท็ด
As
ถ้าเกิดเท็ดดี้กด
mobility
W
is
สวนเข้าไปอะ
low for this Mel. It will
And
take another inhibitor.
เสีย
Just
ดายว่ะ
like game one inhibitor at a
ไม่มี
time.
เนาะ
Hano Life Esports are just picking bro apart.
This time though, they have
ไม่ได้
zero
ละมังกร
dragons.
น้ำนี้จะต้องปล่อย
And Teddy, he doesn't have flash, but he's got dash
ไม่
cannon,
มี
so
เว้ย
There
กู
you
ดาว
go.
he uses rocket belt to get out of any situation. Surely, I mean Loki.
เอาอะไร
his
แบบ
last dash was into an arrow,
คาด
but
เย
now
อะ
he's
ว่ะ
got dash cannon to have
ไม่ได้
some
เล่นแบบ
additional
perfect
mobility
อะ
as well. It's already worked out once for him. Maybe they just survive a little bit longer. Teddy gets one more item.
แต่ว่าเซกานี่คือ
Well,
8-1 นะ
let's just see. Zeus
โคตร
down
ดุ
to 50%.
มีช็อตเดียว
They're
ที่ตาย
looking for
ช็อต
the
ที่โดน
last
สะท้อน
remaining inhibitor turret. And this is the problem. HLE just seem to be able to siege
แบบ
with
ดาเมจแบบ
impunity. It's just not a whole lot
มัน
that the Bros
มัน
can
เวอ
do
ร์เกิน
about
อะ
it. As there's a
ข้างหลังม้าผมเลยเด็กตันมาแล้ว ช็อตนี้มีเดียวเข้าไม่มีถอยแล้วต้องไปแล้วผมนำกุ้งอยู่ไหนมึงอยู่ไหนกันโอ้โดนตีอยู่ไหนวะเท็ดดี้บอกทำยังไงอะปักป้อมก่อนต้องถอยแล้วว่ามันมั่วว่ะ
Very, very quickly as the shield comes in.
โอ๊ย
Mega Inferno bombing. He's almost dead. The comet almost killed him. As at least he's able to limp his way out of there. But that was the Bros shot.
เจอ
And
ครับ
unfortunately
กีเดียน
missed.
ตรงนี้
Yeah, I guess maybe he didn't go scorch. The scorch damage wasn't enough.
that.
That would have been the scorch angle, scorch enjoyer
ไวเหลือเกิน
there. But they're going to get this third and final inhibitor. It looks like here, or they really want it. It's super
ต้องพยายาม
low,
กันครับ
but
อันนี้
gonna
อิน
play a
นี้
little
สุ
bit
ดท้าย
more respectfully here. Wait for that next wave.
I think they should be able to find it.
Oh.
As the inhibitor will will go down. Now, Gideon has walked all the way around.
He's just trying to hold this wave so it's not fully stacked.
Yeah, Kanavi is just going to fight him, though. And I just don't think Gideon really wins it. Although he does have, I don't know, might be
Loki!
Okay, Loki!
เอาได้เซกาเราเป็นเทนดี้ฆ่าอีกแล้วแต่ว่านำกุด้านหลังซุปมาซุปบอกแบกให้ผมแบก
Takes down 2 already. That's going to be a third. And he's looking for even more as Teddy backing away towards his fountain. But Gumiushi has Nexus turrets in his eyes. And HLE, I think they're going to put an end to this series right here, right now. As the flash over the top as Teddy at least rebuffs something. We'll be able to stop that beat drop from coming through. And there goes Gumiushi for now. Can they actually hold on to this game? As Kanavi says, absolutely not. And he'll take down the Nexus and conclude this 2-0 for HLE.
I do think that draft was a major problem for Hanjin in this series, but Teddy played valiantly in both games.
2-0 ครับทำอะไร
And, you know, Loki, it's still early. I don't want to judge one way or the other, but
เรียกว่าอย่างไรดีคือพี่ว่าฟอร์มก็
I'll give him that. He looked much better than Romer's debut earlier this year, so that's a good thing. Hanwha Life Esports, the super team, is churning today, right? They are able to move the engine. They are able to make the pieces work, even if Kanavi still is sometimes too far, sometimes just far enough.
And the thing that I liked about it was that I felt HLE were able to right the ship, right? After there were some liberties taken in the earlier stages of the game, Kanavi then was able to be reined back in, or the rest of the team were able to be there to allow him to go crazy and then still have that backup available. I think that counter gank on the bottom side of the map was absolutely fantastic. Gumiushi having a really good game on his Ashe, of course, has been fantastic on this pick for a very long time. You give him access to skill shots, and he will give you Ws.
I just, you know, I have to go back to the fact that they saw Ashe and they walked into it with Trundle and Renekton. And even though Teddy looked really good on the Mel and he seemed really comfortable on it, despite some weird rebuttals here and there, in terms of like layering the damage in, farming it out in mid, playing that part of the game. The thing is, if he had a real draft on the other side, maybe that could have been a little bit more interesting into the Ashe Seraphine. But the Renekton worked in that one isolated incident where they got the flank onto Guma. Besides that, like, Pyke also doesn't do well when you fall behind. So when they lose control of the game, it all just falls apart so quickly. The early game was great, you know? Yeah. 30 minutes ago, we were like, wait a minute, but...
The problem is it wasn't great enough. And that's the problem with Pyke composition, is you really need to snowball exceptionally hard. And they just didn't quite snowball.
ระหว่างนี้เราลองดูเซต17เนี่ยตอนนั้นพี่เล่นเป็นไอคอมมีโพเนี่ยมีโพเนี่ยตัวนี้พี่อยากเล่นมากเลยอะเกรฟแชทก็ถ่ายตอนพี่ดูเลยใช่ถ่ายแค่แบบรูปมันพี่เจเกฟมันจะได้คืออยากให้ทุกคนได้เห็นเกฟจริงว่ะคือเวลาที่มันมีตัว ability ลงมามันแบบมันเหมือนแบบว่า Call of Duty เลยมาแล้วผมคอมมาแล้ว Space Group Dark Star อยากเล่นเกรฟว่ะ PBE มาแล้วใช่ฟิลล่าก็โหดเว้ยตัว5 บาทเช่นไม่เคยเล่นว่ะโซน่าก็ยังไม่เล่นอันนี้แบบประมาณแบบเมื่อกี้ไกลเลยเปล่าแบบมันถ่ายไปเลยเซตใหม่กลับมาเป็นมือใหม่อีกรอบนั่นน่ะดิมันไม่คือมันไม่ได้มีระบบวงล้อแล้วอะทีนี้ทุกคนก็จะมีโอกาสคือจะได้เห็นของเท่ากันทีนี้ก็ขึ้นอยู่กับว่ากอดแล้วว่าเราจะเล่นกอดอะไรคือวงล้อมันจะหายไปแล้วก็จะมีเหมือนให้เลือกกอดแล้วก็เลือกไอเทมด้วยนี่คืออันเดอร์ลอร์ดเซตใหม่หรือ what the fuck อันเดอร์ลอร์ดเขามีอัพแพทอะไรอย่างเงี้ยป่ะแต่อันเดอร์ลอร์ดน่าจะเลิกทำไปแล้วมั้ง พี่จะเล่น TFT ช่วงรอตอนแรกว่าจะเล่นแต่มันน่าจะทำ
เราพูดถึงระบบวงล้อได้ไหมที่โหวตเกม 5,555
Yeah, and it's a good counter matchup into the Azir as well, and having that string to your bow feels very, very nice. So I think we probably want to find some positives for the bros, and I think next time we might have an easier matchup for them. This was going to be a difficult one, no matter how you slice it up against HLE, but yeah, it's a little bit of a rough one. As we are getting ready for the interview here with Zeka, and we'll see what Subin's got to ask him as well.
I thought Dagon was doing the interview.
Oh yeah, it's still the first, right? Surely. Not this time around. Dagon's Korean was all right though.
Yeah.
เดี๋ยวนะนี่คืออะไรเนี่ยอัลต้าเมกาไทม์คิกมิลิโอมันเฮ้ยมิลิโอเล่นสายเตะเหรอมิลิโอคิกกับบอลทูเอนมี่มีสายมิลิโอเตะนะเอเลียโซนี่น่าเล่นมาก
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Zeka on the side of Hana Life Esports. Zeka, you get to kick off the opening day with a win. How do you feel?
ผมเมนครับคนนี้ผมเมน
You know, it's been a while since we were on stage, so I was feeling a little nervous, but it was honestly that much more fun, and I was quite excited for today. So after wrapping up LCK Cup early, you must have had some prep process for the regular season. Yeah, we had a very long period of break. And in the LCK Cup, we had a lot of shortcomings and there are a lot of moments that we need to fix. So we had to put in that much more practice to fix as much as things as we can. And you actually hit rank 1 in solo queue, so how much did it take to get there? Yeah, since we didn't have any big matches coming up, I think in the team, what you can do as a player, the best you can do is, you know, playing a lot of solo queue. So I did really do my best. I tried really hard.
ก็เลยแบบไปโซโล่คิวช่วงที่ผ่านมานะ
Your Rise has massive presence, and the blind pick probably contributed a lot too. So how did it feel when Rise and Pantheon were both available together? Pantheon and Rise, they actually have really good synergy in terms of their global ults. So I think we just wanted to play our game in the early game and just snowball the game in the end. So I wanted to make sure that we could take that tempo. And in game 2, you picked Ziggs against Azir. And it was as seen from Knight from LPL. So did you draw inspiration from that? Yeah, in the LCK. I feel like it's quite difficult for Ziggs to win against Azir. I think it's because in the LCK there are such good Azir players. But I really did practice a lot, and I felt like in this meta it might be actually playable. So what makes Ziggs a good matchup against Azir? You actually have a lot bigger range. And I think right now, I feel like the champions that have explosive damage is actually quite preferred over those champions that do consistent damage. And today you laid against Bro's newly signed player, Loki, and he actually referred you as the mid laner he looks up to. So how was it? You know, I don't know, it could be empty compliments. Maybe he doesn't actually mean that, but I'm still really grateful for that. And I was just as nervous, and I feel like I didn't actually play perfectly as well, but honestly, he did really well. And as someone he looks up to, any kind words for him? You know, in the previous season, as you know, they finished higher ranked than us, so I think we just have to try even harder than them. And from your perspective, compared to the LCK Cup, what is the biggest meta shift so far? So team-wide or game-wise as well. I think the game's tempo has been a lot faster lately. And I think we've been practicing based on that to match up with the shift. And even today, I felt like we had to move around a lot faster and end the game quickly as well. So do you think that actually gives you the edge? I actually really like those kind of comps. And what an amazing first win to start off the season. Your next opponent is T1. Any words for them? Now I think we'll just have to make sure that we analyze the next match and make sure
Fake girl
that
โอ้ไม่ได้เห็นนานจัดเลยครับผม
do well and perform even better this upcoming Saturday. And another occasion to celebrate. It is your 6th-year anniversary. Any word for your fans? Thank you so much for all the support, for all that time during the 6 years. And, you know, I hope that I can keep it up until 10 years and so on. And that's all from Zeka and back to the desk. Thank you.
6 years of Zeka, and he kicks off with a 2-0 victory over Hanjin Brian. An upset, if you will, based on the LCK Cup standings, because, you know, they looked good.
You did look pretty upset with how things are going, Digon. I'll be honest. But, you know.
Yeah.
HLE back into more regular form. There was definitely some moments in the game.
I mean, it's against Brion, you know. Like I can't really rate them if they're good or not. You know, it's too early.
They need the wins, right? They just need to show consistent form against any team.
At least now we can call them their 9th place. True, maybe, right?
Yeah.
Well, actually, right now they're first place in LCK regular season. I agree with
พี่
that.
ครับเขา
because,
อะไรอ่ะ
you know,
แต่
it
ตะ
wasn't.
แต่ตะ
It
โก้
was the first time this Hanjin Brion team being together,
What
whereas
the
Like
fuck,
the Esports
Alameda?
squad, they got knocked out so early that the focus was just getting over the hump. And I think if you make sure that you take care of the win by way of Zeka there and getting the POM, then
ใน
that's
ที่
all
สุด
you can
ก็
do.
ได้เจอ
A
เฟเก
2-0
อร์
is a
ที่ไม่ใช่
2-0.
เฟเกอร์
Good
ที่บ้าน
job,
สักที
Hanwha
นะ
Life
คะคุณแม่
Esports. 10 out of 13 there. A Kanavi, a Zeus. I like the Zeus. I don't mind the Zeus shout out. And then down there on the bottom side, Chichik voting for Gumiyushi.
I think he had some good arrows in the Ash game as well. A little sprinkle in the others, but I think Zeka just the Rise game was really solid from him, making the map.
PUBG คือเราโหลดในนี้ใช่ปะ
And the Ziggs game, building Ziggs properly.
วันนี้มีเล่น PUBG
No Rod of Ages here. Oh my god, if he built Rocket Bell, I would have lost it, but no. He builds Ludens, Shadow Flames, has the pen boots, comes
พี่ยังไม่โหลดเลยเหรอเฮ้ยเดี๋ยวนี้มันไม่ใช่แบบยุคก่อนแล้ว
bombs on everyone.
แล้วเดี๋ยวก็โหลดเสร็จ
And,
แล้ว
you know, got the quadra kill as well, didn't quite get the pen. Teddy had a great game as well to shut him down in that moment, but yeah. Good job, Zach. I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
That was a good Ziggs game.
I mean,
We don't get a lot of them in the LCK.
If I was HLE fan, I was missing this, you know, like this kind of momentum. Like we have the mid gap, like a kind of low key mid gap against low key, you know. Just saying. But it's like
ทำไมปีเกิดพี่แก่จังครับ
it was good.
เฮ้ยเมื่อกี้คนเห็นอายุหมดแล้วนี่ว่าลืมเลย
You know, just say.
เมื่อกี้ใส่วันเกิดของพี่ชายครับไม่ใช่ของพี่อะ
It was good.
I mean, like I just feel like this is the.
Yeah, I think what he was trying to hit on there is that because the player is called Loki.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
You can go.
That makes sense now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Yeah, I just want to explain.
I don't even want to talk
I don't think
anymore.
EU
EU
got
for
it.
me, right?
True.
EU would did.
Oh really?
Yeah.
You didn't get it?
Oh.
Yeah, he didn't get it. So you should explain it in depth because I explained it a little bit. Do you want to really? So because low key, but like low key.
He can't even speak Korean, and he cannot even understand what like this rhyme means.
Yeah, this is actually the
Oh, man,
divide.
that's
It's
crazy.
not host and analysts. It's Korean speakers, non-Korean speakers.
Happy everyone. Let's see what else that we had here for our comments. As Wadid's pun will now move on. New Mage Zeka is a good look, right? Again, shout out to the Ziggs.
Yeah. I think as well, like some of the criticisms of Zeka has been in Fearless, looked a bit weaker. Bringing out stuff like Ziggs, it is a good look. It's what they really need.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you have this
พี่จะ
kind of
40แล้วผมไม่
solid mid
ผมยังไม่
lane,
30เลยเดี๋ยวมึงก็
the
30กัน
game gets a lot easier.
ไม่ต้องห่วงหรอก
You get the pressure, you move with your mid laner, and you kind of spread your pressure into the side lane, which
Multiply,
makes
สวัสดี
game
ค
a
รั
lot
บ
easier.
Continue on to us. We had from our Korean analyst desk, Helios Winter Fox Green.
งานเหลืองครับ ใช่ครับ
There's Baby Zeka's cheeky moves.
I don't know the context, but yeah.
I don't know the context either.
พี่กับเล่นชาโคบน
Baby
ไหน
Zeka.
สนุกมาก
Alright, so a
ตอนมาลังเล
new
ว่าจะเอาตัวไหนดี
nickname for Zeka as we've been
เฮ้ย จ
updated.
ริงๆก็
It's Baby Zeka.
อยากเล่นนะ
Is it growing up?
พี่ชอบดู
Because he's 6 years old.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
6
พี่
years,
วอดอยู่
Baby Zeka. The 10th place underdog strikes back. Zeka looks dangerous. The future is bright. Cloud Templar's a knower.
What an upset!
This is good.
พี่ขอไปเข้าห้องน้ำแป๊บนึงแชทเดี๋ยวมา
Yeah.
It was a huge upset.
รอก่อนนะ
A Noah.
We did want to take a look at the draft from that last one. Improvement from game number 1 for the bros, but still difficult to play with.
I don't know, like for me, this kind of draft is the one that you should do at the end of the split. If the regular draft doesn't work against good team, I think this kind of pocket picks is kind of good idea against like better teams, you know. But right now, this is just the beginning of the season. I think they need to build the structure from the beginning, like the fundamentals. But I think these drafts on stage, it won't help at all. You know, even though you're gonna like get stomped by with the normal draft, I still feel like they should try the normal draft. I don't think this kind of like the end is not helping them.
I think it's interesting though seeing this because we've seen a lot of teams struggle into the Ashe Seraphine. You know, some combinations seen into it have been like the Zeri Yumi, like Weather the Storm and scale really well. But you can kind of see the theory here of like the Pyke is kill pressure, you have the CC layering we saw in lane, and then the Mel can actually reflect a lot of the CC. So you can kind of see what the theory was going on here, but playing it out and the execution needed, especially I think part of the problem is that Ashe Seraphine Xin Zhao is such a convincing first 3 pickups to getting this situation.
True.
Really hard to deal with, and even if they had this bot lane counter prepared, I just think it was a struggle to play out the map as a whole.
It's just really hard to execute it well, you know. You have to be perfect on the champion, so.
Yeah, definitely. It was a good one roam by Namgung, but then really didn't hit level 6. And from there, as we've done many times here, Hanjin Brion still looking for their first series victory.
They're number 2. They're number 2 right now. That's pretty good.
They are number 2. They are number 2. They do have more losses
than everyone else. You should enjoy that. Feel good about that.
I'm glad that they got a game. There's always next time, Hanjin Brion. It is Hanwha Life Esports with the victory, and now it's time for our second series of the day. It is a telecom war, T1 versus KT. We'll have that after the break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching day 1 of the LCK 2026.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
처음 경험한 건 그 사다리차를 이용해서 하는 게 좀 많이 인상이 깊었던 것 같아요. 그냥 놀이기구 타면 더 높은 것도 타고 그러는데 저게 무서우면 안 되죠.
늘 하던 느낌? 아니 뭐 설명은 들었는데
BD วันนี้เบาๆหน่อยนะน้องคือพี่ทีวันก็คือพี่ทีวันก็ต้องเจอศึกหนักใน2สัปดาห์แรกนะครับผมเจอทั้ง KT ฮาวาไลแล้วก็เจนจีครับไม่รู้ไลออดเขาอยากจะได้คือพี่ว่าไลออดอาจจะต้องเรียกว่าอะไรอ่ะคืออยากได้แบบแอดฮาร์มากๆอ่ะเนาะก็คือแบบต้องมาละต้องใส่สุดก็คือจัดให้เลยครับผมแบบ Boxing Day
날씨 풀렸다 간다 빨리 타 뒤에 차 있어 라플라는 안 버틸걸요? 아 진짜? 와 대박 아 글쎄요 아직 뭘 할지 몰라가지고 저도
뒤에 뭔가 화려하지 않나요?
흰색? 아 뭘까?
ตอบเป็นไหนก่อนมีอะไรค่อยๆพูดค่อยจานนะคะนะคลิปนี้แม่งตลกจริงพี่นั่งดูเลยในเมื่อกี้แบบฮาไปดูได้ที่เพจครับใครหรือว่าดูใน TikTok YouTube มีหมดนะ
지금 과자 안 먹은 지 한두 달 됐어요. 아니요. 운동하면은 스트레스 받아서 과자 먹어요. 촬영 감독님 말대로 하면은 알아서 잘 나올 거니까 편하게 하면 될 것 같습니다.
แต่ว่าล่าสุดคือตบจอห์นซีน่ามาแบบไม่มีทรงเลยบอกเลยว่าคนนี้เนี่ยตัวเต็งนะ เมื่อวานน้องเขาไปส่งที่ไหนว่าแบบลูกกับพี่ไม่เห็นเขาพิมพ์ใน Discord เลยก็เลยไม่รู้ว่าเขาส่งของใครตัวที่2เราจะสร้างใครดีพี่บวงหรือว่าพี่เดี๋ยวให้แชทแบบโหวตได้พี่บวงแล้วก็ต้องสู้กับนายนะอันนี้นี่น้องชิมมาถ่ายที่นี่น่าเป็นที่ทำแบบน้องชิมเลย
비교적 수월하게 진행하고 있는 것 같아서 그렇게 힘들진 않고 재밌는 것 같습니다.
พี่บิ๊กเหรอ
촬영 컨셉 자체는
หรือไม่ก็อาจจะเอาพี่ก่อนแล้วเดี๋ยวพี่บวกไปสู้กับพี่บิ๊กอีกที
드론? 공중 드론인데 완전 신기했어요. 눈앞에서 보니까 소리도 좀 크고 바람도 세고 해가지고 촬영이 기억에 남아야 되는데 그게 좀 기억에 남습니다.
แล้วว่างก็ต้องสู้กับแทนไฟสู้กับใครอ่ะไฟสู้กับไอ้หมื่นเหรอเฮ้ยเราจัดเป็นสายดีป่ะจัดเป็นสายหรือเอา1-1ดีป่ะ1-1จัดเป็นสายแล้วเราทำเป็นสายเลยคือทำเป็นแบบสายเลยคือแบบว่าสายบนสายล่างอะไรอย่างเงี้ยเฮ้ยไม่สายบนสายล่างมันจะเยอะไปบ่เฮ้ยแต่บางคนสายบนสายล่างเว้ยหรือเราจะเอาระบบสวิตช์สเตทมาของเวอร์เลยคือก็จัดแบบสู้แบบนี้ใช่ป่ะแล้วก็คนชนะก็จะไปอยู่กลุ่มชนะคนแพ้ก็อยู่กลุ่มแพ้ไฟสู้กับพี่แพ้เหรอไฟสู้ไอ้หมื่นอ่ะมันจะไม่ครบแล้วดิมันต้องเป็นคู่อ่ะไฟสู้ไอ้หมื่นแล้วพี่หมื่นสู้กับพี่เจงเหรอ โอเคเราได้คู่ครบแล้วตอนนี้เราได้คู่ครบแล้วพี่หมื่นสู้เจงแล้วก็ ไปสู้กับพี่แพรอุ้ยกูไปชี้หล่อมากเลยอ่ะผมคือแบบเฮ้ยอยากได้ผมแบบเนี้ยโอ้ยสู้ซูดไม่ได้ซูดแม่งหล่อสัตว์เลยว่ะเดี๋ยวพี่จะไปร้านเขานะพี่จะบอกพี่เอาทรงนี้ทรงซูดทำยังไงวะแต่พี่เหมือนจะทรงกุมายชีมากกว่าโดรานไม่ดีตรงไหนเฮ้ยมันอะไรแค่บอกซุดหล่อนี่คือถ่านไฟเก่ามันร้อนเลยเหรอมันอะไรขนาดนั้นพี่บอกคิงเงินหล่อไม่เห็นมีใครพูดเลยเขาบอกซุดหล่อปุ๊บโดนละถ่านไฟเก่าโดรานไม่ดีตรงไหนแฮชแท็กโดรานไม่ดีตรงไหนแฮชแท็กถ่านไฟเก่ามันร้อนแฮชแท็กคิดถึงแฟนเก่าบอกวิกล่าหล่อไม่มีเลยเกิดขึ้นโดรานก็หล่อผิดตรงไหนอะอีก2 นาทีครึ่งคุณผู้ชมเราจะได้ดูทีวันแล้วครับคิดถึงอย่างมากสวัสดีครับผมโดรานเองครับนี่แต่ตอนทีเซอร์ LCK ใครพี่พูดตามตรงนะทีเซอร์ LCK พี่ว่ามันเดี๋ยวย้อนให้ดูอีกรอบหนึ่งน่าจะมีปะไม่มีว่ะต้องย้อนไปดูในไลฟ์เลย
อะไรก็ทีวันใส่เสื้อเจนจี
ดูใหม่
ไหนเครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมเจนจีก็มีหัวใจ
เผื่อใครยังไม่ได้ดูครับผมเผื่อใครยังไม่ได้ดูเนาะเป็น I see the day to sun ไม่ใช่เกอร์ครับผมยอมใจโปรดักชั่นของเกาหลีจริงโคตรโหดอ่ะนี่โชว์เมเกอร์เพย์เมเกอร์
วันนี้เคทีจะ
ตีก่อนครับเป็นหนึ่งจริงสเกลหน้าเหมือนเอท็อกเลยไม่รู้เพราะอะไรเหมือนกันคิงเงินหน้าเหมือนเอท็อกมากสวัสดีครับโดลาดีครับเนี่ยเฟเกอร์นี่ต้องมือชนกันด้วยนิดนึงซุดกับคุมายุชิเท่สัตว์เลยว่ะเท่มากเลยว่ะแต่พี่อยากรู้ว่าถ้าเราเปลี่ยนเพลงได้ปะขอเราดูไหม ไฟติ้งแล้ววันนี้วันที่วันต้องการแต้มเพื่อขึ้นไปอันดับ1อันดับ2ให้ได้
Welcome back, ladies and
มาเจอ
gentlemen.
คู่ปรับเก่า
2026. You saw
ผู้
the
ที่
beautiful view over the Han River.
เป็นเหมือนกับศัตรูธรรมชาติ
The Life building, like just right there.
It's a big one.
It's actually very, very
คู่
cute
มันอี
that
กแล้ว
they just
KT
won
อีก
the
แล้ว
very first series here. If you weren't here, they did just pick up that victory.
เพื่อใครมาเพิ่งมานะครับเชวาน่ามีในแพทนี้แล้วแต่ว่ายังโดนโกลบอลแบนอยู่นะครับผมยังไม่สามารถเล่นได้นะครับแพทเป็น 26.6 นะครับผมแพทล่าสุดเลยนะ
Sorry, yeah, it's not the HLE. I just keep saying Hanwha Life.
But I mean, Hanwha Life Esports is
แต่
a
ว่า
part
KT
of
ก็
the greater
ไลน์อัพก็
Hanwha.
เปลี่ยนแปลงไป
Hanwha building. Yeah.
We also saw a brief shot of the
T1
LCK
ก็
trophy with
อย่าง
the
ที่เห็นก็คือ
champions
สมาชิ
of
ออก
all
เป็น
LCK
เทสมาแทน
and there were a lot of T1s on
เหมือน
there.
จะฟอร์มดีในช่วงกรุ๊ป
Playing in
สเตจ
our
แต่พอไป
second
ช่วง
series,
เพลย์ออฟ
that
ก็
we'll be jumping
ทีวัน
into
ฟอร์มไม่ค่อยดีครับเลยไม่ได้ไปเฟิร์สแตมด้วยซ้ำ
Hanwha Life Esports, so
ตอนนี้ครับวันนี้ก็ชนะ
great.
2-0 ครับได้เป็น
From 10th place
อันดับ
to
1 ของ
first
กลุ่ม
place.
นะ
That is a
In terms of
gigantic
standings jump,
swing.
That's
ส่วน
massive.
โบก็
That's a big swing, as you say. Telecom War on
ตอน
day
นี้ก็
one
ลบ2
always feels a little bit weird. It's happened before, but you know, we
สำ
don't
คัญมาก
really
นะ
have
อันดับ
the
1 อันดับ
full
2 นี่
storyline
จะ
set
ได้
up. Yes,
แทบจะ
obviously we have
มีโอกาส
LCK
ไป
Cup to
MSI
kind of
ถึง
fall back
66% เลย
towards, but KT did not
66.6%
have the world's
อันดับ 1 อันดับ
finals
2 ส่วนอันดับ 1 นะครับ ถ้าใครไปอันดับ
start
1 จะได้
to
ไป
the year. Maybe
EWC
things
ครับ
will change today.
Yeah, let's have a look at some of the points of the match though, as Owner is to reach his
ได้ไปเล่น
300th
ทัวร์
win if they manage
ฟาร์
to
มเงิน
pick up a victory, sitting at 298 right now, 5th in the entirety of the league, which is kind of crazy because I remember when this guy debuted and it doesn't feel like
T1
that long ago.
ไม่ได้แข่งนาน
That's just what's happened, but
You know what else?
this
พอสมควร
is
เนอะ
a big thing. as
KT ก็คล้ายๆกันครับ
Effort is going to be the one
เพราะว่าก็
starting here, as Ghost was playing in
ใน
Challenger.
รอบ
You
เพลย์
let
ออ
me
ฟก็
know that one earlier on, Wolf, and
ไม่ได้
I
ไป
guess
วะ
they're
ไม่
just
ได้ไป
not
ด้ว
going
ย
to play Polo in their first game.
ไปแต่ว่า
When I
เดี๋ยวนะว่า
saw
ไปถึงตอนไหน
that
วะ
Ghost was playing, I was like, okay, well, Paulu's playing. This makes kind of sense, right? We've seen a lot of teams put their players down to challengers to kind of,
ไม่ได้ไป
I
เพลย์
don't
อ
know,
อ
get
ฟ
them back into the swing of things. But
Play
this is an
off,
ex-T1
play
player,
in
by
แต่
the
ว่า
way,
แพ้
2017 to
ซูเปอร์ก็เลยไม่ได้
2020, as you guys could see at the top of
ไม่ได้
your
ไปไหนอะ
screens. That was where he made his big name.
Yep, now it's time to check out the tees.
KT랑 오랜 기간 동안 상대방으로 만나왔기 때문에 평생 다
นี่ก็
라이벌이라고
รีแมตช์
생각하고요.
เบอร์ไฟนอลครับ
만난 것 같아서 최선을
แต่ไลน์อัพไม่เหมือนเดิมเนอะ
하겠습니다.
LCK 컵 때 KT에게 질 뻔했지만 마지막에 승리한 건 저희였기 때문에 LCK에서도 승리할 수 있게 노력하겠습니다.
T1이랑
เปลี่ยนคู่ล่างครับ
던 경기들이 많았던
KT.
것 같아서 꼭 나아진 모습 보여주고
เป็นเอมมิงกับโกส
이번 LCK에서
ไม่ใช่ดกดำกับปีเตอร์
왜 T1인지 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
올해도 높은 곳을 바라보기 위해서 첫 경기부터 T1 잡고 가겠습니다.
พวกเราก็เจอเล็งพวกเราคาดหวังสูงครับในปีนี้ครับเราต้องทำให้ได้ KT บอกมาสำคัญมากแมตช์แรกครับเพราะว่าสัปดาห์แรกนี่
I understand.
มันทำให้
that
ถ้าชนะ
KT
มันจะ
said
ทำให้
that
เล่น
they're
ง่าย
aiming higher, and I get that because aiming. It makes sense.
มาแล้วครับตรงนี้
He does indeed. Let us welcome T1 though to the Chichik Low Park stage here. As wait a second.
ไม่ใช่อันนี้ T1 เหรอ
4, 5,
T1 ครับผม
Okay, a little bit of an adjustment here as T1 Dumbo is going to be joining T1 as they walk out onto the Chichik Low Park stage.
So this guy is an insanely famous
Dumbo ครับ
and content creator, and he does comedy
เฮ้ยมัน
videos.
6 คนเหรอ
He's a very funny guy.
อ๋อ
You can see, a little bit up here. So there's
เฮ้ย Dumbo
probably
คือใคร
very
อะ
few people in the audience who do
Dumbo
not
คือใครครับ
recognize him. He is quite well known.
เป็น
And
T1
he's
เก่า
done
แล้ว
some collaborations with T1, played mid lane with them. So he's standing rather with Faker in the mid lane for this walkout. It's a really cool promo and collab. I love to see when teams work with content creators, as you can see here.
He was also doing a bunch of
อ๋อ
content
influencer ครับ
backstage earlier on today as well. So I imagine the T1 YouTube channel will have plenty of content ready for you
เชี่ย
as
สัก
well.
ครั้งหนึงมายืน
You do
ทัก
wanna
ครั้ง
check that one out as man.
ถ้าพี่มายืนครั้งนี้
All
แบบนี้
seriousness here,
ถ้าครั้งในชีวิต
as
แม่
I
งคง
can
จะเป็นอะไร
see
ที่แบบ
Kerry is
แม่
hiding
ง
a
บ้า
smirk.
มากอ่ะ
He's generally the one to crack first, as Dumbo's just going to stay out. And oh dear.
I didn't quite catch. It says you could do it.
They can definitely do it.
He also wrote easy peasy on his hands in one of the content pieces they did. Although he kind of messed up and said peasy easy.
Yeah, he did say peasy easy.
But it's funnier that way. He's a comedian, okay?
It's a joke that we don't get, Wolf, okay?
Well, nothing has changed for T1 since LCK Cup, which it's been a while. They did not make it to Hong Kong, which was a shock to many.
Yeah.
And on the opposite side of things here,
มาแล้ว KT
I thought
นำโดย BDD
season, obviously losing their bottom
Mid late
duel
god
to the DN Supers was a big blow, especially with Paulo and Ghost just not being able to figure it out. We talked about KT Rolster all through LCK Cup as a team that was really hindered by the bottom lane not finding synergy. But we're just gonna blow it up.
เดี๋ยวนะ
third
ซัพพอร์ตเขาคือใครอ่ะ
here and bring in effort.
ไม่ใช่โกสนะอันนี้
Wolf, I'm really worried though, because you know what this reminds me of? The Snowflower.
Yeah, well, I was gonna lead into. I wasn't gonna mention Snowflower, but I was gonna lead into.
เขารู้เหรอ
Let me just say one thing that T1 fans will remember and be like, ooh, it hurts me when Wolf says this. Effort kind of peaked when he was on T1.
Effort เหรอครับ Effort
And he has struggled to find
T1
success,
เก่าเลยครับ
you know, for example, when he was on Live Sandbox.
นี่มัน
And then went to the Bros after that. It was sort of like a petering out, unfortunately.
Yeah, just like Peter went out of KT and he replaced it. But this, it feels like Snowflower because Effort is, as a pro player age, is pretty old now, right? Like he's been around for a really long time. He hasn't been able to find the success that T1 was hoping he was going to bring to this to their roster so long ago. I mean, it's been like almost a decade. Think about it that way, and you're like, oh, it's pretty crazy. Effort is quite famous because he's an ex-T1 player. But does this solve anything, or does this further complicate things? Because KT at the beginning of last year did the same thing where they're rotating Duck Dom around, right, and eventually settled on him. We're doing the same thing here with the support role, and it's unsettling, to say the least.
I don't know what it's going to mean. I do think that, like, Effort is a known quantity, right? He's never been sort of the flashy guy. He's always been Effort, no matter where he's been, for better or worse. And I don't know whether KT necessarily need that. I know that Paulo and Ghost were certainly struggling, but...
You know what I need?
What do you need?
A little Nasus hover.
That's what you're going to get. You are definitely going to get a little bit of a Nasus hover, Wolf.
Faker.
If there's anything that Effort can provide, it is hovering Nasus. We will get a little bit of this.
อันนี้ก็ได้รับจากการจัดอันดับว่าเป็นผู้มีอิทธิพลในเกาหลี
No, I didn't
มากๆนะครับ
Effort
Faker
play in Casper Cup earlier, like
พอๆกับ BTS ดาราแบบ
did
อิน
he?
ฟูคนอื่น
I can't quite. I feel like we were talking about the
Faker.
Nasus hover very recently.
Faker.
Yeah, that might have been the case because I do remember this coming up fairly recently.
Yeah, and Yundo says
อัน
that
ดับ
he
5 เท่า
thinks
IU
that he
นะ
did.
Yeah.
And Yundo
ขอ
was
ขออนุญาตปิดalert ครับ เรา
memorable Casper Cup.
No, they
didn't
not.
play with their
ลุยครับ
main
นี่
roster, so.
And that might actually mean why Effort was there. So that does make some sense. So KT going to be at least bringing part of the Casper Cup flavor.
เสื้อโคตรเท่
the LCK
ไอ
stage.
เสื้อคลุม
Replaced Effort. And T1 started winning a lot after that.
Yeah, and it's actually kind of interesting because Effort came in.
T1 เปิดตัวเน้นคอนเทนต์ขนาดเกมนี้ต้อง 2-1 แล้ว
as well, where T1 had that 2019 like super mega
โคม่า
roster,
ก็
which was
ไปพักร้อนครับเหลือแต่ทอมครับ
one of the super teams of old that didn't quite manage to get it done when it came to later in the year, but were exceptionally dominant throughout.
สบายแล้วทอมบอกไม่มีใครมาขัดแล้วจะดับเซนหน้าก็ดับได้ครับทอมชอบอยู่แล้ว เซนหน้าอยู่กับอะไรก็อร่อยครับทอมบอก
Statement, and we've talked about this a lot across multiple talk shows. We've talked about it here on the casting desk. That the support pool right now in Korea is relatively small in terms of new talent. Like we're kind of scraping.
It's Widid's time to shine. I mean, I saw his tweet today.
He did announce, in fact, that he's coming back. So maybe KT should.
He's ready. He's prepared in like middle master. He's totally ready to do it.
Like over 300 games of Sona.
Yeah,
you know?
That's a lot of Sona. That he may not necessarily be able to
ขยับ
utilize
ตัว
all
นิ
that
ดนึงครับ
effectively, but we'll just have to see. I
อะไร
can
มัน
see
มัน
some
ไม่พอดี
Chancellor
หรือเปล่า
go on some screens here as it is time for the Telecom War, day 1 of 2026 LCK, and we are straight in to the Telecom War here. Let's see whether KT can at least bring us to 3 games, because I'm a little
Let's
bit
go
worried based on this revolving
โค
door
ตร
of
คิดถึง
support
เลยคุณผู้ชม
what is going to happen. However,
T1
we
First Pick
haven't
ครับ
seen
อยู่
any
ฝั่งเลส
gameplay
ไซ
just
ส์
yet, and I do not want to count chickens prior to the hatching of said eggs or the chicken's eggs, you know, all that sort of stuff.
Sure. I mean, when we're in draft here, you know, the eggs haven't even appeared yet.
No, there's the first one. As the Varus is going to be banned away.
คนนี้ก็จะเป็นวาลาส
playing
อุ้ย
that one.
คุณผู้ชมคิเลีย what the
That
fuck
is a very good idea.
what the fuck
You know, he's a scholar of the support role.
He is indeed.
He looks
แบน
up
บาท
to
เลย
a lot of great supports.
ลัมโบ้
and
most
he
bad อยู่นะ
knows that's not going to be. That might be not an
อันนี้จะ
effort
แบน
thing.
ไซออน
I've
ไหม
seen that from everybody. Is Rumble's taken away here? T1 do have first pick, even though they are here on red side. If you missed LCK Cup and everything that was happening.
เพราะว่าถ้าเกิดจะเลือกไลฟ์เฟิร์สพิกมันควรแบนไซออนมันถึกเกิน
Vi
ไหม
banned away is pretty unique to this series thus far. As see what this final ban is going to be. Azir will be taken. Maybe Faker gets his hands on the Orianna first pick. Imagine just going to game one of T1's very first series and they get knocked to Orianna somehow with Owner and Faker.
I'm a little bit
ถ้าไม่แบนตรงนี้ก็คือ
they will first pick Karma because the Orianna I think has to be banned here. I don't think you allow Faker to play it. Unless BDD has an answer.
He gets Karma himself. He's like, effort, you're here to play Karma.
There you go. And honestly, I don't think that
จะ
is
เลือก
a
อากาลี
bad
ไปสวน
idea.
แบบ BDD
As the Karma
แบน
is
คา
going to
มา
be
ผม
banned. So never mind, it will be the Orianna.
โอเคตรงนี้มี Orianna
Give the Orianna, but they don't get the counter pick.
Faker นะเว้ย
You know, the swing back with the Karma in the bottom lane.
หรือว่าเราจะ
So
ไล
let's
ฟ์
see what the plan is here for BDD because I mean BDD is an incredible mid
โอ
laner.
เคครับเป็น
He is
Orianna
the one piece remaining here for this KT roster that's still
Let's
firing on all
go!
cylinders towards the end of LCK Cup. Not necessarily
Let's
the case. Just gonna
go!
walk in the Rise.
หุยแม่งได้แพนธีออนว่ะ
Pantheon is super strong right now, and we already saw
น็อกขึ้นเลยได้
what
ปะ
this duo double global
ไหน
can
ๆก็ไหนๆ
do
ละ
from Hanwha Life Esports earlier.
And I mean, this is
แบบมันเข้ามาปุ๊บแล้วปิดไฟแล้วแบบทุกคนงงเฮ้ยตรงไหนวะเพื่อนตรงไหนวะเพื่อน
And that is precisely what they've done. The Owner can pick Nocturne though.
Yeah, the problem with Nocturne into this is that it doesn't really have a lot of agency pre-6, and Pantheon has a lot. So even though it's kind of like follows the global with its ultimate, I do like this Jarvan pick a little bit more, especially because it denies the Sivir to come through. And Jace, once again...
Are we just... Is KT like, oh no, what HLE did was the best.
แต่ว่าตรงนี้มันเฟล็กกันได้เว้ย
As they are hovering at
พอ
least
ดับอย่างเงี้ย
the
ตรงนี้มันเลยเฟล็กได้
there is an Ezreal Bard on that
มัน
particular
เลยแบบ
lineup.
เอาเจสไปกลางเอาไลฟ์ไปท็อปก็ได้อะไรอย่างงี้
Ezreal's picked. So we are going to see a different bottom lane, but this is exactly the same top side of the map that KT are running. But it is a Jace blind pick. The Jace was blinded in games in the first series. But this time, they can actually protect it. So the Yorick going to be taken away first, and we'll see what else is going to be removed alongside it.
Enchanter ตอนนี้เหลือแค่มิเลโอ
Lulu is a great choice.
พี่ว่าน่าจะเป็นเซเลฟีน
See what else they want to take away
แอ
from
ช
this.
เซเลฟีนแอช
From
แต่แอชมันดีนะตอนเนี้ยมันแบบเล่นคอมโบกับแพดิออนได้
Jace jungle was a thing.
คือแบบพอมันเป็นตัวนี้จับได้ตัวนี้ก็ลงได้ไงมันถ้าเลนล่างมันจับได้อีกตัวนึงมันก็คือแบบ
Pantheon support in his day.
It definitely has.
จะลงสนุกเลย
I mean, I don't think you really want to flex that, but I just mentioned
แบน
it.
นอตเนี่ยจะเล่นเซเลฟีนแอช
Nautilus
แบน
will
แอ
be
ชไป
taken
ก็ได้ปะ
away
แบนแอช
here from the bottom lane, which
เฮ้ย
makes you
คิ
wonder
เลีย
if
หาวอะไรตอนนี้
it's a Zeri angle of some type here. Nami taken away, so no Corki Nami, no Lucian Nami. We haven't seen that yet this season, but
yep. I think
it's up to aiming.
The Nautilus is such a weird ban because I feel like Nautilus Ezreal is not a lane that we see all that often. Just wanting
they
to
could also just play Leona instead, you know, if they want to play like that. So I agree with you.
It's a weird one. Carrier could be going towards the Leona like you're talking about. They have banned away a couple of the range supports.
Nautilus is really good anti-dive. So if you want to win a smashing, crushing bottom lane and look for Pantheon dives, then the Nautilus can be a problem. And I suppose we know that is in fact what the plan is now with the Ashe picked away here.
Yeah, kind of an interesting window to go for the Ashe Seraphine.
ผมเล่นได้ครับแต่ว่าจริงๆแล้วผมก็ไม่ค่อยเล่นในแรงนะครับคุณทอมแต่ว่าถ้าเกิดคุณทอมอยากให้ผมเล่นผมก็เล่นได้ครับคุณทอมผมก็ไหวอยู่ครับ
You could just play a tank, I think, and be happy with that.
ได้ครับได้ครับ
Unless Carrier is going to play it and take a little bit of a leaf out of the
Carrier
that's what he's doing.
Anivia support.
Okay, it's the Anivia support. He saw that On did it, you know, 1-0, at least in the LPL. I believe he played it once in first stand as well.
ฮัลโหลโคม่า
My goodness. Okay,
ฮัลโหล
Carrier.
โคม่า อยู่ไหนอะ
been paying attention.
บินกลับมาได้ปะ
What's been happening elsewhere?
จองเลย
This pick
จองกลับมาคุยกับทอมหน่อยฮัลโหล
necessarily stop the Seraphine,
พอมัน
but
ดับ
it
เอนิ
makes
เวีย
it
ซั
a
พพอร์ต
little
เว้
bit
ย
trickier to play out.
บิน
And
มาเลย
once he
บิน
has
มาเลย
level 6, they can keep
มัน
up
ไม่
a
ได้
lot
แล้ว
better.
ทอมมันดูหน้า
And
มัน
he
แบ
has
บ
a ranged stun,
มันไม่
so
แป
that
ลก
also
ๆอะ
really helps
เอา
get
ดี
through the laning phase.
ๆผม
Ezreal
ว่า
does
กลับมา
well
ก่อน
with a lot of different types of range support, so Zenivia will work out decently. You can also do some funky stuff with the lane. You can manipulate the wave with your wall. So there's like some play with that in the bottom lane. I don't necessarily love how this draft came together, and if I
ซ้อ
took
มทำไมจริง
nameplates
มีคน
off,
บอก
I
มา
would
ได้เวลาดูประวัติ
100%
ครับ
be on KT's side of the draft here because they got everything. The Jace that doesn't have a strong counter here in this Ambessa. They have the Ashe Seraphine, they have the Rise to follow
Oh my
up with
God.
the Pantheon. Like
15 เกม Anivia คุณผู้ชม
They have great extensions for the Encore, but it's T1 on the other side, and it's been a while since we've seen effort on this stage. So draft aside,
0-10 ก่อน
let's see what the form looks like on
โดนแล้ว
the
นี่
day.
โดนแคปแน่นอนนะที่มั่นใจเลยว่าไม่รอดแล้วเจเลีย
prospect for us moving into this very first game. Pretty cute that Carrier has decided to start cooking very early on, even if it is something that was a recipe designed elsewhere previously. Haven't seen too much of the Anivia support so far in the LCK. As KT, I think this is a really solid draft that they put together. I think the Jace is kind of standing out just a little bit, but does give you a fair bit of range. As Ezreal and Anivia for the bottom lane for T1. Let's see how it goes.
เล่นกับเพสด้วยครับเพสฆ่าไป18อ่ะเอสเรียลกับเล่นกับกูมาชิตายไป0-10
Yeah, so far effort has taken a damage, but did manage to
เมื่อวานเพสคือแบบ
There you go. There's
ก็
something.
แบบมีมรัสเซียที่แบบ
Heal on the Anivia, electrocute
ส่วนเค
for
ก็
damage.
It's always hard to remember
Nothing
You know
out
it's
of
this
the
used to
ordinary
be
here. No unsealed
You know
spellbook.
it's not good
Not
to
just yet.
remember
And I think if this is going to be your debut game, I think playing the Seraphine sounds like a pretty decent move. As
นี่
Carrier
ครับอิเล็กโต
already
คิว
taking a bit of damage here.
Yeah, it's like on
Up
one hand,
E
I
มา
feel
ทำให้
for effort. Like, yeah, you're playing
อิเล็กโต
Seraphine.
คิว
It'll be
ง่าย
simple.
นี่
But you're also
ไง
playing against Anivia support. I hope you have a lot of experience with that.
I don't know whether there's many people that have too much experience with it, although I imagine On did inspire quite a few in solo queue.
I think, you know, if you're playing like low-level solo queue, you've probably seen it a lot.
That's a good point.
But I don't think Effort's doing. Hopefully, Effort's not doing a whole lot of that.
As BDD and
ได้บัฟ
Faker
มา
is going to be
25.20
laning it out here, of course. The Orianna has been a decent matchup into the Rise in the past.
ก็
But right now, BDD with a fair bit of control of the wave. Faker just letting that one
เจเลน
shove.
เลสนะลงดู
And
แล้ว
so
ก็ลุ้นรอ
far,
งเท้า
KT with a lot of control as far as the lanes are concerned. As Perfect goes to the skies and Doran dances around the wave. We know that Doran's Ambessa has been
โดรานก็เล่นเป็นลุน
phenomenally good.
เขียว
Yes.
But it is going to have a little bit of a rough matchup in the earlier stages.
Yeah, that's the tougher part of this, which is, again, why I really like this draft for KT, because
โด
there's
ราน
a
โด
lot
น
of agency for the
ป่าจบ
Pantheon
บนนะต้องระ
in
วัง
all
ครับ
three lanes.
Yeah.
So the
เลื
early
อด
game
น้อย
is great.
เลือดเหลื
The
อแค่
late
ประมาณ
game is pretty
30% โดราน
simple.
มีคุกกี้กับขวดอ
And
ยู่
also for T1, in terms of engage, like you have the Jarvan setup with the Orianna, and you have a potential setup with the Ambessa, but Ambessa is really tough to play into this composition. And when you go in, there is no getting out. You better win the fight fast. And then the setup with the Anivia is really conditional. Like you got to get that wall the way you want it, or you have to end up getting that Q stun to connect, which is, you know, in a real 5v5 team fight, quite tricky at times. Can follow up really well though to the other CC they have.
Yep.
Yes, got
And
the
even just the
ยื
glacial
ดๆ
storm can be pretty powerful, just providing a slow kind of
Faker.
everywhere. When you do have KT, minus the Jace, I guess, and the fact that Ashe Seraphine does have a decent amount of range. If you manage to get it down, the Pantheon and the Rise can struggle a little bit, as of course their range isn't the highest. So you can control the battlefield there. I think that, you know, Kerry is a creative player.
He cooks.
ขึ้นเทียร์กับ
And we know that he will
กด
be able
น้ำค
to
รับตรง
find
นี้
ways
โอ
for
เนอ
this
ร์จบ
ball
ล่าง
to
มา
work out. As speaking of
น่า
things
จะได้แฟลต
working
ปะ
out, Owner is making his way down towards the
ไม่เป็น
bottom
ไร
lane, but KT just going to move their way out of there. Beat drop pretty good there from effort to get some damage onto Carrier, who does take a fair bit, but still takes
อิเล็ก
back
โตคิว
about what he dishes out.
The passive for the Anivia could come into play if we see an attempted dive, as that was aggressive from Pays.
Yeah, he is an arcane shift forward kind of guy.
He wasn't always like that, but the LPL changed him.
Certainly did. And we saw in the LCK Cup, Pays was very happy to go in, as Perfect is very close to dying, but he's going to be all right for the moment.
That was
that level up.
Perfect did not flinch. He was like, I have these minions.
Doran also
ถ้าช็อกบาร์มาแบบ
has a lot of minions
บึ้
that
ม
he has to deal with here.
ไม่มาหน้าเนาะ
Close to the level up, makes you wonder if Perfect stays there, if he actually could have
I was a bit worried about kill. Teleport does bring Perfect back there though.
แต่เวฟดันครับแต่กีโดราน
Both of our top laners should be recharged and back into the action once again.
ออกเป็นลูบี้ก่อนเคเลีย
Supports have made their way back down towards this bottom lane as well as the beat drop goes wide. Good stun there out of Carrier.
แต่เมื่อกี้เหมือน
Finds a fair bit of frostbite
ใช่ป่ะ
towards
เหมือน
effort
เคเลีย
on
จะออก
this Seraphine.
The Anivia doesn't really
Lot of
hurt people
age
until the
ด้วย
electric goes off. You're like, oh,
support
okay. It can kind of hurt people, but you're like, oh,
แต่ก็มีออกล็อกเก็ตเบลมีออกแบบ
I feel
ลาย
like your combo also is just so consistent at proccing electrocute if you do.
ๆตาที่เล่นกับเพสออกเป็น Lot of Age กับ
It's pretty nice
ตัดฮิว
if you manage to get it down over and over again. As Doran, I swear he just went back to base. As now,
มาแล้วคน
Oda
นี้
is
โดน
making
ตาย
his
ก่อน
way
เนี่ย
in, but Perfect just solo kills him. All right. Meanwhile, here towards the bottom side of the map, aiming could be in a bit of trouble as T1 looking to press forward. Effort controlling the battlefield really nicely though, and the volley tags both of them. Beat drop does force Pace to get out of there, and Carrier could be down to the egg, and there it is. They cannot actually kill it though. So I think this is actually good for Carrier, who come back with all of his health.
Yeah, they're just trying to clear this wave before he respawns here. Get this cannon and get out. Aiming.
Oh, there's a nice stun. Aiming does have the barrier. As once again, Carrier could be in trouble this time. He doesn't have the egg, and there are
อยู่ข้างหลังแย่แล้ว
as Pays down to 200 himself. Cuz is looking to make his way over here
เคิร์
as
สมา
well as
มาเราจะโยนหอกมาไล่หน่อย สวยมาก
thankfully for T1 is in the
โด
vicinity.
ราน
Yes, Cuz just didn't have a charged spear there. Potentially looked for
W
the snipe.
กดไปแล้วใช่ปะทำไมมันเหมือนโลมันไม่ขึ้นเลยวะ
Like, there's a lot of questions for the bottom lane plays here from Carrier and Pays. Really hyper-aggressive into Ash Seraphine, and this Anivia just really hasn't been proven to me yet, so I don't want to judge it too harshly, but it does not seem like it is going the way they would have liked. Now, here, this feels kind of intentional for Doran, right? He's trying to bait Perfect in. He wants to take some extra damage here. Perfect just knows he has the damage to kill him. I think Perfect is very well aware that Owner is on the way. Otherwise, Doran wouldn't be playing this way. But he's just like, no, I think I kill him and then I leave.
แล้วก็ทำอะไรไม่ได้เพราะว่าเร็ว
exactly what happened. So Perfect, incredibly confident both times.
Oh, good. Yeah,
Yes.
BDD pretty happy about it, as you could imagine. And look at score, man. I love that reaction. Just feeling
ช่วย
pretty
ด้วยครับ
impressive
ผม
about the beginning of this.
ผม
And
ไม่
if
แปลก
this
แล้ว
is
ครับ
the perfect that we're
คุณโดนเนอร์ครับ
going to be
ผม
seeing
ว่า
this LCK,
ถ้าคุณโดนเนอร์มาช่วยได้นะ
KT could be
ผ
a
มจะดีใจ
contender.
ครับ
Because Perfect was
มัน
certainly
แปลก
one
ครับ
of
เล่น
the
บน
weaker
น่ะ
links on this
มันแรง
KT,
แปลกๆครับ
especially in the
จริง
LCK Cup, really wasn't able to stand up. Of course,
ผม
we
ได้
had
คอร์ลู
some
คูดาวมาแล้วครับ
questions for the
คุณ
bottom
โดน
side
เน
of
อ
the
ร์
map, but if you have a top jungle mid that are really powerful, you can
โดนเพจอีกปะเนี่ย
a
เพ
bottom
ราะว่า
lane
เจส
doesn't
เลือดเต็มแม่ง
necessarily
ยิงเพจ
need to be
ได้
the
1 เพจ
most
แน่นอน
strong.
เงินจะ
We saw
1,000 แล้วครับ ถ้าได้เพจต
2020
รงนี้
prove
ได้ไปแล้ว
that.
ด้วย
Obviously, the meta is a little
1,000 นะ
bit
ที่
different
นำไปครับ
now.
The story
เจ
of
สเงิน
Perfect is
นำ
kind of like he's got
1,000
this passive that's in 1 out of 10 games he's the best top laner in the LCK. and how he got on KT on a 3-year
เรียม
contract
วอล
is
มา
he
พยายามจะ
got
ฆ่า
3
เฟ
of
เก
them
อ
in a
ร์
row
เฟ
in
เกอร์
worlds.
มีแฟน
As
เนี่ย
Faker
เฟเกอร์ล็อกขาแล้วโดนตันต่อ
Room Prison
Shock
comes
wave
down. He does
กัน
wear
ได้
his sombrero and catches Cuz in it.
ตรงนี้
As
เฟดลัช
BDD
มา
was looking to try and catch him
แล้ว
in
จะ
a
แฟดด้าน
flash,
ไหน
and
แฟดด้านไหน
Faker just says that he's
แฟด
just
ด้านนี้ครับ
exiting the area.
แอ
Arrow is
โร่
going
มา
to
เอม
connect
มิ่ง
those
น่า
aiming.
จะเรียบร้อย
Really
เฟเกอ
does
ร์
not want to let this Orianna leave. True Shot Barrage comes down,
ไม่มี
faking out,
Shock
thinking that he
Wave น่า
might
จะ
be
ได้
able
แค่
to
แบบ
kill this Ash, who is in melee range with the Orianna. And BDD
อย่า
comes on
ให้
over
ใคร
and
ให้เอมมิ่ง
allows
ครับ
aiming to collect the kill. So a second
ทอม
one here
โ
for
โค
KT.
ม่าอยู่ปะ
Still
โคม่า
looking
กลับ
good.
ด่วนเลย
I'm
บิน
really
กลับ
sure
ด่วนเลย
there was a net positive to that
แม่อนุญาต
flash
ให้
for
พักแล้วโค
Faker
ม่า
and all of this.
Hello.
Obviously here, gets realm warped on, has to buy time. And after this, I mean, the timing of this is actually kind of crazy from Faker. But after this, maybe just accept your death. He buys time here, but for what is the real question. And ultimately still goes down, as BDD is obviously not pushing the wave during all of this. If he had just died, and and that wave pushes in, he loses a lot more minions. Maybe a plate goes over, but Flash being down now really hurts.
And look at the CS margin as well, 81 to 59.
Hey, I remember Motto. We just talked about.
Yeah, there we go. SKT versus Pumandu. This is actually just all of the T1 players in a line.
Yeah, is this...
We've got Effort, Carrier, Pumandu mentioned, and Mata.
This is Telecom War pre-round robin LCK. Like, this is just Carrier giving everyone a Telecom War history lesson.
Yeah, that's kind of nutty. There's Mata on your screen right now, as it is score versus Mata, right? Like in the building. There is a lot of crossover. It's just kind of absurd. And right now, KT are actually doing really well.
Telecom
my bingo card.
Yeah,
ต้องยกจัดการเราต้องเล่นเพลงนี้
sometimes have this
รอ
magic to them where KT kind of overperform against T1.
It's kind of like a blood moon, you know, like it's just where all the crazy happens.
Yeah.
One of those sort of things.
ไม่ได้ไม่เอาละ
And I'm
กลัว
here
แพ
for
ด
it.
ดิออน
I'm
ลง
kind of
ครับ
having a good time. As Carrier,
ถ้าแพดดิออนลงแล้วข้างบนโอนเนอร์กับโดรานตายคือจบ
For you're having a good time, I'm having a good time because I expected this to be a fairly one-sided game. We're looking at, okay, this is pretty exciting. Sorry, I shouldn't use that.
Oh God, Wolf.
It's early season. Sorry,
yeah,
my bad.
you're allowed. You get away with it. You get away with it
พี
like
พี
one time
เฮ้ย
here on
โด
day
ราน
one.
จะพยายาม
From
ฟีด
now
โดน
on,
ช็อกบาร์ป่ะน่ะ
using that
โดนไป
word.
แล้วป่ะ
And honestly, if things go bad, we don't have Chronicler here to say that curses aren't real.
It's an eclectic draft from T1.
ถ้าเป็นเมื่อก่อนเนี่ยเห็นเจส
And
แบ
if
บ
you're a T1
ออก
fan, you're
เดิร์
like,
ดมา
well,
แล้ว
those
ขึ้น
drafts
อีคลิป
against
อะไรอย่างเงี้ย
T+
นะแต่
just
มัน
a few weeks ago were pretty
มันปรับ
eclectic as
ของ
well.
ไปสักพักแล้ว
Not 100% sure about this. As Carrier has to flash the arrow and the
ตะกี้
KTWs
มี
just keep stacking up.
ตะกี้มี
And
พาสซีฟ
able
อยู่
to
นะ
avoid a bunch of
เค
this
ลียร์
as
แต่
well
ว่า
as
แฟด
the
หลบ
wall
ว่ะ
stun combo not going to connect.
ตายเหรอวะแชท
And so
ตาย
yeah, KT just
เพราะ
feeling
แพดดิอ
better
อน
and better.
Faker and Doran are just not really
มันน่ากลัว
able
มากเลยอะ
to play League of Legends.
แอชกับแพดดิออน
And this was like what they signed up for, right? Like that's what
มันเลยแบบ
the
น่า
lanes
รำคาญเว้ย
were sort of dictated as, especially the top side of the map. As Jace was going to have a good time as that double stun was fantastic. Effort has to flash
ได้แฟดส
to
วย
get out of the way as Cuz a little bit more durable. So he just presses the Aegis button and he's going to be all right.
That's a Dragon Saver though for sure for T1.
Yeah.
We'll not be losing that one here.
มาแล้วครับ
early as
Lord of
Cuz is just
Ace
gonna
ครับ
leave
ข
the
อง
area.
เคเรีย
I agree in terms of the early game for Jace could be problematic, but not necessarily solo kill problematic. You know,
เป็น
not
ตาที่มี
necessarily
Lord of
a 20
Ace สอง
CS
คน
lead here for BDD problematic is the
สเกลลิง
rise
ไปให้
into
สุด
the
เลยครับ T1
Orianna. And
Let's
the
go
KT looking really strong here early. Pace also looking a little weak.
Yeah, there's
Pace
Grand Starfall. Pace
มี
has not a lot of options as to where to go, and Cuz is going to come on over and allow, aiming to get his second kill
0-1
of
ทุก
the
เลน
game.
ครับตอนนี้
We're
ตัว
very
คอ
close to this game being kind of donezo if something doesn't change soon.
Perfect game pace for KT Wolf.
Yeah.
And we are
2-0 แล้ว
not
ด้วย
enthusiastic about it.
And his pace is to get a Serpent's Fang early in this game as well into all these shields, and I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Maybe T1 will think twice about getting that Chemtech Dragon.
It might just be a.
Oh my God.
What's going to happen in game number 2? Because this is the thing. No matter what happens in this game, I am not going to make any assumptions. It's T1, right? They happy games sometimes. It's just
มันจะระเบิดแล้วคุณโนเนอร์ครับจริงๆมันจะระเบิดแล้วครับไม่ไหวจริงๆครับผมไม่ฟาดไปโดนแล้วผมใจเสียแล้วเนี่ยคุณโนเนอร์มันตีแตกจริงนะครับเรียบร้อยป้อมระเบิดต้องโอ้โหโดนดีนายเวฟด้วยเพิ่มไปเห็นแล้วบวก460
The last time I felt like I watched the
2,000 ครับเงินดิฟข้างบน
I could see the idea was when he played
แล้วขึ้น
Ezreal
เซอร์เพน
support,
แฟงชิ้นแรกครับโดราน
It's not
W
like
มี
he's
ประโย
playing
ชน์แล้ว
badly. I'm just like, does this work? You know, On says yes.
I mean, yeah, it has worked, and it's looked pretty good. It's just unfortunately it doesn't necessarily work every single time into every single matchup, into every single team. As KT will take the first drink of the game.
I mean, imagine this. Okay, you got a Cataclysm,
แล้วห่างกัน2 เลเวลฮะ
and then Carrier puts his ult and a Q in there. It's like a snow cone.
Yeah, there you go.
And it's getting a little hotter here in Korea. The weather's finally picking up, so you know maybe they can make KT roster a little cooled off, a little cooled down. You know, from the game state.
Now
here.
I just really need the snow cone combo to come out, Wolf. We need that.
You put the Ezreal ult on top of it.
Oh man, the problem is that Ashe is already so Freljordian, you know.
ได้20 แล้วปะ
immune to the
Yeah, it's
snow
not
cone.
very
Maybe
แต่
that's
อี
what
คลิป
it
มันมา
is.
เจอเซอร์เพนแฟง
Coming
กัน
up on
ดิ
your screen.
Yeah. Maybe that's the KT trump card. They already had that one locked down. As Pays here in this mid lane is
เคส
just
เป็น
going to
คนเดียว
do
ของ
his
ทีวัน
best
ที่
to
เสร็จ
farm
ภาร
up
กิจ
towards
แล้วค
those
รับ
two items. But right now, across the board, KT have advantages.
น้องหลัง
And let's just see whether T1 can
เทส
find
คือดู
themselves
จอ
angles
เว็บ
here
แคม
as
เมื่
we
อกี้คือแบบ
approach the mid game. Obviously, playing around an
คือหลัง
Ezreal
ตรง
that
แบบ
has hit the Muramana spike
หลัง
is
ตรง
going
ไม่รู้
to
ตรง
be
ยังไง
a
แล้ว
decent
ว่า
way of making things happen. And Owner can always find engages on this Jarvan. When he can play alongside Carrier as well, it could certainly work out. The problem that I'm seeing, though, is that KT, they now have control of this game. They have the advantage, and they have the globals.
Yeah, and here's one other issue. I mean, you mentioned the globals. I was going to lead into that a little bit. You have such high range with this Jace, and the Orianna has to kind of set up a combo with the Jarvan, and otherwise she doesn't do that much damage. The Ezreal needs 2
แต่ทำ
items
แล้ว
to do
นอกจาก
damage,
ไป
and
ปัก
needs
กวา
to
ด
kind
ช่
of
วย
hit a
แล้ว
lot
ก็
of Qs, and
ตอน
there's
นี้
a lot of
ป่าบนจะโดนแล้ว
conditionals
โอ
to
เนอร์จะ
Ezreal
เล่น
pop
ยาก
off
แล้ว
in a team fight and carrying. He's not a
อ๋อ
traditional
อันเดอร์
normal
มา
laner.
เลย
He's
เงิน
got a
นำไป
spell-based
3,000 แล้วครับ
fight, so
เป็นเจสไป
these
1,700
are issues that T1 have to face on top of an
แล้วยืนใน
already significantly
อ๋อไม่
accelerated
ยินมี
Jace
คอนโทรล
in
เนี่ย
the top lane. And an Ashe that's also sitting 300 gold ahead. It's not the craziest lead here that we've ever seen in a 2-kill Ashe lane, but it's still a significant one. And the finesse that's required here for T1 to play this composition hasn't been shown in the laning phase just yet, but we know T1 outside of lanes with deficits has gotten big comeback wins in the past.
Well, let's see whether it's going to work here as Carrier puts away the storm. And Drake not exactly close by. That's a really good disengaged ball from Carrier. The arrow going to be eaten, and no chance of a follow-up there. And
Doran is by the way.
Oh my god.
He's just been left.
แล้วข้างบนก็โดนดันไพโอไม่มีแล้ว
He's like, and look at Perfect. He's taking another plate here.
If this is a solo queue game, Doran is like, well, I guess we'll just let him have the Nexus, you know?
Yeah, he's like angrily pinging.
I thought there was a Jarvan in this game.
Yeah, this is a tough one, and I think that honestly T1 are doing the right thing. There's not a whole like doubling down on a losing situation is not really what you want to do. The problem is there's no winning situation to head towards.
Yeah, I mean playing through the bottom side of the map when there's a Mbessa hitting your, or sorry, a Jace hitting your inner turret, with Mbessa just kind of crying. I think maybe playing through that, trying to stop that Jace might be something that you could do.
Yeah.
But again, there's not a whole lot of winning anywhere, and that's the problem with this draft here for T1. Is the bottom lane needed to go better than it did, or some attention needs to go top side. The mid lane just naturally was BDD winning, and then Faker got picked in the river.
Wait, Wolf, could this possibly be Perfect's first perfect game?
Imagine
that.
Be, yeah.
That would be pretty topical based on his name, wouldn't it? Every time we talk about a perfect game being possible, it never happens.
I think also
probably won't.
He's probably had a perfect KDA before. I mean, they've won a lot.
Perfect
มาแล้วครับ Lord of Age ของเคเลีย
No one's been in a perfect
นาทีที่
game in years.
15แล้วกัน25ทีมเราเก่งไหม25คือ T1 เก่ง
bothers me to this day.
ซึ่งไหนก็เก่งด้วยนะแต่ว่าเราเก่งกว่าเพราะเรามี2อันไง
There's not going to be a graphic that comes up to say perfect game, and so we can just it's open to interpretation.
It was a perfect game.
Well, this is a 16-minute game, so it's not likely to be over.
แล้วคือของซับของเคเลียนี่คืออร่อยไม่ซ้ำจำสูตรไม่ได้อะคือไปดูย้อนหลังนี่คือของซับเปลี่ยนทุกเกมอะเป็นโล่บ้างเป็นแบบอะไรนะเป็นไอ้แซกเป็น
I worry for them
เป็นอันนี้บ้างไอ้ที่ยิ่งเร็ว
Faker is going to come forward, does find the shockwave. There's the encore as Owner is going to get chummed up momentarily. He has to flash out of the way, and this Seraphine is doing a lot of work to keep Cuz alive.
Oh my god 4 สู้ 5ไอ้4สู้ 3ยังสู้ไม่ได้
Smash down some of this overgrowth, and yeah, Perfect is still in that.
ฆ่าใครไม่ได้เลย
Flash out of Cuz. A heal out of effort will lose their mid turret and so much of the bottom turret.
โอเคไม่มีประโยชน์จริงว่ะ
There you go. That's why you
ว้าวกำแพงโคตร value เลยนี้
And this turret is still going to take a whole lot of damage.
เป็นเหตุผลว่าทำปล่อยเฮเราได้เพราะว่าเขาลงตรงไหนก็ไม่มีประโยชน์มีเคเลียอยู่ป้อมบนเนี่ยยังไงดีบนเนื้อมาแล้วเหรอครับผมเปิดเลยนะครับบนเนื้อยังไม่ถึงผมยังไม่ถึงโดรานผมยังไม่ถึงผมไม่รู้มันจังหวะมันได้ครับคุณโอเนอร์ก็เลยต้องเปิดครับ
That's enough. I see that ult. I'm leaving. Doesn't even have phase rush as Faker is. This is the global power.
Yep. Should be able to get that room prison. There it is. And Cuz looking to try and lock down Faker.
แต่ว่าดึงสเปซอยู่ครับ
Yeah, I don't think he will. As beat drop is going to miss. There's the high note. And Room Prison comes through once again. BDD just needs to hit another Q. Doesn't even need to, as he will be able to claim the kill.
มังกรตัวที่2ที่วันนี้เรียกว่าไม่รู้ว่าแผนนี้คือตั้งใจจะปล่อยทุกอย่างแบบนี้หรือเปล่านะแต่ว่าตอนนี้คือปล่อยทุกอย่างเลย
This is not what I was expecting out of this series, so we haven't
ที่ไม่เคยเห็นเพสนั่งท่านี้มาก่อนเลยว่ามันหลังตรงที่แต่ปกติเพสก็นั่งหลังตรงเลยนะอันนี้เหมือนตรงเป็นพิเศษอะ
But this is a
ตะกี้ถ้าซูมดีๆที่ปากเพสนี่เมมด้วยนะหลังตรงแล้วก็ปากแบบเข้าไปคุมฟันเข้าไป
and how early game actually affects how you can really get online and how quickly you get online with your role quest Draft matters a lot in 2026. We saw G2 dismantle our whole region in a heavy part due to drafting, as Wadid was mentioning on the pre-show.
โดราโผล่ข้างล่างครับตรงนี้
from Wadid's presentation
รออยู่
there.
ดีๆขังไอ้ล็อกขาแล้วโดรานนะตรงนี้เกาะมันไม่มีแล้วครับ5,000 แล้วครับตรงนี้มันเริ่มไปเรื่อยๆแล้วครับหยุดไม่อยู่แล้วทีวันแล้วเพอร์เฟกต์ยิงรวยไปอีกครับมานามูนี้ไม่มีใครสู้เจสได้แล้วเลเวลห่างมากเจส14แล้ว
Yeah, it's really tough from here on out.
ยากมากทีวันเกมนี้เลนเฟดไม่ได้เลย
into Hanwha Life Esports and
โดราน
I don't know what the in is here for T1
ขึ้นใน
now.
หินรถกูดาวแบบ
5,000
เอาไปทำอะไรวะ
with no mid laner that does consistent damage sitting on 4 stacks of
Unendingเหรอ
kind of just praying for mistakes here out of KT and sure we all know aiming has shied away from overextending sometimes. BDD might be the same one.
Yeah, this could be the first
เหมือนจะขึ้นค้อนขุยอะไรอย่างงี้ป่ะข้างบน
has just made his way in with the ulti, the teleport from Perfect and KT. They now have the man advantage in the realm. He's going to turn it into a kill under carrier as well. Oh my goodness, absolutely scrambled there in the jungle. True Shot Barrage does do a bit of work.
20 นาทีออนสปอนบารอนครับ KT T1 สู้ไม่ได้เลยฮะสู้ไม่ได้เลย
He is going to head up here because they want to deny this Baron. I was being facetious.
Ona might be able to get in there and steal it away.
แต่ว่าต้องพยายามแย่งให้ได้ตรงนี้โอเนอร์อยู่ใกล้ๆโอเนอร์ทำได้และนี่คือโอเนอร์
And Pays is going to be ushered out with a shock blast. Baron goes over to KT.
บารอนเสียครับผมพยายามจะแย่งรับโอเนอร์แลกมาด้วยชีวิตแย่งไม่ได้ฮะ
Well, I mean, it's happening. It's 7-0. 2 Drakes, 3 Grubs. They got the Herald, even though it didn't charge, and they haven't lost a turret.
TP comes in from Perfect, and BD pulls back and plays through. And then they cut off Carrier. They have Pantheon, so he's global, and then they use the Realm Warp here to collapse onto Carrier, who's on the side. And then here, aiming just it's crazy, but he has this arrow angle because he knows the timing. That is a attempt here from Ona that we've seen succeed so many times. Like he's gotten so many crazy steals like this, but he won't get it this time. They time it well and hit him with the arrow straight up trying to deny his entry. Aiming his 3K assists, by the way. It's all come on KT right now.
And they had the stat ready as well, as he's 4th in the league at the moment as well, which is pretty impressive. Looking for a potential dive angle. This wall will not do anything.
Doran's hurting the chance of a perfect game right now.
Oh dear, there are 3 plates remaining on that turret. It's still relatively healthy, but I have a feeling he should be able to take this one down.
No, KT!
Yeah, perfect game is going to die, but I do not think...
Hold on.
Oh wait, never mind. Yeah, Doran is going to have to get himself out of there. He teleports. The arrow, though, the arrow! Oh, okay. So, perfect game still alive.
Perfect says I named myself for a reason.
Finally, his namesake
ไม่
might
ใช่คอน
mean
ขุยครับ
something.
น่าจะเป็นที่
But it is,
Unending
I mean,
that's a
they
TP
haven't
down, by
taken
the way.
Inhibitor turrets just yet.
Yeah, that's a TP down
Black
for
Cable.
Doran, so still a win.
แบ็คเคเบิลซัดชิ้น2หรอ
obviously kept the turret
มันไม่มีใครมีโกรธด้วยซ้ำอ่ะ
which is also a win.
I don't know what this means, Wolf. I'm a bit shocked.
Like if I had to pick one thing, like someone put a gun to my head, I'd be like, I don't know if Nvidia support is it. But that's the only thing I can really take away.
จริงๆถ้าเกิดจะเป็นอย่างนี้มันน่าจะเป็นแบบโชจิน
kind of went wrong here out of the draft, like you were talking about. But it's also
แต่ว่ายอมรับว่ามันมีคอนมันมีส่วนผสมทำให้แบบวิ่งเร็วขึ้นเลย
with effort being in the support role. Like,
I just don't think you're supposed to get Rise Pantheon. Anivia be damned. I don't think that's supposed to happen.
It is a pretty ridiculous combination. As Perfect is just looking to take an inhibitor turret.
Oh no,
Perfect game is going to die. There it is. Okay. So KT not going to be able to collect that one, but 1 turret away. As the Encore is going to connect. Faker gets hit by the beat drop as well, and now everyone else has to deal with Cuz, who will find the stun onto Carrier and turn him into mincemeat. Down he will go. BDD now put into the Cataclysm. And keep himself himself
รอทีวันมาเกือบเดือน
to break open the base and KT
23 นาทีเกมแรกมันจบแล้ว
T1 here in game number 1.
Most one-sided game of LCK so far. Only had 3.
I love that
รอเป็น
sample
เดือน
size wolf. Beautiful stuff. Public execution comes
เละ
in,
ทุก
but for whom?
คือเฟเกอร์เมนเลดคือโดนเละมากเละจนมันซ่อมไม่ไหว
He's the hero for T1. Not only do I hear the KT side, which we're on, going crazy here, but I've heard despairing wails on the T1 side, as this is a disaster. Not the start of the season they were looking for.
I want to say though, KT, this is what we wanted to see out of our, world's runners-up of 2025. They didn't look this good in the LCK Cup, but the LCK season has just started today. And man, KT look way better.
I mean, I said it right when we got in, right before we came into the game. I was like, if I look at these drafts, 100% KT, yeah. But it's the strongest part of this roster because BDD that has double globals, that has the strong duo. Everything else here, though, is incredibly strong as well. The Ash Seraphim that the Olivia didn't answer. The blind Jace wasn't punished by the Ambessa. Early on, Perfect generated a lead, and then Doran misjudged what he needed to do, trying to bait for that gank for Doran, or for Doran by Owner, who does 2.2k damage in this game. Does not really get to hit the champions. And I mean, most of this game was not about team fights. It was about picks, and it was about, cousin BD saying,
25 นาทีทุกคนรอรับเอ็ดแบบเสร็จแม่ง24 นาทีเกมระเบิดแตงกอส
No one died on KT's side. Just one tower away from the perfect game. But do you know what the best thing here is for KT fans? It was a perfect game regardless. Perfect did so much damage, was an absolute monster inside lanes, did exactly what he needed to, played as safe as he needed to, and incredible stuff here from KT, but it's a best of 3. And this is the thing about T1 series is sometimes they'll have a game that goes wrong, but then they can turn things around. They're going to have to as we get towards game number 2. But first we're going to have a short break in the space. Going to break down
โดยเฉพาะเกมที่มันแบบมีตัวจับแบบไลฟ์มันจับได้มันแฟดแบบมันอาจจะโยน E โดนแล้วมันก็แบบว่าแฟดไปจับแล้วก็แพดดิออนอันติลงอะไรเงี้ยหรือไม่ต้องเล่นเพลงนั้นก็ได้แต่ว่าเลนล่างมันเป็นแบบแอโร่เปิดให้อะไรเงี้ยส่วนข้างบนนี้คือเละมากพี่ยังรู้สึกว่าน็อกเทิร์นดีกว่าอย่างน้อยๆมันได้เล่นคือ J4 มันจะดีในเงื่อนไขคือมันมีเลนที่เล่นได้อะแต่ถ้ามันไม่มีเลนเล่นได้มันจะลำบากมากน็อกเทิร์นมันกินเองชงเองไงโอเคไปท้าแป้งครับได้ครับ
나 살려주라. 구성이가 되겠네. 오케이 살았다. 이제 노플이야. 우리 끝내면 될 듯 여유롭게.
배사 풀 있어. 풀고 가 있어.
배사 궁만 좀.
이제는 노플이야. 배사 풀고 가 있어.
앞에서
들어오게. 내가 W 스톱 막을게 그냥. 들어오게 그냥. 들어오게.
얘 여유롭게 하자. 얘들 10초야.
아니야. 타워 좀 할만하지 않나? 제이스.
할만해.
야 제이스 그만 W 막을게. 오케이. 가자.
이겨.
나 W 5초. 얘들 애니비아 나오니까 타워 치자. 타워 좀 열심히 치자. 이제 노플이야. 이제 노플. 타워 열심히 치자. 타워 열심히. 타워 열심히.
치면 끝나. 타워 치자.
옆으로 벌릴게.
타워 먼저.
리뷰 해볼게.
나이도.
이제 볼게.
애들 3초야.
이제 노플.
잡아도 돼.
타워. 야 좋은데? 나이스.
잘하는데요.
Time has finally come to highlight the fiercest dragon in Runeterra. No, not that one. There we go.
Time to spread my wings.
Shyvana is a ferocious jungler with more
เคทีมีใครเปลี่ยนบ้างจากปีก่อนครับผู้ล่างครับผู้ล่างจากดกดำแล้วก็ดกดำปีเตอร์ก็เปลี่ยนเป็นเอมมิงกับตอนนี้เปลี่ยนเป็นเอมมิงเอฟฟอร์ดเป็นซัพพอร์ตเก่าของ T1
First, let's look at Shyvana's passive Scale Mail. Shyvana gains Scale Mail stacks whenever she secures takedowns on champions, large minions, and large monsters. Each stack grants her armor and magic resist and strengthens her other abilities. Shyvana's ultimate, Dragon's Descent, will feel very similar to what her mains know and love. She earns Dragon Fury whenever she strikes enemies with attacks and abilities. When the Fury bar is full, she can activate Dragon's Descent to enter her dragon form, flying to a target location, damaging enemies below, and causing them to flee for a short time. Shyvana's dragon form also grants bonus health based on her scale mail stacks, increases her attack range and size, and empowers her other abilities. Speaking of other abilities, let's talk about her Q, Ember Strike, which empowers her next attack, dealing AoE damage. It can be recast for another strike after a short delay, giving you a little more control over how you focus your firepower. In dragon form, Shyvana gets an additional recast that deals a burst of true damage, making it a great finisher in teamfights. Basic attacks reduce Ember Strike's cooldown.
ชิวๆครับที่วันเกมแรกวอร์มๆอยู่ฮะยังไม่เอาจริงครับ
Her W, Inferno Aegis, gives Shyvana a shield that increases based on the number of nearby enemy champions and scale mail stacks. It also grants bonus move speed to help her pursue her enemies. When the effect ends, or upon recast, the Aegis detonates, damaging enemies in the surrounding area. When cast during Dragon's Descent, Shyvana also gets a substantial heal if the detonation hits an enemy champion. Finally, Shyvana's E is Molten Burst. Molten Burst launches a fireball that explodes upon hitting enemies or reaching its max distance in an AoE blast. While in Dragon form, Molten Burst deals more damage, travels faster and farther, and pierces through enemies, pulsing to deal damage each time the fireball strikes a champion or large monster. It also leaves a trail of fire that roasts enemies in its wake, dealing additional damage over time. For Shyvana, stringing the right abilities together is everything. Molten Burst slows enemies down, while Inferno Aegis speeds you up. Using both successfully makes it easier to stick to your opponents and keep the attacks coming. And those attacks lower your Ember Strike cooldown in turn to maximize your damage output. Make sure you stock up your Dragon Fury ahead of important objectives as well, so you can descend into the fight in a blaze of glory. Try casting Inferno Aegis before you transform, then use Dragon's Descent to jump right into the back lines, and recast W to hit foes with a burst of damage they never saw coming. If you don't plan ahead, or if you don't time your recast properly, you'll quickly discover that your roar is bigger than your bite. The best way to counter an enemy Shyvana is to maintain some distance with good kiting and strong disengage tools. Shyvana wants to stay in the fight and maximize the value of her dragon form, so if you can stall her out, you'll have a much easier time turning the encounter in your favor. We wanted this update to empower Shyvana mains with more ways to leap into the fight and become their best dragon selves. And for those of you who haven't tried the half dragon yet, if you enjoy divers with high skirmishing potential like Hecarim and Set, you might like bringing the heat to your enemies as well. Unleash the Inferno within and wreak righteous devastation upon your adversaries with Shyvana the half dragon.
Triumph draws nearer with every kill.
!แล้วเอเมซ่าโดรานแบบ78% วินเลทด้วยอะดูดิแกแบบฟอร์มมั่นใจจัดอะดูดิฟอร์มมั่นใจจัดอะเจอเจสก็เจอเพอร์เฟกต์อะเด้แล้วที่วันแบบนอกจากต้องการชัยชนะแล้วมันต้องการชัยชนะแบบ 2-0 ด้วยแต่มันเจอ KT มันก็เหนื่อยหน่อย
In Degon's Fact of the Week, I brought up a couple of players that were on Cloud9 and then went to KT. But now it is KT that is on Cloud9 as they almost perfect game T1. It was a beautiful display of League of Legends, and we have to call it out because it's the beginning of the season in a telecom war, the rematch of the World Finals, and KT did not wilter at all. They're up 1-0 against T1.
Well, they did lose that tower. You know, we have to talk about that.
Sheesh.
Could have been a perfect game. So that there's one little bit of criticism we had to get in. The tower is lost. But other than that,
โอเนอร์LP โคตรเยอะเลย 2,000 LP อ่ะ
That was a great game. KT came in very strong on this one.
Yeah, I mean the gameplay-wise, it was really clean, and I really like their draft as well.
แต่อาจจะ
I think
แปลก
it's
ๆ
kind
แก
of
ไปเล่น
similar idea
แกเล่น
that
Ezreal เลนล่าง
HLE
วินเลด
had
เยอะ
in the earlier series. I think having Rise
แก
and
น่าจะเล่นก
Pantheon
ดป่า
together with the
เลนล่าง
strong lane matchup such as Jace and Ashe Seraphine makes it so easier. And even though T1 had Oriana
เฟเกอร์ก็ไปเป็นคนบาปนี่ขนาดเฟเกอร์นะคุณผู้ชมดูไปเล่นเวนท็อปเจอเล็กไซ 0-7 ไป
really great idea about their team
รุ่นเดียวกับที่
This is the sort
อ๋
of
อรุ่นคนละอัน
draft
กัน
where it feels like I know there's
รุ่นเป็น
more to it than just the
Lethal
draft, but when you have a game so close to being a perfect game, it's
เจอแซก
everything
เข้าหรือเปล่า
that went wrong to get to this point. It's
10
the gameplay and the
11
draft. But here, you have winning side lanes, you have such a strong mid jungle core. And in this situation, you know, we saw the Anivia came out, you know, we saw on playing this. But when he had the Anivia, he actually denied the Ashe. It was Ashe, Anivia against Senna, Seraphine.
โอ้เพส 2,300 แต้ม
practicing this a good amount.
I want to touch on this pick as well. You might think this is such a great pick against Ashe Seraphine, but in fact, on 2v2 on the bot lane, it's actually really hard to win purely on lane because your AD carry has to pick up Clint against Ashe Seraphine, otherwise you're gonna get cooked in the late game. So I think it's really hard. So you need your jungler to gank the bot lane, but the issue is that they had Pantheon Rise mid jungle who has the priority, so it was really hard for them to have a great laning phase. And after that, even though all the champion from KT was immobile, which is good for Anivia, it doesn't work that much.
And on top of that, when we looked at how the solo lanes are playing out, just independently, top lane Perfect, who, you know, this is a player who's definitely had some struggles in his career to live up to some of the potential we've seen in some games. He was popping off this game. Actually, a situation where we see Ona coming in for the gank, and he manages to find the solo kill and then escapes from the 1v2 situation. Doran just disrespecting the damage here.
แต่วันนี้มันคือแบบ
And then Ona's
มัน
like,
ก็ไม่ได้อะไร
okay,
อ่ะ
you
คือ
know, I'll try and find
ยิง
an
แล้วก็
angle.
คิวกระแทกโดรานตาย
And he's able to get
พร้อม
away
กับ
as
ลุน
well. He
ที่
was
กราส
hard winning in this matchup before this, and it's just made it so much worse.
Yeah, just a huge performance by Perfect, who I think feels frustrating sometimes because he has that potential and at times doesn't live up to it. In this case, fully lived up to it and gapped the top lane in Doran.
I mean, it's not only the top lane, but also the bot lane. You saw Jarvan spending his time on the top lane, which means that Ashe Seraphine having a free time on the bot lane against the Bird, and I think that makes the Anivia pick even worse.
But also mid lane. BDD was having a great time in this mid matchup, and the fact that you have this Rise Pantheon who can move out. BDD from the early levels even was having an advantage over Faker, having the pressure, having a CS advantage. It wasn't as big a gap as top lane, but when you can move with that Rise makes such a big difference. And you know, this game quickly fell out of control. This was an example of T1 trying to regain control, trying to collapse on the Rise. Look how quick KT are to respond to this pressure and turn it around.
It's the cover from all the teammates. I think maybe this is the effort effect that they bring some kind of discipline in terms of the macro, because I think many times KT, when they were ahead in game, they were like kind of panicking, you know, they always want to just take the random fight,
มันควรจะฆ่าไลฟ์สไตล์แล้วก็ได้บาลอน
the vision control around the Nashor. They saw
มันเลยต้องมาเล่นเพย์แก้โอเนอร์ต้องลงไปแย่งแล้วมันแย่งไม่ได้
clean, and like it was really clean macro from KT just in general.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately Jarvan did get into the pit. They were a little late on the CC there, but that is like nitpicking on a game that was so close to. I mean, look at the graph.
Yes, that is what I wanted to point out, because we've seen even throughout LCK Cup so many teams be able to get these leads. But as a KT fan who's used to riding the roller coaster, it just goes up, baby. This is an amazing win for KT. I'm so happy for them.
This is just a game where the coach, he comes from it and it's just pat in the back. That's all you got to do. You just come from it, pat in the back. Good job. Let's go to game 2.
I mean, they just got the Batrang support on the bot lane, right? So I can see the fundamentals back on the bot lane. So I feel pretty confident in KT right now.
Well, a big win for KT Rolster to start off their first game, but you got to do 2 against the world champs. Let's see if they're able to do so here in game number 2.
ตาแล้วผมพลาดไปครับตอนนี้ผมจะเอาจริงครับ
The almost perfect game one for KT. Although it was perfect because perfect was sitting right there, and so it's just a little bit of a confusing situation. I love that they're talking about bringing effort in for that veteran voice. When there's Cuz, BDD, and aiming on this team, they still need someone even older to try and bring them in line.
Well, Ghost was a world champion.
He was.
And Palu obviously has a ton of experience
he was
now.
A pro,
he is a veteran now.
He was a pro.
And
ข่าวลือที่ว่าทีวันยอมแพ้ 2-0 เพราะว่าจะให้รีบไปขายงานได้จริงไหมครับไม่จำเป็นครับทีวันเต็มที่เลยครับสู้แบบลุยเลยฮะไม่ต้องสนใจเลยฮะ
and all the effort that BDD put in that mid lane.
I think all T1 need to do to win this series is to draft not like that. Because the cost of that Orianna pick was quite hefty, and then it was the other pieces they went for that just did not work out.
Yep.
We'll see a completely different draft now because it is fearless, but let's see what their read is because I don't want to overstate it, but weak drafting is what cost them Hong Kong, and that's the last time we saw them. It's that series against D+, and
well,
in game one here, we're like, oh, I don't know.
We'll just have to see how they right the ship as the Brad Rumble have been taken away. The Aurora Karma also going to leave. And just to leave it as a bookend to that last series, I would like to quote Jamie on Reddit, who just said, you've just got to put in a bit of effort and you can do anything. And I just think it's such a beautiful line. It really does sum up what KT did today in game number one. And it might all just go out the window in game number two, as T1 are a team that are very well known for turning things around. But we'll just have to see, as they are going to ban away the Yone from BDD. And see what the final ban is going to be here for KT, as I assume...
They could just ban Azir if they want.
I think looking for a bird is probably what they were considering, and there it is going to go.
So is it just owner Xin first pick? It's for safety? I don't think so, but...
They could. I mean, it's probably the next best
วาลัสเพื่อนวาลัสแต่เขาอาจจะกดซิลเวอร์
Vi is another one. That one snuck through the ban list. This time it was banned in game number one.
จะปล่อยเว้ยแล้วเดี๋ยวจะเลือกซิลเวอร์
Lissandra is pretty good right now.
Ooh,
อันนี้น่าเป็นวาลัสกับ
BDD play it to great success in the past.
ไม่ใช่วาลัสเหรอ
So something to
ต้องเป็น
think about
สายย่า
a
รา
little
คา
bit
เหรอ
here. As
ถ้าสายย่าราคาก็โอเคเลย
or just go Yunara Lulu.
เอายูนาร่าว่ะนี่กดวาลัสสิ
certainly fit the bill. They're going to lock in the Nocturne
เฮ้ยแต่วาลัส
first
แม่งเจอ
though,
Nocturne ว่ะ
because
I wonder if T1 can deny the Lulu here somehow.
I mean, you certainly could just pick like a Felios Lulu if you wanted to. If the Lulu really was a priority, you could even pick Zeri. Like there are plenty of things to play alongside.
I just don't know if Corki Nami is going to be enough necessarily, especially because you are playing a dive composition. Now it's really easy to follow up on the Vi with the Nami.
This is also a very winning lane that they've picked up here, and the Yunara does
เอาเคาน์เตอร์พิกให้โดรานไป
The Yunara Lulu
แต่เมื่อกี้
will
เคาน์เตอ
come
ร์พิกก็
through.
โดรานก็ได้ไปนะ
To have a little bit more staying power, but
it's about
แต่มันแค่
how
ผิด
you
พ
play
ลาด
the
ครับเล
lane
น
because we have also seen this
แต่
be a
ได้
very
ยูนาร่า
losing
ลู
lane
ลูว่ะ
into
เชี่ย
Yunara Lulu as well.
True. I mean, if Yunara ever gets control of a wave, she can just kind of do crazy things. Also, effort was like, I swear to God, he's got like 4,000 games on Lulu. This guy has played a lot of this champion. I will have to, test myself to see exactly how many he has. I'm going to say that while Wolf is checking himself.
Yeah, I'm just, looking at my brain that's indexed.
Like, it's got to be in his top 5 most played at least, right?
It is not. He has 20 games of Lulu played. He's 50-50.
มาพิกว่ะให้เฟกเกอร์รับพิกเกอร์
Well, I'm just a
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยวเหลือเฟกเกอร์จะยอมก่อน
So I apologize.
It is his 9th most played.
9th most played is not where I was expecting.
But it's very much in his top, 25% of.
Is that everything?
All career.
Really? Wow.
His number 1 played is not.
หรือว่าไซออนท็อป
which
พิกไหม
shouldn't come to a surprise of anyone.
Yeah.
ไซออนเถอะไซออนแล้วก็
not as
ได้
much
เล่นไหม
of a Lulu aficionado. I guess when he was playing for T1, it was fake
แบนนานแล้วเนี่ย
all the time.
แต่เจอเวนได้อยู่นะ
Yari going to be taken
แต่
away
ไม่
to
ต้อง
deny
หลอกมี
the
วายอยู่นะ
Ari combination. There
พี่ว่า
is
ไซออน
the Nah,
ถ้า
so
เขาไม่แบนนะ
obviously they would like a
I wonder if there's a pick here
ไม่งั้นก็
that
Victor กลาง
T1 can find that would make
โอเคแบนกาลิโอ
aiming
เขาจะ
take
เลือก
cleanse. Because if he has barrier in this lane, I think he's very happy to play the 2v2. Galio and Ari are taken away. 2 great champions to follow up on Vi dive.
Well, Galio
ไซรัสเหรอ
and now
ไม่
the
ไม่น่า
final
แบนนาน
ban
นี้ใช่ไหม
here from T1.
But T1 are making it pretty apparent they want to play Renekton.
Indeed.
Which makes a lot of sense. all threats on this Yunara are
ที่ว่าดี
going to be
เขาเลือกไซออนนี่ว่า
took away
อย่า
two
บอกว่า
blind top lanes.
ใช่เลยครับผมต้องเล่นเวนจริงเหรอครับ
So that Faker can get
ซินดา
counter pick maybe is the
I mean, he's likely to get counter pick anyway. All right, we'll just have to see what Perfect is going to do to whatever Doran has decided to play towards that top
no way he's
side.
actually playing Aurelion Soul. He could play something like Smolder mid or something crazy like that. Mel?
Annie?
Oh, Annie actually really fits the bill here.
Yeah, I kind of like the Annie.
Annie's one of those picks that is really strong right now, but kind of on the edge of the meta that you kind of forget about. And when it gets slammed down, you're like, oh my god, it's always the Giga Annie angle.
Yeah, and it was sort of creeping in at the end of the LCK Cup, and then after a few patches where other mid-laners kind of got toned down, she was certainly feeling a little bit more powerful. We did see her a fair bit in in first stand, of course.
Victor does not inspire confidence in this draft. I do not like the Victor. The Cassante is very safe.
I think Cassante is fine. I think there are certainly options into it, but it's hard to like
แม่งถ้าเกิด perfect กดเวนมานี่แม่งจะเป็นอะไรที่แบบหรือว่าลัสนี่น่าจะแบบมันเลย
But he also often just
แต่ว่ามันก็ยากเพราะเขาขาดตัวแทง
When you have Annie in a lane where she can do well, we don't know what that matchup is going to be, but she does well in a lot of lanes. Then you have Pryo to get this Nocturne through his pre-6 stages.
Yeah.
Talia.
Talia going to be the thought, and Talia Vi certainly is a pretty dangerous
โอเค Talia Y อุ้ยดับมัน
But I haven't really been a huge fan of Talia more recently, but we know that Faker has done some amazing things on it. Is okay.
I really like this
คุณทำได้เว้ย
until that moment.
โดราคุณทำได้ คุณแค่ออกวอร์เดนมิวชิ้นแรก คุณทำเหมือนบีเลย คุณทำได้เว้ยวอร์เดนมิว
I'll give you my pick, which probably won't come to a shock as a shock to
ไอ้
anybody
เชี่ยมันเอา
who
จริ
watched
ง
the show
มันเอาเวน
earlier.
มาจริง
I think Shen goes super hard here.
I thought Jax would have been fine.
Jax is fine. I mean, imagine being able to join every
แต่
single
พี่คิด
team
ว่า
fight,
เว
but
นมั
also
น
being able
ดับ
to be
ดั
an
บโลกไปหน่อย
additional way to
เพราะว่า
empower
ฝั่งนู้น
Yunara
นะเขา
in
มีแต่
team fights
เอนแช
because
นแล้วก็เอนเก
Imagine
จ
having
แบบ
a Shen
ไม่มี
delivery
แทงอะ
system in like a
เพราะฉะนั้นเวลาเดินเข้าไปแต่ว่าฝั่งของทีวันก็ไม่ได้มีแทงเหมือนกันมันมีแทงแบบเป็นเคซันเต้ซึ่งแบบไซเลนมันต้องคอยคุมเวนมันเหนื่อยอยู่แล้วมันไม่สามารถที่จะวาร์ปลงมาแล้วก็นั่นได้
He's got Pryo.
True.
Okay, yeah, Wadid is right.
No way.
Perfect is like I almost
Wadid
perfect game
แต่ว่า
T1. Let me do it. Let me do it, Wadid.
I was actually my personal addition to Wadid's lesson plan. I was like,
มาดูว่า
please
รู
mention
น
this as
ของ
well.
perfect จะเป็นอะไรถ้ารูน perfect เป็นแบบ
This has got to be discussed. And
เป็น
then
รู
here
น
we
แบบ
are.
Well,
แต่น่าจะรีตอล
Perfect can show us
แต่พี่รู้สึกว่าถ้าเกิดเป็นรูน
exactly
ฟีด
why Keen picked it against G2 and they lost.
แล้วก็เล่นเป็นแบบ
Maybe
Storm
there's an
Laser
option
เก่ง
there. It was in
เป็น
this
รูน
exact same
ฟีด
matchup
แล้วก็
as
เล่นกับ
well.
รูนม่วงอ่ะรูน
And
สปีด
Broken Blade actually did very, very well in it. We'll just have to
แต่
see
ว่า
whether
ไม่รู้ว่า
Doran
จะ
is
เล่น
able
ป่ะนะ
to do the same
แต่
thing
ดูเจอเค
as
ซันเต้
Ronaldo
น่าจะ
Rift here
น่าจะ
for
รี
game
ตอล
number
อ่ะ
2.
ซึ่งรีตอลก็อาจจะเป็นรูนอย่างที่พี่บอกแรงหนึ่งเวนเล่นที่รูนเดียวกับคีนอ่ะแต่มันจะไม่ค่อยแบบมันจะตายง่ายนิดนึง
Right, so
มันดาเมจ
level
จะแร
ones
ง
aren't a thing, and BDD and Faker said, hold my
BDD
summoner
มาเหมือนกัน
spells.
Well, flash out already as they see BDD. Faker comes on over as well. That is going to be the Q connecting here from
สนุกสนาน
BDD
ไปครับ
to
ผมเลนล่าง
start
ครับ
things off as Carrier could be in a little bit of
เค
trouble.
ลีย
He
ร์
has
เลน
that Q
เฮียอะไรครับ
charged
ตรง
up
นี้
and Pays
Oh
also
my
gonna have to
God.
back away.
Massive win here in the bottom lane for
รีตอลครับ
KT
รีตอล
Rolster.
เอ็กซอร์รูนเดียวกับ
I mean, you can press W over
รูนเกาหลี
again, so
นะ
at
แรงหนึ่ง
least
เว
Carrier
น
might be able to get some health bar back, but no flash.
น่าภูมิใจเนาะถ้าพี่เป็นแบบแรงหนึ่งเล่นเวนแรงหนึ่งแล้วแบบโปรเพเยอร์เอารูนไปเล่นด้วยเอารูนที่พี่
BD lost his stun.
ที่เล่นไปใช้ในแข่ง
That's something in the
มันน่าจะเป็นอะไร
cards
ที่ภู
calling
มิใจ
for
มาก
that play bottom side.
Yep, few seconds he will be able to throw out enough Qs to get that one back again, but now KT moving towards T1 here, towards the bottom side, and we mentioned it already. You get control of the wave as Yunara, and you are just off to the races.
That's why Faker and BDD came, because T1 are like, we cannot let them get control.
After
and
shock.
BDD is like, we need to get control. And that's exactly what happened down there on the bottom side.
Well, Perfect is going to make sure that Doran cannot lane.
I guess after watching how the lane went in game one, Perfect is like, give me the vein, and
yeah,
who can blame him? I mean,
he's already in a I'm destroying this lane mindset. You may as well continue.
ไม่ใช่แรงไม่ใช่รูนแบบ
Local is
นั่
going
น
to
เอา
go wide.
Yeah, that's a little
เอาโลภ
painful
เลย
for aiming there.
ไม่ใช่โลภดิก็เรียกว่า
ultimately not matter too much
เอา
because
เก่ง
Keria
ช่ว
was
งต้น
planning
ด้วย
on
เพราะว่า
backing
ลูนารา
either
คิตตี้
way.
มา
But now Cuz is like
ถ้าโลภคือเอา
I'm
บัต
Nocturne
รลาย
36 and I'm not afraid. I actually have so
แล้ว
much
ได้
control
priority แบบนี้
here.
ครับเคิร์สก็เลยตัดสินใจเข้ามาเวสโอเนอร์สักหน่อยหนึ่งกลุ่มครับผม
Steal away the blue buff.
หนึ่งกลุ่มพร้อมกับดูรูที่มายืนมองด้วยโอเนอร์น่าจะเสีย
He's
บู
not
แล้ว
here in
นะ
time, can't smite for this, and they pull it back, and now he is going to have to leave.
แล้วจะเสีย
Owner has to
โก
get
ล
out
บ
of there.
ด้วยไหม
That should mean that Cuz can
โด
also
น
collect
คิว
the
อีก
Grok.
ต่าง
He
หาก
also
โอ้
hit the dust
my
bringer onto
god
Owner, blind over the wall. It's all just going a little bit pear-shaped here, as Owner at least does have Smite, so he should be able to take this Grump away. It's not going to be going over to Cuz, although Cuz does have the cooldown back up again. Wasn't quite able to win out the battle.
Missing some minions.
And all the while, aiming sticks around in lane, and so is able to continue finding success as Owner takes another Dustbringer. Cuz just tracking
ได้หนึ่ง
all
หลุม
over the
ฟรี
map.
ครับ
That
เป็น
does
หลุม
mean
บูด้วย
the Rift Scuttle going to go
แล้วก็
over
ที่สำคัญคือได้
to
priority
Cuz
ข้างล่าง
on
ค
the
รับ
bottom
ส่วนข้าง
side,
บนก็
and Owner will be able to get his
ท็อ
on
ป
the
ไซด์
top
มัน
side of the map. So
ได้
not
ไป
end
ไม่
of
ประ
the
โยชน์
world,
แล้ว
but
เพราะว่า
still KT just going from strength to strength. I
จะทำอะไร
imagine
กับเวน
that Perfect probably wants to back away,
หรือ
knowing that there is a Vi
จะไปงัด
on
เลย
his side.
แต่ว่ารู้แล้วนะ
of the
นี่
map.
คือข่าวแบบ
tricky to-
ข่าวมาแบบตลอดเวลาแล้วอะ
Let's
รู้
see.
รู้
Okay,
หมดอยู่แล้ว
I'll hold my
มา
thought
ไม่
on
ประโยชน์
this
แล้ว
one.
เพราะว่า
Pretty tricky for Owner to actually secure this
ระหว่างที่
buff
Owner เดินมาก็คือ
because
โดน
Vayne
ส
has
ปอต
insane
แบบยับ
prio, so yeah, he's just going to drop a ward.
อักวาดเห็นครับ แต่ว่า
Although
โอเนอ
Cuz
ร์
is
ทำอะไรไม่
pathing,
ได้เลย
which
ว่ะ
he
แชท
I think is pretty aware of right now.
จะเวทบูก็ไม่ได้
Moving over
ได้เราเดินไปตีหวาดแบบซึม
Cuz did, I mean, Cuz did, you know, he doesn't have his smite
ได้
back.
แค่นี้ครับ
And Owner didn't have to use
เฮ้ย
it.
แต่ว่าถ้ายกมาอย่างนี้แล้วต่อยเฟเกอร์โอ้ยเฮ้ยเฟเกอร์
Blood from Faker throws a rock on over, and that is T1 off to a much better start.
nice
Cost them 2 flashes, but 100% worth it. Faker
เอาแล้วลี
now
นิดนึง
in a
สวยมากได้
pretty
แรปเตอร์
significant
คืน
lead in the mid lane, and they are definitely going to call Worth on that one.
Oh yeah,
much needed pick there, and BDD unfortunately just gets caught by the charged Q. Flash great from Owner.
โดนเวทแรปเตอร์กลับหรือเปล่ากดยกนิ้วให้ด้วยครับ
that advantage elsewhere on the map,
Cuz
though,
ก็
because you can see Cuz is
จะ
really starting to
เอา
take
คืน
over.
หน่อยๆอะตรงนี้
Has his smite available.
อันนี้เขาอยู่
Owner
ครับ
also has his.
เขาได้เปรียบ
Fear
ต่อย
not quite going to work
แล้วจะ
out
ได้ไหม
there,
ตุ้ม
as Owner will be able to
โอ
secure
เนอร์ได้ครับผม
Raptors.
I mean, he's
โอเนอร์ได้แรปเตอร์ด้วยครับ
also
นี่
got that kill. He's ahead on experience. I think he's kind of in the
การ
clear
สู้
now.
2-1 นะจริงๆเมื่อกี้คือการสู้
He's
2-1
gone
แล้วเพ
through
ราะว่า
the
เดี๋ยว
toughest
แอนนี่จะเดินมา
part
ส
of
ม
the
ทบ
game
อยู่
state
แล้ว
they were in.
เพราะเฟเกอร์รีเซ็ต
Oh, Pace could be in a little bit of trouble here as aiming, trying to move forward, but the circle doesn't
ฟอง
work.
อย่าง
The
สวยเลย
ball is
เค
good.
เลีย
Flash out from effort.
โอ้โห
That is going to keep him alive as Carrier just
เคสก็ไม่
barely
อยากใส่สูตร
didn't
ด้วย
have
เพ
his
ราะว่า
flash available. It could have been a moment there as now Pace is in trouble himself. The flash comes in and the barrier is going to save the Corki, but can it save Carrier?
น้อง
That's
ปา
the
สู้เขา
question. Is effort one
ปาสู้
away from death?
ปาเมื่อปาต่อสู้
Picks it up
ปาไม่กลัว
follow and it's a solo kill for
วัน
the
นี้
Na'Vi.
ปาสู้
That's a pretty big win here as well in the bottom lane, but won't be that significant with Baze out of the lane. So it's something, but KT
จะกิน
still
ปลา
winning out
ปลา
on
ไม่
the
ให้กิน
exchange,
ง่ายๆ
as
เว้ย
here
โอ้ตรงช็อตนี้คือแบบ
BDD a little bit up in the
เจ
lane.
อ
Honestly,
เจ
he's
อ
really
ผ
not
ม
that far up, and there's
เจ
a
อปู่ครับ
ward.
ผม
It's the shove.
ยกมาแบบไม่ได้แค่ยกโดนนะยกมาแบบในทิศ
And I
ทาง
guess
ที่แบบ
he was thinking,
รู้กัน
you
อะ
know, he's not going to hit
รู้กัน
that.
กับเนอ
Faker
ร์
does hit that. He had vision of the Vi, which I
คอม
didn't
โบ
even fully realize at
เน
the
อร์เกอ
time.
ร์
Well, this is the thing. I think you have to flash it, knowing that the Vi is in like flash vault breaker range.
ตรงนี้กันว่าเลนล่างได้2แฟตนะถือว่าเป็นเรื่องที่ดีมากโอเนอร์จะ 6 แล้วก็น่าจะมาแกงได้ต่อตรงนี้เพสไม่ตายนี่สวยมากแค่วาคารีไม่ต้องเสียแฟลชด้วยส่วนนามิก็แฟตเสียไป
That's massive. That's the one that wins it.
แล้วตามไม่ทันแล้วปลาวิ่งเร็วว่าผม
To effort for being confident in this lane. It looks way more
ช่วยด้วยช่วยด้วย
Yeah, that's a flash in.
ชิบหายแล้วเพอร์เฟกต์กันมาชิบหายแล้วไม่ไหวว่ะ
Perfect is going to help
เชี่ย
lock
เวนมาว่ะ
Actually, didn't even get an assist there, but BDD going to take down Owner. And now Perfect able to dance around and picks up the kill onto the Cassante. The Veins on the board.
ไม่ เชี่ยค่า2ตายที่ตาย3
Yeah. He also did a Vayne cosplay.
Yeah, he has.
มันซื้อแบบมันซื้อสแตทที่โกงที่สุดนั่นคือซื้อลูบี้ครับผม2 ชิ้นมาแล้วบอดี้นิวสูตรแบบสูตรเคาน์เตอร์แต่ว่าเพอร์เฟกต์มันมาแนวแบบว่าจะออนฮิตจะดิ
His parents knew that when they named him. I mean, it's Bane.
มันเอ็กซอร์ด้วยครับมันไม่เอ็กซอร์ทั้งปี
Alright, that's a double bubble from
เกอร์มาเลนล่างก่อนเลนล่างก่อน ให้หมดหมดอยู่แล้วให้เพจทั้ง2ตัวให้เพจเกอร์
that one, Faker is going to collect the other. And T1 this time have answers.
This is right before Cousins level 6. speaking of Cuz, you know, he comes in here, that shove from
ก็บอก
Faker.
ก็ต้องกินต้องใช้
There. Not really what he wanted. Cuz flashes back in. BD has his stun ready. This is just an awkward skirmish where T1 are not set up, and also
คือตั้งแต่บอกว่าท็อปไซด์ท็อปบอกว่าเว้นไปนะกูหนีเลย
drops the exhaust to buy space and just kites him out here with all the extra damage from Tibbers. Pretty straightforward. This one, a lot more impressive. Curry is having a game. You know, a bit of an awkward start, but hits the double bubble here into double wall.
Yep. He's like, check me out when I'm playing a real support.
Yeah.
And it's looking pretty good, as aiming was just a free kill over to Faker. They're not out of the woods just yet, though. 400 gold is the advantage here for KT. Doran still having a rough time towards his top side of the map, as we can see.
คือถ้าเกิดสมมติว่า Perfect ไม่ได้ขึ้นเป็นแบบเอเซนชิ้น2เล่นเป็นเคียร์พี่ว่าสายนี้มันก็จะคือจะเล่นเป็นออนฮิตน่าจะเจ็บ
isn't going to be doing as much in the later stages of the game. Obviously, I mean, you do scale very, very well. It's just in a team fight, you're not going to be as valuable. As there's the all-out, and this can be problematic, although trying to get that kiting to work, and it's looking beautiful here. The flash condemn, and Perfect gets the solo once again in game 2.
The flash condemn angle to get him into the wall. Insane play there from Perfect.
ดูมันไม่ได้มันแค่ฟาร์มไปก่อนแต่ว่า
doesn't flash
ถ้า
at
จะคิวโดมันน่าจะ
Now you need your pathmaker for that ability, right? And if you're going to invest it, then you're just gonna die. As KT now looking for a dragon. Let's see whether T1 can stop this one from happening as Owner walks on over. 2 health steals it away. Beautifully done. He'll sacrifice his life for it as cease and desist comes in. And KT says, no, we will continue. And yes, T1 do manage to take the Drake. However, KT once again winning out in the fight.
Hexplate's already done here for Perfect. Pretty insane.
โอ้ได้ Hexplate แล้วด้วย
Goes Hexplate first, has his boots.
ไม่มันมีคอนตีมันมีคอนวิ่งเร็วเว้ย
Gonna get a lot tougher for
มันไม่ได้เว้ย
Gonna be going invisible a lot in
so
this
watch
game.
This
This kiting was
สวยนะตรงนี้
beautifully
สวยแล้ว
done.
เนี่ย
is so good. I mean, we're watching his mouse movement right now. Look at how like it's almost so methodical the way he does it. Like it's incredible. Flashes here for the condemn into the
โอ้
wall.
แล้ว E-Fact ด้วย
Not even a
เชี่ย
reaction
เอา
as
เรื่อง
well.
สัตว์
As Score is like, that's my boy. Some big grins
เดี๋ยว
here
มึง
on
โด
the
น
KT
แน่
side, but Score this time
ฮัลโหล
is not
ฮัลโหล
celebrating too much.
โอนเนอร์เหรอ
This is a
ไอ้กับเกอร์เลยข้างบนอ่ะ
T1 going to be able to lock down
คอมโบทาริยาเวนเลยไอ้วายเลยทาริยาวายใช่ปะ
And then Owner decides to go in
แต่
to
การเว
buy
น
some space for his teammates as he's done his job already.
My issue for T1 in this particular draft, having a look now, yes, there's a vein
ไม่เหมือน
situation on the top
ทีม
side of the
ที่
map,
โดน
but aiming is Yunara.
เคซันเต้วันนั้นอยู่
A lot of
กับเคส
late
ด้วย
game carrying.
I am of the
แต่ว่ามี
mindset
ตัวจับ
that
อยู่มี
with
ตัวจับอยู่
a
มี
vein
เวน
that's
กับ
this
ทาริยา
fed,
อยู่จับเวน
the
ได้
Cassante just doesn't last very long.
พู
You
ดอะไร
don't
วะ
have a front
คือ
line.
มีวายกับทาริยา
So who do you pick
จับ
as
เวนได้
T1? If you somehow are able to catch the vein, then you still have to deal with the Yunara, and you've used all your CC on the vein. And the Yunara is so difficult to lock down in general. I think what needs to happen is Pays needs to get big, and he needs to get big fast. He's 250 gold ahead right now. He needs to hit that 2-item spike, and they did the fight around like every dragon and hold on to this advantage. And then the Cassante being behind will matter less.
คือ
At
ฆ่า
least
ไม่
they
ได้
got
นอน
that first
คือ
dragon. That's actually really significant here for T1.
Yep. And denying the stacking is kind of what they want to do here. Slow the game down, allow their more robust composition to get things done later on.
คือในหัวมีแบบฆ่าเวนยังไงดีวะฆ่าเวนยังไงดีวะเวลาจะพูดอะไรก็คือจะมีคำว่าเวนติดอยู่ใน
I
นั้
feel
น
like the vein is a beautiful pick into the laning phase. But now, Faker is going to turn up, gets that wall into position. Seismic shove going to be avoided, and Perfect is going to die. There is the all-out, and Doran cuts him up. Still, it was a decent attempt, but this is the problem.
คุณเก่งมากครับจริงๆท่านโดจะฟังเกอร์ตลอดต่อไปนี้เกอร์ให้โดทำอะไรโดทำทุกอย่างครับเกอร์ขอบคุณมาก
This was a play from Faker, not the jungler, so T1 really sturdy on both sides of the map. This is going to force TPD to go over.
Danger. Q getting charged here as KT. They sniff it out. They are not going to overcommit. Paranoia up and available here for Cuz, as Doran is behind the turret now, just trying to get himself back in. And you can see that gold lead really has evaporated.
Yeah, dropped down to half of what it was moments ago. A lot of CS is going to be denied here for Perfect, who does not have teleport.
Tibbers is going to straight up miss that good flash out of Faker. As Tibbers needs to be called back. Yes, please.
ถ้าเมื่อกี้ยกโดนนะมึงโดน
At least have to invest his flash there, but does get a whole lot of resources out of KT.
โอ้ขึ้นเป็นฟอร์เซนฮาร์ดเลยโดราน
KT, but I'm worried for them because T1 are making all the right decisions, right? Like the way that Faker has played now, both through bottom lane and top lane to get them back into it. He's playing this global incredibly well. The Talia Vi is very simple to execute. Again, aiming is very slippery.
ไม่หมายถึงว่าติดถ้าเกิดสมมติโล่มันหมดไงแล้วมันยกได้ไหมแก
That's a good, thing for
ก็หมายถึงว่าถ้ายกได้ถูกแล้ว
And T1 do have all the
แต่เย็น
tools.
ๆฮัลโหลเนอโอเคได้ยินที่โดพูดนะฮัลโหลโอเคไม่บวกนะ
in this game by any means. So
ไม่พอ
a little bit more safe, a little bit more careful with this advantage. Again, it's an advantage, but it's a small one.
Well, you can see now T1. I mean, Pays is also going to be a huge deal, right? You hit that 2-item spike, and then
คือถ้าเป็นการเลดและชิ้น2มันคือขึ้นมอเดนนิวแล้วการเลดแล้วก็
that's when
แจ็ค
T1
โช
can
ว์
play around the semi-global of the Weaver's Wall, things like this to make things happen. A very different story
แต่
to what we
เขาคง
saw
คิ
in
ดว่า
game
แบบ
number 1.
ถ้าเขามีมาหน้าเขาโยนคิวรัดมินเนี่ยนได้เรื่อยๆไง
Perfect still has an advantage, is
แต่มัน
still
scaling
able
เอาเอง
to
นะ
put on a lot of pressure here in this game.
แต่ว่าเงินตอนนี้กลับมาแบบพอๆกันแล้วถือว่าแบบเฟเกอร์ช่วยแบบช่วยชีวิตโดรานแบบสุดๆเลยนี้แต่มีเคซันเต้กับคอกี้ครับและทาริยาวายพร้อมกับนามีคอมของทีวันหน้าไปหลังแบบสุดอร่อยเว้นแต่เวนมันจะแบบไล่ยิงแบบจนแบบทีมต้องสปิดแล้วแบบไม่ได้หน้าไปหลังซึ่งเวนถ้าไม่ได้เล่นสายสตอมเลเซอร์พี่ว่าแล้วมันขึ้นเอเซนครับเป็นสูตรก็ยังคงเป็นบิวที่แบบบิวคีนอยู่แต่ลูนเปลี่ยนนิดนึงไม่ได้เอาบัตรลายมาแล้วบัตรลายมันฟาร์มเยอะไปครับแต่จริงๆถ้าเกิดสมมติว่าบัตรลายอ่ะเราก็ข้างบนได้ priority ใช่ป่ะแบบอย่างเงี้ยเจอกับเคซันเต้อย่างเงี้ยแล้วได้กราฟ3ตัวนะแบบไอเวนไปช่วยตีด้วยสแต็กจาก15มันจะหายไปแบบ3มันเยอะมากเลยคือถ้าเกิดสมมติได้เวนได้ไปฟาร์มแบบกราฟ3ตัวจะแจ่มมากมีตายแล้วของแท้
There is no
ผมขอโทษที่ผมบอกว่าเฟเกอร์ตายแล้วคือแบบลืมว่าท่าน
And if you activate it,
ลืมว่าท่านคือแบบสุดยอดคิดทุกอย่างไว้หมดแล้ว
Ultimate Hunter there does have a few stacks
ได้มังกรฟรี
available.
เพราะว่าไม่มีพลานอยคิวไม่โดนรถได้ยังไงวะดูรถเมื่อกี้รถมันขยับเมื่อกี้รถอยู่รถขยับไม่ใช่รถแม่งตีคือไรอ่อนอะต้องแก้ตรงนี้คือรถแม่งตีป้อมอยู่แล้วอยู่รถแม่งก็ขยับมึง
And this game is slowly
แล้วต้องไม่ปรับอันเนี้ย
falling
ก็
out
มึง
of
ขยับยังไง
KT's hands.
คือไงมึงมีพลัง
Great start.
พลังจนอยู่หรืออะไรพลังงานจนอยู่ๆก็แบบหรืออะไรมันต้องเป็นพลังงานสักแล้วป่ะเพราะว่ามันแบบมันไม่เคลื่อนที่
does have to play very carefully when he thinks that owner is in the area. As the Rift Herald has now spawned, see who is going to be looking towards that as aiming rotates over. These rockets not quite connecting, but then Pays just turns the Gatling gun towards the Yanara, and she goes down to 50% health. Trinity Force now completed for Pays. Large reason as to why a fair bit of damage is occurring.
จริงๆยูนาร่าก็ออกได้นะ Hexpage แล้วเฟเกอร์ครับได้ป้อมแรกไปก่อนครับจากป้อมร่างครับผมเกอร์มาแล้วจริงๆปล่อยเฮอร์เรลได้นะเพราะมีทาริยาอยู่แบบมันฝังลิฟต์ได้อยู่แล้วแต่ว่าไม่ปล่อยครับตรงนี้โดรานทีพีมาแล้วมีหลอดขาวเต็มไปหมดแล้วโดรานบอกผมถึกครับจริงๆแต่ว่าผมดับวิวมาแรงนะผมโดนเวทครับตรงนี้หาโพซิชันได้โพซิชันบานาน่าอยู่ตรงนี้ทีวันได้เปรียบแต่ว่าเลือดโดรานไม่ได้เปรียบแล้วตรงนี้ใครจะได้ไปว่าเป็นได้ครับโอเนอร์ตายปะออกมาได้ตัดอะไร
And that is BDD locking down the kill onto Ona. Now Doran in a bunch of trouble. The double bubble is so good. Out of carrier for the disengage.
Do not get the eye. Quickly, they do not get the eye. The smite denies KT from getting the Herald, and that bubble saves them. Because if the bubble doesn't hit, I think they might at least get one exit kill there, KT. So really big heroics from both carrier and owner in the fight, but they do not secure the eye, and the game state remains relatively similar. But I think denying the eye alone feels like a huge win here for T1.
Yep.
See exactly how low this gets.
Once again, it's just a beautiful smite angle from Ona. I didn't even see what the number went to.
The tidal wave actually denies KT on the follow-up as well. I mean, this is a beautiful wild growth setup because Doran gets incredibly low, but is healed up and he gets out, and that bubble just makes it a free escape. As aiming still had flash, could have actually looked to chase that further, but it's a denial for T1 fans who are having a stressful day here at the Telecom.
อยากเกิดเป็นแฟนเจนจีละ
And I'm kind of rooting for T1 because I just want to see more. When the Telecom War is competitive, oh, it's just the best. And we got gifted it.
โอ้ยป้อมตีเกิด
Very close to just dying. Does throw out the threaded volley though. Tibbers needs to tank that one up as BDD is still on the chase. The Molten Shield going to speed up the bear, but it's not going to make it fast enough as Faker was skating away. But BDD looking scary here with that Malignant stun.
Yeah, not going to be too impactful either on either
ข้างล่าง
side of
แม่ง
things.
ยิงไม่อยู่เลยแต่มันยังไม่ได้เอเซนครับก็
Looks like he's considering even Weaver's walling back to the lane.
คือพอมันได้เอเซนแล้วมันเป็นชิ้น3เป็นแบบ IE อะไรอย่างเงี้ยมันแรงมากเวนอ่ะมันกระโดดคือพี่ไปเล่นอ่ะพี่ตอนหลังอ่ะเลดเกมอ่ะเล่นเวนนะเว้ยแล้วออกไอตัวฟีนฮันเตอร์โบว์ด้วยนะยิงลูเซียน2 ทีตายกดอัลติปุ๊บมุดคิว1 ทีอ่ะยิงลูเซียนตึกตายเลย2 ทีแบบของฟูอ่ะลูเซียนแม่งยิงนัดหนึ่ง1,200ยิงนัดหนึ่ง1,100ก็คือ 2,200 พอดีเป๊ะเรียบร้อยตายไปเลย
Yeah, as now you've got Cuz able to get that spell shield off. Ona not committing the ulti here as Pays going down relatively low, but giving back as much as he gets.
I mean, his margins in terms of the leads per
ถ้าเว
lane
น
are
สเกล
so
ลิ่งเรื่อย
tiny. It's only a 500 lead here for T1.
I've seen this play before. As Faker is once again going to go down low. BDD with a lot of movement speed finds the Q, and down goes the Talia. There's another wild growth combo here as Cuz will be able to cut down Pays and KT. They come alive.
Pays is just trying to play the game.
โอ้ยตายกันหมดเลยอะไรวะเนี่ยไอ้นั่นก็โซโล่คิววันนี้แม่งก็สเกิร์มิชนะเพราะมัน3-2เล่นล่างก็พยายามจะฆ่าน่ะโดรานอ่ะ
In this series for everyone in both sides of the broadcast.
Yeah, I didn't see the Korean side, but I think we'll probably get verification that that was the case. As Faker just up too far into Tibbers, he has Malignance, he gets his ult fast. I mean, Owner was nearby.
Yeah, he was trying to get up there, and this is the problem because Owner is now not here.
Exactly, as soon as they know Owner's top side, they set this wild growth play, the polymorph goes down, and Pays is like, I've got Valkyrie, that's all I got.
Yeah.
It's not enough.
Well, now, 1 second on this Dragon. T1 are in position. Do have kind of everyone in the vicinity as Cuz could be in an awkward spot. Seismic Shove doesn't connect. He does get rid of that ward.
เป็นบิวไม่มีดาเมจนะเฟเกอร์บิวแบบสโล
Scuttler getting amongst it as well. Let's see what is going to happen here. 8 seconds on the paranoia. KT probably wanting to fight around that particular window as now Faker gets off that wall. As perfect off on the angle, does have to flash to get himself out of the way, but it's a good vault breaker. There's the paranoia finally coming on board. Cuz has to get out of there though as the final hour helps. Perfect, try and get to safety. The Dragon is going to be taken down. Great polymorph to deny Owner even more, and he'll be taken out as well as KT find themselves a Dragon and take down the jungler.
I think KT just won the game.
That
was a really snap. I mean, this is what was missing for KT. A lot of Kespa Cup was missing a lot because they didn't have their roster.
They were missing a lot of KT.
มันขาดการเลดเว้ย
We didn't see snap calls like this. Like Perfect is the one they collapse on because he's on the flank. He's seen here. And Owner and crew are like, I guess with his Weavers while we turn onto the vein, but the Nocturne actually buys so much space on the rest of T1 on the other side of the wall, so they can't follow up and do enough damage here.
คือตัว
doesn't even have
แบบ
to
ซีตัวมันไม่มีแฟลชหมดเลยทั้งเฟเกอร์ทั้งเคเลียมันเลยแบบต่อให้โอเนอร์ไม่ได้
And this time KT walk away with the objective and a kill. And I just start to think this Yunara is going to be too big to fail later on. The Vayne is already such a problem as they're going to try to isolate BDD here. He's just going to simply give up this turret, which I think is the wise and correct decision.
ที่ว่ามันเล่นสูตรนี้จำได้
As perfect once again positioned here
สูตรนี้ทำประจ
side of the map. Now looking to try and make Doran's life a living hell once again.
Doran hates that perfect guy right now. It's a bully.
เซนมารองเท้ายังเป็นรองเท้านันยางอยู่เลย
And this Vayne looks like it's working a little bit better than the last time we saw it. As Doran will at least be able to clear out this wave before there are any issues with turret damage.
At least like that. You know, Doran got some help this game.
Yeah, true.
You know, maybe.
I mean, he's keeping up quite well, right? It's only a 500 gold advantage for Perfect. He's 2-1-3 on this Vayne, and they are at farm parity. I mean, Doran is ahead by a couple as he shoves the wave in.
I just don't know what this Cassante does for this comp. And
พี่เลย
he's
คิด
not
พี่
going to do
อย่างที่
anything
พี่
in
บอก
the
ป่ะ
side lane, really.
ไอตัว
And that's where my main
ฟอร์เซน
concern
ฮาร์ด
is
มัน
the
เลยแบบ
Swifties are now done
มันเลย
for
รีบซื้อไป
perfect.
หน่อยเว้ย
I think the Swifties
ถ้า
was a
ขึ้น
great
กันเลท
choice.
ชิ้นที่2
Allows
และ
him
ชิ้นที่
to
คือ
hang
วอร์เดน
out on
มิวมัน
these
ติดไว้ก่อน
flanks
ได้แล้วก็
a
ค่อย
little bit
แบบ
better as T1
ถ้าเป็น
going
แจ็ค
to break
โชว์
down
อะไรเงี้ย
some of this overgrowth and should be able to deal with this outer turret
คือ
as
ตอน
well.
นี้
Zona
เคส
moves on
ไม่รวย
in.
เว้ยปัญหามันคือ
It's
นี้
just
เว้ย
one or like one
คือ
extra
เอาง่ายว่ามัน
push, and T1 should be able to take that one down.
แล้วเวลามันจะเล่นก็เจอ
A lot
แบบ
of extra space
น็อ
here.
กขึ้น
Already, KT have dealt with the outer in the mid lane
คือ
themselves,
เพสไม่ได้
and it is
ไม่
two
ได้ยิง
turrets
เลย
apiece here with the 2,000 gold lead over to
แล้วยู
KT.
นาร่าก็รวยครับเดี๋ยว
They
ฟี
still
นั
have
นเตอร์
control
มา
of
ละ
this game.
ไม่ได้
But I
ฟี
do
นันเตอร์
think
หรอก
that
นี่คือ
T1,
อะไร
it's
วะ
not the same situation as game number 1, where it did just look a little bit doomed. This one, I think KT is still going to have to play this one very, very well if they do want to win, especially with Vayne trying to team fight in a composition like this.
I think instead of picking Vayne in a team fight, you have to pick, somehow you have to kill Perfect and make a 5v4 fight happen. Maybe you could also kill BDD, but that seems pretty tough because he is Annie and has inherent safety with his stun and his speed up, right, and his phase rush. Like, it's hard to actually catch this guy at sides, and you're the team that has a global mid laner, but it's not quite the same global power as Nocturne in terms of gank, is they're going for Perfect in sides.
Yeah, there's a cease and desist, and Perfect going to take a bunch of damage here, knocked back with a great Vault Breaker, and yeah, he's just really dead. Faker going to be able to lock down that kill.
What can KT get in return, as BDD also committed his teleport and is unable to save the play? It's like there's going to get plates here, and maybe a Corki,
yeah,
I don't think so,
looking
cuz.
for Pays. That was optimistic, absolutely.
ถ้าไททันเวฟโดนยากเนาะ
Faker, so
มัน
That
มัน
is
เร็ว
something,
อ่ะ
and they don't lose anyone else. As BDD spots Doran
Balon
and Ona
now.
making their way over, as Pathbreaker comes on forward, but it's just going to eat the stun of BDD.
So step one, they got the Vayne, right? This got it the second time in sides. They need to do that before team fight is
Remember, doesn't have a massive amount of magic resist at this point in time, so it takes a lot of
ไม่
damage
ได้
from
เลย
BDD.
ได้แค่แบบ
Tibbers is once again chasing down T1.
ป้อมล่างยังไม่ได้เลยเพราะตีไม่ได้
I don't think KT can turn
คือ
this
เฟ
into
เกอร์
a
เป็นคนที่
Baron,
ตีป้อมล่างได้ แต่ว่าตีไม่ได้ต้องวาร์ป
that
เลย
does hurt
เพราะว่าตรงกลางโดนหนัก
momentum that T1 had just regained slightly from
โด
that
น
kill
ไม่
on
น่า
the
วาร์ปเลยวะ
Perfect. Because they can kill Perfect later on in the game and then start a Baron, or kill Perfect before a critical dragon fight, which with this Ocean Soul and KT having one single
Perfect
Ocean
เสีย
Dragon, I don't
exhaust อย่างเดียวด้วย
know
ไม่ได้
if
เสีย
that's
แบบ
ever really going to be on the cards. Like KT could just opt out, which is why getting that
ขึ้น
single
สวิตเน็ต
dragon
แล้ว
earlier and winning that fight the way they did felt so huge for them, which is why that was kind of the moment I said
ปัญหา
KT
แน่น
might
อน
have
อะ
won the
ที่บอก
game
เลย
in this
เหมือนจะ
exact
ขึ้นฟีนฮันเตอร์
scenario.
ว่ะชิ้นที่
Because
3
killing both aiming and perfect with this draft in a team fight just doesn't feel realistic. Unless you can shove both of them somehow, right? Or some crazy scenario happens where like Carrier gets a crazy double bubble. Because they have wild growth, and whoever survives will likely carry the fight after the CC and the tools are gone for T1. That's my biggest concern. Plus, you have to deal with Paranoia to follow up on that CC, which we saw in that Dragon fight I just mentioned.
I do feel like if T1 sort of get their phalanx in order, right, can stand behind Doran, he tanks a lot of that opening salvo, then there is certainly an opportunity, especially if Ona just keeps stealing away objectives. Of course, the Ocean Dragon is now up and available. The Weaver's Wall comes in from Faker, as Dustbringer a fair bit of value there, as there's a Paranoia Wildfire combo into the backline, but Cuz just explodes. The All-Out does come on forward. Great polymorph onto Ona, who will get taken down. Now aiming is diving forward. BDD getting work done as well, but Pays could be the Quadra here for aiming, and there it is. Could it be a pentakill as well, as it's Perfect that steals it away, and KT are just gonna run over to the Baron.
A huge play with the Lulu. I've been saying it since LCK Cup. I don't know how this pick isn't just first pickable.
I don't know how effort hasn't been on the best team in the league this whole time.
This is quite simple, right? The way they set this up, as Paranoia gets called here from Cuz, so he can avoid the shove, and he turns that avoid into an engage into all of T1, and then BDD look at this play as well. Boom, double stun, aiming gets on the Faker, Pays is down at half health. And it's just KT playing as a team, 5-man unit, and the support here in effort. Sure, he played 2 Enchanters back-to-back, but both the performances have been great, and he just looks like he's on the same page. He looks confident, whereas neither Palu nor Ghost didn't really even look like a support player half the time, could find those angles here in LCK Cup. Now KT are about to beat the defending champions on effort's first day in.
Yeah, and like get their revenge from the world final. Like there are so many.
มันกำแพง
things
มัน
that
ไม่
we
ได้
can
แบบ
talk
แบ่ง
about
เลย
here.
ละ
It's a
มัน
5,000
แบบ
gold lead
เป็นกำแพง
for
ที่
KT, and they
แค่แบ
still
บ
have Baron for
เหมือน
another
มี
2
ประโย
and
ช
a
น์
half
เท่ากันอะ
minutes in this game. The Drake still
เป็น
up
กำแพ
and
งเทพ
available here as BDD. Man, a lot of damage and has rocketed to the top of the damage dealt after
ยิง
that
สู้ยิง
team
แตก
fight.
พ่ายว่ะ
And looking for his Zhonya's as Weaver's Wall coming on forward. Cuz going to eat the ulti from Ona. And that, I mean, that spell shield timing was kind of ridiculous. I heard the smite come through. I think he did try to break it with the smite, but it just didn't quite work. Is that what happened? I feel like that's
actually,
what happened.
I was trying to see, but I'm not 100% sure myself. But the end result is
รอมาเดือนหนึ่งมึงจะมา2-0นี้ไม่ได้ทีวัน
Yep, Slurko coming on forward there as well as the polymorph onto Doran means that he cannot even play the game. Another wild growth onto the Nocturne as Doran doing his very best to stay alive. It is the Nocturne falling, but it's aiming, free hitting, finds an extra one, is now Pays in trouble. Tibbers is going to die and Pays at least will live in this moment. As Faker just saying hi to his ex-teammate here. As the glitter lance does come down, seismic shove is avoided, but it means he has to walk towards T1. Still, he is going to survive. Effort walks away as now BDD throws in a bunch of damage towards Carrier that cannot get over that base gate without the flash.
They still have Baron here. I mean,
เพสไม่
Perfect is
ตาย
going to
ถื
take
อ
out
ว่า
this
ยัง
inner
ดี
turret.
แต่ว่าเงินแม่ง
There's
ตาม
just
ไม่
no
ทันเรา
T1
ไม่ไหว
on the
แล้ว
map. This is
ไม่
going to
ไหว
be a
แล้
huge
ว
cheer from KT post the play. There's no jungler
มันจะ
here
ตอ
for
มเล
KT,
เซอร์
but
นี่
they'll
ว่า
need one to take this dragon.
เวนอะ
Frankly, the control they have right now, and they have the damage to back it up. In moments like this, Doran is trying to be that front line you talked about, but there's just so much damage with double 80 carry here, and he doesn't have MR. So even though he's itemized against double 80 carry here, BDD does so much to him, he just melts. He practically doesn't exist in these fights. And when you're behind the 8 ball, it's hard to play this comp like a pick comp. The Vi Talia just doesn't work, and there's too much damage. I think this Vayne pick worked well in the isolated matchup into the Cassante, but also just works well as a big secondary consistent damage threat in team fights.
Not to mention the fact that Doran is
4 ชิ้นในมิ่งโคตรรวย
would have been. He's died 4 times so far in this game. I mean, obviously has been able to keep up in farm, so hasn't been kept down as much as he possibly could have.
He's one of the smaller gold differences across the board, but it still doesn't matter.
Yeah. In goes Ona. There's the paranoia to avoid being picked off. Aiming gets himself to safety. Didn't have to use the flash, but did use the ulti. Flash was obviously on cooldown, and so wasn't able to use it anyway. But now doesn't have the extra damage available if T1 does decide to try and force something. 3 minutes on the Baron and 4 minutes on the Drake means that there's not a whole lot to fight for at this particular point in time. The seismic shove is going to be a beautiful pick here from T1. They take down BDD.
บาโลนี่โคตรนานอะ
Yeah, there's not a lot to get.
ได้แค่ผัก
and a little bit more control for your own jungle finally.
ได้แค่ปากกับ
Buying some space.
But the last 2 picks we saw, this one onto BDD and one much earlier, the pick onto Perfect, came at pretty inopportune times for T1, where getting the pick means, you know, you feel okay about getting your blue buff if you're owner, and that's like, and Faker's like, I'm gonna clear this wave, and Doran's like, maybe I can step across the equator in this game. So it's a win. But it ultimately just is a tiny 300 gold dent into KT's massive lead.
700 ขอแค่อินนิ่งตายรอบนึงอะ
that's when you really need to set these picks, you
แล้ว
know,
เพสได้อะ
to
มัน
go
จะได้มา
in.
1,000
Because I don't think you can 5v5 anymore. If you could get a pick like that before a fight in 5v4, I think you absolutely can do that as T1. I think they have to keep hoping for that. The fact they were able to make this pick work and punish KT is a good sign because we know it's possible even 5,000 gold behind. Let's see if they can do it at a more relevant timing, though.
Yeah, my issue is that aiming's just at 4 items. This Yunara is very large. Infinity Edge in hand as well as the Lord Dom, so even Doran is not going to be having a great time. Final hours propped here towards the top side of the map as there's a paranoia as well. Cuz going to pay a visit to Doran, who will just do his very best to survive, and it is not going to work. Another kill goes over to this Vayne.
คือไม่มีภาพที่จะเดินตามแม่งทันเลยแม่งซอมเลเซอร์แบบปิ้วซอมเลเซอร์กับเฮกซ์เพดอะ
Once in my overextension, KT say, but I'm back and I'm still pushing and we're still controlling your jungle.
All right, inner turret is going to fall down here as well. That lead will extend 6,000 gold here for KT. Not as big as game number 1, but it is still feeling like they have full control here. As we check out this fight, this was a long time ago as they find BDD.
Yeah, so a while ago, but again, nothing up. Just an overextension, good shove there from Faker. Here, Doran doesn't have any resources. Anybody can help him out. A few Weaver's Wall here, try to make some play on the defensive. It's so expensive, and you're probably not going to save him anyways. Look at how quickly he dies, even with his itemization.
Yep. And it feels like Perfect can just kind of tumble all the time. Now, is he going for a Randuin's? That would be kind of crazy. Warden's Mail has been picked up here. So Perfect just making himself as durable as possible. Paranoia coming down once again. Here is another wild growth.
สวยมากเฮ้ยได้ดูลูกเฮ้ยอันนี้มั่วเอาให้ได้มึงไม่อย่างนั้นได้ไงตัวรันเฮ้ยไส้อดไม่อย่างนั้นได้ไงไส้อด
He does keep himself alive for a decent amount of time, and it's 2 kills here for T1. And now the carries don't have quite as much utility.
ตายเชี่ยเลยอดเป็นอย่างนั้นได้ไงวะ
Perfect is able to take down Pays. Doran now in a little bit of trouble as aiming able to sidestep, dashes forward into the rocks. Didn't really want to do that, but they still managed to take down Doran. And Owner is over this wall and decides against going for anything more.
อันติเคซันเต้แล้วแบบลูลูอยู่ในแรปเตอร์แต่แบบโดรานแม่งตัวปิ้นไปอีกข้างนอก
Nowhere near the wild growth Paranoia set up to follow up. So it's essentially a
ทุเรศ
donation.
มาก
Like, watch this again. Look at where effort
ดู
and aiming
ตอน
already.
นี้มันมั่วแล้วแบบดูดูรานนะปึ๊บอันติปั๊บไอ้เชี่ยทุเรศไปอะ
KT win a 3v5 fight. They're like, all right, well, oops. Yes, we'll 3v5 and destroy you. As Owner is alone isolated, they then turn their attention to Pays because the setup here is so awkward for both sides because of the Raptor Pit, right? The reason why KT can't follow up on the Wild Growth is the Raptor Pit, and the reason why KT then punished T1 is because T1 are kind of stuck, split on the other side of the Raptor Pit, and they just get torn to shreds.
ไม่งั้นเมื่อกี้แบบโดรานมันไม่ต้องใช้แฟดฆ่าลูลูเว้ย
just slid through all of the gravel, which didn't quite necessarily work out. Now KT are looking for Soul Point. Triple Ocean Dragons.
And I kind of feel like Ocean is practically worthless for this comp. You know, it's like doesn't even
really
do anything for them.
Just for Perfect in a side lane, right?
นอกจากเฟเกอร์จะทำแบบอะไรที่แม่งคือเฟเกอร์อะ
It's kind of tough already.
ที่แม่งไม่ไหวแล้วว่าเวมัน
Weaver's Wall coming on forward here as Faker is going to try and play some defense. The bubble connects onto Tibbs.
นอกจากจะเป็นเฟเกอร์ติงเลยไม่รู้อะคือไม่รู้จริงว่ายังไงเสียบาลอนเสียมังกรแน่นอนเสียแบบโซแน่นอนไม่รู้ยังไงเลย
It's crazy. Look at the cooldown. Yeah, exactly.
เฮ้ยเพทำไมไม่ให้วอร์เนอร์ล้านอะวอร์เนอร์ไม่ได้เลือก
Perfect isn't even hitting it as Ingo's Owner.
Oh my god เพทได้ยังไงไม่รู้เพทยังไงไม่รู้
I don't think that T1 are going to keep their jungler alive, but Cuz may be dead as well. Does keep himself up with the help of the Mikhails out of effort. And KT, they will manage to get a kill. However, T1 by a lot of time by denying that Baron.
This really will, I mean, because
ยังต่อชีวิตต่อลมหายใจ
will be T1 able to wrestle some map control.
T1 ตัวน้อย
So this is pretty relevant in this game. I don't know if it'll save the game, but we'll go watch this again.
ถ้าเมื่อกี้น็อกเทิลตายจะแจ่มเลยแต่มันมีหมีแม่งหลังของหมีอ่ะตรงนี้เพสไม่ได้แบบมั่นใจมากว่าจะยิงต่อดีไหมด้วยแหละมันแบบแต่ว่าเฟเกอร์ยกมามันสวยแล้วแล้วมันในนี้ด้วยมันสุดท้ายแล้วมันใช้มิคาเอลทำให้แบบเคิร์สมันตื่นตายหายอีกแล้วแม่งตาย2 เลนแล้วนะ
It's going to be hard to tumble over those rocks, though, but still, let's have a look at what's happening towards the bottom side of the map as Doran gets a little bit frightened and might be able to take down Cuz.
Oh, Doran! Nice! Doran!
Bottom side.
But another Baron buff is down, and Faker's pushed out of the lane here. So he had Baron empowered recall, went into the brush, bought time with his rocks. He gets away, but
kind of crazy that he escaped that. I had a look. I'm like, did he teleport out? What?
I also was wondering, and I was looking on the minimap, but he just
did mid lane.
มีแจ็คโชว์แล้วดีขึ้น
left.
มีแจ็คโชว์แล้วแบบมันมีการเวทมีอะไรดีขึ้นหน่อย
now has a GA.
มันตอมเลเซอร์ว่ะบ้าแม่งจะ
building towards
ออกโอเมนเว้ย
still getting
เพอร์เฟกต์มันจะโอเมนแล้วแจ็คโชว์
level 19 on the vein is
มันจะแบบว่าแต่ดีแล้วมันไม่แรงสุดมันไม่ได้แรงสุดมากมันเป็นเน้นแบบยิงแล้วก็โพซิชันไปเรื่อย
There's double cannon baroned up minions here. And that is definitely helping Doran do a bunch of extra damage.
And Nocturne is just always going to struggle to scratch Cassante.
2 คิวนะบอกเลยว่าแบบหล่อ
also Jack shows was done
แต่แค่นี้ก็หล่อมากแล้วอันนี้
so that's going to be what helps Doran get just over the line a little bit there with the extra damage from the cannon minions, who will now go down in this bottom lane. So T1 have bought several new leases on life.
Yeah, this game has gotten silly.
But I still think most of the problems that we've talked about for the last 15 minutes persist. And They need to get a pick before a team fight, or even like when they got 2 picks because Nocturne and Lulu just kind of gifted. They were not able to win the
มันกลับ
fight.
มาอีกแล้ววะ
So
เหมือนมันแป๊บเดียวอะเหมือนเมื่อกี้เพิ่งกับพริบตาเหมือนแบบเพิ่งเป็นเพสที่เพิ่งแย่งได้เมื่อกี้กับพริบตาทีเดียวบาลอนเกิดอีกแล้ว
set up a pick before that, or like maybe Corki is big enough
คือบาลอนจะหมด
now
ถูกแล้ว
that he could
มังกร
front to back, or Vayne overextends
นั่นคือบาลอน
into the rocks, or some error happens, but
I mean, honestly,
KT are not in it really, but they're still alive.
Yeah, the thing is, like, if KT
ตัด
do
โซ
mess
พอย
it
ได้ปะ
up, things
ตัด
can
แบบ
go
ได้โซพอยเป็น
horribly
ของ
wrong
ตัวเองอะไร
quite
อย่างงี้
quickly.
ตัด
You
โซให้ได้
know? Because if Perfect is caught out, then it's only aiming that's really able to
มาแล้วครับผ
carry
ม
these
กับส
fights
โคปขอ
forward,
ง
and
เขา
they have a
เค
lot
ส
of abilities to lock down that single target, namely cease and desist out of Ona.
You gotta kill aiming twice, by the way.
That is a good point.
มันไงดีวะ
KT
ยึด
lying
โค
in
ตรยาก
wait
เลย
here.
อ่ะ
They
มัน
have a
ดัน
lot of
โคตร
control
เร็ว
of
อ่ะ
the map right
แล้ว
now.
มันมี
Perfect
GA
is
ด้วย
on
ครับ
a ward.
If KT
ยูนาล่า
don't
ชัด
have,
ดาว
like, if they want to
700
use their wild growth for a cuz engage, they can also just use it to empower aiming, which hasn't really been how they've been using it at all this game. Yeah, and that's something that T1 will have to deal with, is a wild growth aiming that will revive, while also a Vayne is shooting at them.
Well, aiming is walking forward now.
โอ้ยได้เลือด
That's a pretty big win for T1. Like, he does have
ไปเลยเหรอ
3.
โดไปเลยเหรอ
Yeah, the Ocean Dragon problem is certainly one. As all right, Cuz now in an awkward spot here, but the rest of T1 not going to go for it as aiming just walks on over. There's the paranoia. Wild growth not quite there yet, and he does go down to his GA. But now Perfect taking matters into his own hands. The bubble not going to quite connect as T1. They just walk it off. They eat a bunch of cooldowns.
Owner flashed there. Faker doesn't have
เฮ้ยมังกร
lead as well.
17 วิ
I
ยั
think
งทัน
this should
ทัน
just
ทัน
be a 4
ขอแค่รี
ocean
กรุ๊ปกลับมาอีกรอบได้ GA ฟรี
soul here for KT.
ไม่ฟรีเสียเยอะอยู่
Well, let's just see. Looks
ระ
like
วังอัน
KT
นี้นะ
are
อันนี้
looking for an
อันนี้
opportunity.
นี่
We turn the lights off.
อันนี้
A lot of suspense now, but look at Doran's health bar.
ดูทำมาจากไหนเมื่อกี้มันมายังไงอ่ะ
Ridiculous. As the Drake has now spawned.
Cuz will have his ultimate
Game, man.
potentially by the end of this fight.
เบต้าอยู่ครับเกมเบต้าได้บานาน่าบูชได้บานาน่าบูชทำได้ยังได้ยังได้พอดเอาเฮ้ยอะไรใครสมัยทำอะไรเมื่อกี้ตกใจนะน่ะเอาดีๆคือขอหนึ่งตัวแล้วเดี๋ยวเพสแบกขอแค่แบบสโคปไม่ทำงานอ่ะขอสโคปทำงาน
There's the silver bolt, so a lot of damage onto this tank. As they turn the lights off defensively here, there's the bear going down, cease and desist, goes down to his GA. Doran getting down very, very low, so it's hard to be that front line. Gets on and now Pays having to get out of there. The Slurkle not doing too much, and KT stand tall.
KT, they botched the early part of the fight, but they had so much longevity. You could really feel those Ocean Dragons taking through a little bit through this, but also beyond that, so many tools coming online. The wild growth at the last possible second, cause the second paranoia is aiming.
Aiming is going to go down to the GA. Is Perfect flashes over. Not going to get bubbled this time as he tumbles into the brush. Carrier also going to be going down, and it's a double for Perfect. I think that's POM for the gentleman on the top side of the map. If KT are able to close this one out, as BDD sidesteps the seismic shove.
In 5 seconds here.
Oh, it's not a time to be dying here in this game.
To end. I mean, the TP here from Perfect says we have enough to push down. These death timers are so long, 40 minutes into the game. Cuz is going to clear this mid wave. They'll have 2 waves coming through eventually, but I don't know if they even need it. Cuz could just come up and join his teammates as Fakers is trying to buy time.
Yeah, dash cannon from BDD not going to be able to catch up to this Talia.
20 seconds on Pays. They need to somehow buy time for that.
Double 80 carries, man. These Nexus turrets do not last very long at all. T1 are going to have to try and commit to something here as the paranoia comes on through. Gets on in there as Cuz. T-Sun spell shield there at the same time as they take down Ona. And KT, I think they've done it! 2-0 in the telecom war! Man, what a time to be wrong!
And Perfect hits level 20 in the final fight.
โดนชีวนมา1 เดือนว่าแพ้2-0 เกมแรก20 กว่านาทีด้วย
Lost to D+ might have just been a fluke. Surely they'll come back strong. Telecom War, we're the favorites, but it's always a big win if you could win the Telecom War. If you're T1, if you had walked away from this and you're the 2-0 winner, feels like you got a lot of
สโคปไม่ทำงานน่ะเพราะสโคปไม่ทำงานน่ะ
Like KT with
เชี่ยแล้วสโคปทำงานหน่อยเมื่อกี้
destroyed T1.
แม่งมี GA กันไปหมดเลยอ่ะแล้วน้องเทิร์นไม่ตายเว้ยแต่น้องเทิร์นตาย
and give this man his POM.
Absolutely. T1 looking a little dejected after that one, but I mean, it's early in the year. I wouldn't, if you're a T1 fan, I wouldn't get too up in arms after that one.
แล้วทำไงอ่ะ T1 แม่งไปเจอฮาวาไลกับเจนจีต่อ
Beautiful start to the year, and I
มึง
really
และออดมึงทำให้ มึงจัดตารางได้เยี่ยมมากเลยออด
because honestly, Effort had a good game.
มึงจัดตารางกะซึมเศร้าอ่ะ
Fine as well on the Seraphine. I don't know whether he can play only supports throughout the rest of the year, but we know this guy really likes playing Nautilus. And there is huge cheer from the crowd as well. And we will have Effort on the space as well to get a little bit of a word
สุดท้ายเจอหมด
what
เหมือน
he's done
เอา
since
งี้
moving towards
ระหว่างแบบว่า
and all this sort of stuff. So really
ชนะผสมแพ้มันก็ยังมึงแพ้รัวเลยหรือว่าเอาชนะก่อนแล้วแบบชนะจนแบบมีฟอร์มแล้วก็ค่อยไปเจอมันก็ได้มันดีกว่า
Just say perfect series. It's easy.
Well, I won't say what my comment is because I would spoil it.
That's what I would have said. It would have been on the nose, and I would have loved it. That's probably what I would have done. Man, what a weird end to the day.
Bro.
It's weird, but after game one, I don't know. To be honest, after game one, I thought, okay, we're probably in for a longer night because I thought the draft was such a massive issue. In game two, the draft felt really hard to play through the mid game for KT, but we knew that if they got to the late game where they have two carry threats, it gets a little bit easier. And there were moments like this too, where I was like, I think T1 are just going to play the map better. You know, they're going to get back in it.
Yeah.
Because if you get to a late game where this Vayne is scaled and the Yunara is scaled, and you have the, Annie's CC, you have the Wild Growth CC for the Nocturne, it gets really hard for T1, especially from behind with no map control, with Paranoia basically being on a 2-second cooldown. In moments like this where you're like, damn, this draft is insane. I think Lulu is out of control good. I've been saying it forever.
ไม่เป็นไรเว้ยเดี๋ยวเจอฮาวาไลเว้ยไประบายความเครียดกับฮาวาไลเว้ยเสาร์นี้เดี๋ยวเสาร์นี้ไประบายความเครียดกับฮาวาไลสักหน่อยดีกว่า
That T1 was going to get to this point in this game. I thought, especially with that pick, the set of picks in the bottom lane and the kill top side, I was like, okay, T1 are back in it. We're going to 3. They're gonna put KT down.
สำหรับใครที่แบบเฮ้ยพี่มันแข่งอะไรวันไหนทำยังไงมาดูวันสำคัญใน Discord นะครับตัวนี้จะมีโพสต์ให้นะครับเนี่ยอย่าง LCK ซีซั่นวีค1เนี่ยจะโพสต์ให้ก่อนแข่ง1วันนะครับก็จะมีบอกว่าพรุ่งนี้แข่งอะไรดาวกี่ดาวอะไรอย่างเงี้ยเนี่ยดาว3ดาวแล้วก็เนี่ยวันที่4เนี่ยดาวประมาณกี่ดาวเนี่ยห้ามพลาดนะ
But also just perfect finding consistency, right? And 2 good matchups for him.
Yeah. It's just all of KT played well. And I don't know what it necessarily means. I'm not going to get enthusiastic. We're going to need to see a bunch more tape of this squad. The more competitive my LCK is, the happier I am.
เลนมันดีเว้ยดับดีด้วย
This is a really cool start for KT.
ไม่พี่ว่าโดรันตึงแบบเครียดเกินเว้ยคือเห็นน้องมันขยกแบบเลนบนแล้วแบบไปพยายามโซโล่อะแล้วมันตาย
And we'll see how they develop as the season goes on as well. BDD topping the
แต่จริง
damage
ก็ทำอย่างนั้นถูกแล้วแหละ
charts
มันก็ต้องแบบแต่มินเนี่ยนไปแล้วก็แบบไป QW อะไรเงี้ยมันทำถูกแล้วแหละแต่มันแค่ฆ่าไม่ได้เพราะว่า Perfect มันดอทหมดเลยมัน
He
LS
also was playing in a game where there was a Yunara and a Vayne, so
ดาวเยอะได้ไงพี่ทีวันทีมอ่อนแพ้KT เป็นจัดการให้ไม่ต้องห่วงครับแฟนๆทีวันไม่ต้องห่วงจัดการให้
I think would be a crime if he didn't get it. Sure, I know there are some votes that could go elsewhere, but if the overall voter base didn't give it to him, I would have been upset personally.
I would have as well. I think that Perfect had an incredible series. The fact that he even
wins
on Vayne, I'm very much looking forward to the space segment, not only for the interview with Effort, but also with Did's reaction to Vayne being picked and then winning.
หายไปหลายเดือนมาถึงก็หา airtime ให้แฟนคลับก่อนเลย respect T1 เลย
Perfect wasn't playing against the LEC.
Perfect ครับโหได้ POM ครับ
Therefore, the Vayne work.
So we've identified he was not the top laner for either BNK nor Genji.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that I mean, transitive properties I don't think necessarily connect.
Are you sure? Because like what I was seeing was, oh, I guess LCK is the 3rd best region now because they lost 2 best of 3s or sorry, best of 5s to the same team.
That's how it works. Every time there is an international, it is just the team that finishes.
อยากให้มันเป็น April Fool Day ว่ะอยากให้วันนี้มันเป็นการแข่งขันวันนี้โมฆะทั้งหมดเป็น April Fool Day
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by
Takluz ผมทำเอง
Perfect on
เรา
the
กำ
side
ลัง
of
สร้าง
KT
สตอรี่
roster.
เพื่อกลับมาอย่างเอาจริงในเวิลด์ปีนี้
It's only April 1st,
ทอมมึง
but things are starting to heat up.
10 บาทด้วยทอม
You just secured your first win. How do
โอ้
you
ทอม
feel?
แม่งสร้างสตอรี่ไม่พอมึงยัง10 บาท
You
ใส่
know,
พี่อีก
we're winning. As soon as the season starts, I want to keep this momentum going. And in the LCK Cup, you suffered a tough reverse sweep against T1, but today was a clean 2-0. Did you see it coming? What was the practice like? I think we tried to focus on feedback around our team synergy. And I think
แต่วันนี้เล่น KT เล่นดีครับแต่ว่าพี่ว่าจริงๆแล้ว KT เล่นมาตรฐานนะแต่ว่า T1 ฟอร์มดรอปมากโดยเฉพาะเลนนิ่งเฟสของโดรานฟอร์มดรอปเยอะ
And effort stepped into the starting
โดยเฉพาะ
lineup,
เอเมซ่า
returning
ที่มันเจอ
to
เจ
the
สแล้วมัน
LCK
ระเบิดแบบนั้น
after
นะมันไม่ควรเป็น
739 days.
แบบ
So
นั้นเลย
how was getting in sync with him?
มันไม่ควรที่จะโดนขนาดเนี้ย
Effort likes
มันเหมือน
to
ดิฟ
look
แบบ
for
ดิฟ
those
แบบว่าเจอแบ
really
บ
proactive engage angles.
เหมือนแบบ
And
ท็อปดิฟ
he's
เลยอะ
actually
เกม
really
แรกอะ
good
เหมือนเสียไป
at
1 เกมเพราะว่า
making
ท็อปดิฟ
everyone
อะ
else feel really comfortable and you know he's a very reliant player. And so how would you rate Effort's performance today? Honestly, I didn't watch bot, but if I were
เก
to
ม
just
แรก
talk
อะเก
about
มแร
team
ก
fights,
เกม
I'll
2
give
จ
him
ริงๆแล้วว่า
100
หนักอยู่
points.
แต่เพราะว่าโอเนอร์มาช่วยแกงให้
And game
แล้วก็
1
ได้
had
เพ
a
จได้
sweeping
พ็อก
kill
ซี่แล้ว
score
ได้
of
ไปรีเซ็ต
12-0.
เลยกลับมาฟื้น
A
กลับไป
dominant
ออก
victory.
ฟอร์เซนหา
So,
ชิ้นแรก
did you expect to
มัน
win
เลย
so
จืดๆไปหน่อย
dominantly? No, I didn't actually see that coming, but I just had a really good feeling about today's match, and it felt like I would perform pretty well. I'm feeling really good right now. So what did you do well to secure this
เพิ่ง
win?
มาค่ะแหมทีวันตบ KT ยับไหมคะนี่
The only thing I can think of is the laning phase. I can't think of anything else.
แฟนเจนจีมา
Yeah, I think that was pretty impressive from you. So it looks like
ที
that's
วัน
the
ฟอร์ม
most
นี้เอา
memorable.
ฟูเซนมาตบ
Yeah, I
ยัง
think
ชนะเลยครับ โอน
Game
แทรก
1
กลับ
went
มาหน่อย
really
ได้ไหม
well,
คิด
but
ถึงไม่ไหว
honestly, Game 2 left a little bit of regret.
โอ้โหทีวัน BDD
Yeah,
มา
game
โดเนท
two.
10 บาท ดูดีมันหมิ่นขนาดเนี้ย
Despite you saying that we saw your top lane against Cassante performing so well. So was this a pick rooted from your confidence, or can you walk us through it? Honestly, in scrims, I've actually been bullied by this Vayne pick, so I thought it's so unfair. I just wanted to get my payback. So do you think you have avenged yourself? Yeah, I think so. It actually felt pretty good. And, you know, in game 2, you stole Aiming's pentakill.
มีน
This
ฟู
could
เซ
have
น
been
นะอันนี้
the first
ไปดูละ
pentakill.
อ้าวพี่บงไหนวะพี่บงเล่นอยู่ปะ
กสิกรติ้ง 3,000
วันนี้มีทีหนึ่งเล่นจะมีเกมสั้นไหมครับ
วันนี้เรามีเกมสุดสนุกครับผมนะครับคือ PUBG ตัวฮันช์ครับพ็อปฮันครับสามารถที่จะเล่นซ่อนแอบใน PUBG ได้วันนี้เล่นกับพี่น้ำหมูแล้วก็พี่บ่วงไนนะหมาผม